Lord of the Apocalypse, I start with a level 10 unit. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51. Hearing this, Kinmo's expression became anxious, and he quickly walked over. Wait a minute, Lord, I want to exchange for food. How much do you want? Suyi asked. Kinmo gritted his teeth and didn't answer Yi's words, but asked, Lord Su, 2 days ago you said that you could exchange all kinds of weird props for food, is it true? Suyi nodded when he heard this. Of course it's true. I've always said the same thing. As for how much you can exchange, it depends on the specific value of what you give. Kinmo nodded to show that he understood, and with a wave of his hand, a crystal with irregular shape appeared in his hand. The whole body is golden yellow, crystal clear, and looks very beautiful. Moreover, under Suyi's perception, this thing can detect if there are very strong energy fluctuations. Show me, Suyi said. Kinmo handed over the crystal in his hand. Suyi took it and played with it in his hand. The crystal had a slight temperature and looked a little extraordinary. In order to see clearly what this thing is, Suyi threw out a detection skill. Dragon crystal description: a strange crystal condensed from the aura of heaven and earth, with extremely rich energy, which can be absorbed by dragon units or heroes, providing them with a lot of experience points. After glancing at Long Jing's description, Suyi felt a little moved. This turned out to be a dragon crystal. Refining giant dragons can provide them with a lot of experience points. Good stuff. I just don't know how many there are, if there are too many. Thinking of this, Suyi coughed lightly, pretending to be indifferent. 100 units of food, I want it. Hearing this, Kinmo frowned. It's only 100, Lord Su, can you have more? Suyi shrugged. Tell me how many of these things you have first. Only this one, Kinmo said. That's it, there's only one piece, and it has very limited effect on me. 10 is already the highest price, Suyi said. Kinmo still hesitated now that his territory is short of food, and other resources are almost consumed. If this dragon crystal can only be exchanged for 100 food, it is still far from enough. Seeing that Kinmo did not speak, Suyi continued, I'm curious, how did you get this thing? Kinmo swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and told the process of obtaining the dragon crystal. That was about a week ago, when he was out exploring with his troops. He found a cave. This dragon crystal was picked up outside the cave at that time. Kinmo saw that this thing was extraordinary, so he wanted to go into the cave to find out. As a result, I just went in for 7 or 8 meters. His troops were violently attacked without even seeing the enemy clearly. More than 50 goblins have been wiped out. Kinmo's face turned pale with fright, and he quickly left with the remaining troops. And until now, he didn't dare to approach that cave again. After hearing how Kinmo obtained the dragon crystal, Suyi had an idea. Do you still remember the exact location of that cave? Kinmo nodded. Suyi snapped his fingers. Okay, tell me the location of the cave, and I'll give you 300 units of food. After the words fell, Kinmo stood up from the chair. 3 true. Suyi nodded. That's right, it's 300. This is the highest price. If you don't want to change it, forget it. After finishing speaking, Suyi made a motion to leave. When Kinmo saw this, he became anxious. Quickly called Suyi. Lord Su, wait a minute, I'll change with you. Just kidding. Now that his territory is at the point of life and death, he is just waiting for food to save his life. If he doesn't bring the food back, his troops will have a truce or even defect. At that time, his territory will come to an end. In case other territories take advantage of the fire to loot, then the consequences for Kinmo will be very serious, and Kinmo naturally dare not neglect. As for that cave, Kinmo vaguely guessed that it must be worth a lot, but the problem is that with my current ability, I can't even get into the cave. Even if it is worth a lot, what can I do? I can't just look at it. Instead of this, it is better to exchange the information of this cave into food, which can be regarded as an urgent need. Chapter 77. Looking for the dragon crystal cave. 3,000 units of food were quickly traded to Kinmo. After getting the food, Kinmo didn't hide it, and immediately told Suyi what he knew, the location of the cave. Okay, I'll remember it, but you can't tell the second person about this position, otherwise, you will know the consequences, Suyi said, and gave Kinmo a cold look. The latter nodded. Understand. After finishing speaking, Kinmo bid farewell and returned to the territory with 3,000 units of food for emergency treatment. As for Suyi, he began to prepare how to get to the cave. According to Suyi's understanding, it is absolutely impossible for there to be only one dragon crystal. Therefore, He guessed that the cave Kinmo saw should be a treasure that produced dragon crystals. As for why Kinmo's arms were attacked, that's because there are usually powerful monsters guarding the treasures. If you don't have enough strength, even if you find the treasure, you won't be able to get in at all. But Kinmo's inability to get in doesn't mean that Suya can't get in. This time he came with 6 giant dragons. Isn't it enough to explore a cave? Thinking of this, Suya left the trading place. I went straight to the tree demon's territory, and put all the more than 3 million gold coins I just got into it, spent 3.2 million gold coins to train 32 dryads. After finishing these, Suya went to the Lord's Hall again. There is a large open space here, and all the dragons such as Blazing are crawling here. Seeing Suya approaching at this moment, all the giant dragons woke up from their slumbers and raised their heads to look at Suya. To be precise, he should be looking at the dragon crystal in Suya's hand. The huge longan is full of longing, wishing to swallow this beautiful crystal in one gulp. Zhi snorted snortingly, leaned in front of Suyi. His saliva almost flowed out. Suyi naturally knew what it wanted, and tossed the dragon crystal in his hand. Do you want to eat it? Blazing nodded quickly. The ice, Silver Thunder and other giant dragons in the rear also came over one after another, looking at Longjing. Their eyes were unwilling to leave for a moment, looking at the big guys who were eager to get the dragon crystal. Suyi was a little speechless. I only have one piece of this thing, and you don't have enough points. A hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of several giant dragons. Upon hearing this, Suyi laughed and clapped his hands. However, I do know that there is a place where dragon crystals may be produced. Do you want to go with me to see? The giant dragons raised their heads again. Qilai even lowered his body, wishing that Suyi would immediately onto its back. Suyi shrugged, and threw the dragon crystal into Blazing's mouth. Here, let's taste it first. Blazing swallowed a dragon crystal in one gulp. Tears almost came out of the huge longan's eyes that way, like a kid who craves candy and gets it. Several other giant dragons looked at Qilai one after another, gulping down their saliva. Hanbing and Yinlei let out low growls. It seems to be saying, Brother Zhi, how does it taste? You give us a slurp. Zhi swallowed a dragon crystal, and there was a gleam of light in his body. Suya checked it out, and this guy's experience value has increased a lot. It seems that this dragon crystal does have magical effects on giant dragons. If that's the case, then it's not too late. We have to set off immediately and go to that cave. Thinking of this, Suya climbed up Blazing's back in a few steps. I2, Silver Thunder I2, stay here, guard the camp, others follow me. With a fiery understanding, he stood up, flapped his wings, and took Suya to fly into the sky. Several other dragons also they followed suit. Only Ice number 2 and Silver Thunder number 2 looked at Suya and the others, who were going away with resentment on their faces and longing on their faces. They can only stay and guard the house, which is too uncomfortable, but they didn't dare not listen to Suya's order. After leaving the tree demon's territory, Suya ordered Qilai to head east. According to what Kinmo said before, the cave where the dragon crystal is produced is just to the east of the tree demon's territory. There is a stone mountain over there, the big cave on the halfway up the stone mountain. That's it. Sushi was stimulated by the dragon crystal, and after taking off blazingly, his speed was much faster than before, and he flew towards the east with Suya at high speed. About 20 minutes later, a stone mountain appeared at the end of Suya's field of vision. It's over there. Look for it carefully, Suya said, excited. Several giant dragons scattered in all directions, flying towards the stone mountain. Zhi carried Suya on his back and headed straight for Stone Mountain. Among Suya's giant dragons, it is the strongest. At this moment, it quickly released its perception and searched and scanned the entire Stone Mountain. The area of the Stone Mountain is not small, and the dragons flew to explore in various directions. After entering the Stone Mountain and searching for more than 10 minutes, Suya sat down and seemed to have found something, let out a low growl, retracted his wings, and flew towards the other side of the Stone Mountain, the place where the blazing flies to. Is a rare piece of vegetation on the Stone Mountain. There are many big trees growing there, covering the mountain. Zhi brought Suya down from the sky and walked towards the jungle. Soon, one person and one dragon came to a cliff. On the cliff in front of the two of them, a huge hole suddenly appeared. The height is more than 30 meters, and the width is more than 40 meters. Zhi walked outside the cave, pointed his nose a few times at Flash. His eyes shone brightly, and nodded at Suya. Suya understood what it meant. The cave in front of me should be the one Kinmo mentioned, the cave where I picked up the dragon crystal. Chapter 52. Call the other dragons over, Suya ordered. The blazing wings trembled, soaring into the sky, and then flew out. A loud and clear dragon chant. The giant dragons scattered all over the Stone Mountain heard the fiery dragon chant, and turned their directions one after another, flying towards this side. Not long after, All the dragons gathered above Suyu's head, then it fell from the sky following blazing, and arrived outside the cave. Go in, Suyu ordered. Qilai couldn't bear the temptation of dragon crystal, and was the first to go inside, followed by Ice and Silver Thunder for safety's sake. Suyu climbed onto the back of blazing number 2. A few giant dragons are mighty, walking towards the cave. The inside of the cave seemed dim, and it was so hot that it had to spit out the dragon's breath from time to time to illuminate it. And Yinli is even more straightforward. The 2 dragon horns on its head are like 2 antennae. The electric current flickered, dispelling the surrounding darkness, providing light for Suyu and the other giant dragons. After advancing 20 to 30 meters into the cave, the space inside the cave began to expand. A huge cave appeared before Suyu's eyes. On the top of the cave and on the surrounding cliffs, some crystals emitting faint light can be vaguely seen. These are the dragon crystals. When they saw the dragon crystal, they immediately lost their composure and scattered to prepare to devour the dragon crystal. But at this moment, in the darkness directly in front of Suyu, there was a lot of movement. Suddenly, Chapter 78, Orange Treasure Chest, Gold Mine Draft. That's the sound of footsteps. Suyu frowned, and looked in the direction of the footsteps in the dark cave. Several blood-colored lights gradually appeared. It's like eyes. Careful, something's coming, Suyu shouted. Attract the attention of all dragons. Zhili spit out a mouthful of dragon's breath directly in the direction of the footsteps. A flame that is more than 10 meters long spews out from the blazing mouth, instantly illuminating the surrounding environment. At the moment when the light appeared, Suyu saw what was emitting the monster in front of him. It was a giant crawling beast. The whole body is black, with thick scales, and it is roaring towards blazing. At this moment Suyu's eyes were quick and his hands were quick. Immediately throw a detection ability at those black giants. Subspecies of Earth Dragon, Order, Tier 6 level. 12 health points. 34 attack. 65 defense. 50 speed. 23 skill. Death Rush. Earth dragons have extremely strong power, and their short and thick limbs can provide them with extremely strong accelerate the speed and rush towards the enemy, causing huge damage to the enemy, with a 41% chance of causing a stun effect. This effect is invalid for targets whose level is higher than its own. Sharp minions. Earth Dragon has sharp teeth and claws. The most commonly used and most powerful weapon. When fighting, the Earth Dragons will pounce on the enemy, send sharp claws into the enemy's body, and cut the enemy's body. Earth Dragon Breath. Earth Dragon has a small amount of dragon blood, and also has the unique breath ability of giant dragons, but the power is not as good as that of real dragons. Description: the subspecies of Earth Dragons are not real dragons, but beasts with a trace of dragon blood. But even so, don't underestimate these guys. They are powerful and cannot be provoked, otherwise, you will pay a heavy price. Earthworm Suyu frowned at the same time. He also noticed that the levels of these Earth Dragons were extremely high. As far as the few Suyu saw, the lowest level was level 8, which was extremely abnormal. Under Suyu's intentional leadership, the Qilai and other giant dragons managed to raise their level to level 5 or level 6. These Earth Dragons have 8 levels, or even 10 levels, and they must not be obtained by killing monsters. This should be related to the dragon crystal in this cave. Earth Dragons have a little bit of dragon blood in their bodies, so dragon crystals are also useful for upgrading them. This dragon crystal vein was occupied by this group of Earth Dragons, eating day and night. This is how I got my current level. If so, then everything makes sense now. These Earth Dragons have been met by Suyu, so naturally there is no reason to let them go. Just kidding. He also pointed at this area of dragons to improve the strength of the blazing and other giant dragons. Kill them, Suyu gave an order, and several giant dragons rushed forward and started fighting. The Earth Dragons are not low in strength, and they are extremely ferocious, rushing towards the giant dragons with their necks stuck. However, the gap between the real giant dragon and the subspecies is clearly reflected at this moment. Fierce and Ice are real giant dragons, and what they have learned is the real dragon ability. On the other hand, Earth Dragons, after all, they are just some wild beasts with a little blood of giant dragons, so naturally they cannot be the opponents of real giant dragons even if they are not low. But it still doesn't work. Roar. Fierce let out a dragon roar, and rushed towards several Earth Dragons. The dragon's breath spewed out of its mouth as if it didn't want money. Whistling sweep several Earth Dragons. The Earth Dragon screamed, the scales on its body cracked, and even exuded a honey scent of roasted meat. Ice and Thunder are not weak either. Ice crystals and electric current swished toward the Earth Dragon. Let the life value of these bastards crash down and countered a fierce attack. The counter-attack of the Earth Dragons also came. A few big guys rushed forward recklessly, raised their sharp claws and greeted blazing and other giant dragons. Unfortunately, although the minions of the Earth Dragon are sharp, They still cannot break through the defense of the dragon scales. The two collided and made a harsh sound of crunching. The dragons were provoked and became even more angry. The current fight with the earth dragons is inextricable. 5 minutes later, the battle was coming to an end. The last earth dragon was burned into coke, announcing the end of this war. On the floor of the cave, there were corpses of earth dragons. Suyi roughly counted them, and there were more than 20. There are large and small. It should be a population of earth dragons. Unfortunately, it was wiped out by Suyi after finishing the earth dragon. The giant dragons headed by Qilai finally couldn't bear the desire for the dragon crystal in their hearts, and ran to the dragon crystal in a few steps. Looking greedily at this beautiful crystal, he opened his mouth wide, and started to eat. Suyi was a little speechless, but he didn't say anything. He jumped off Blazing's back, and then took out a lighting tool from the Lord's space. It was a flashlight, and it was taken casually from a store when I went to Henan University to rescue Suzir. Now it can come in handy to help Suyi see the whole cave. There is nothing else in the cave except the sound of dragons devouring the dragon crystal. The danger should be lifted. Suyi took this opportunity to look around the cave with a flashlight. Looking around, Suyi finally got a rough idea of the original appearance of the cave, which was very large, as big as a football field. The cave walls are covered with dragonglass. It's a pity that a considerable part was eaten by the earth dragon. Otherwise, these guys wouldn't be able to have such a high level wandering around in the cave. Suyi suddenly caught a glimpse of the direction where the earth dragon appeared just now, and a golden light flashed. Suyi's face moved slightly, and he walked over with a flashlight. Sure enough, on a pile of rubble, a treasure chest emitting orange light was found. The orange treasure chest. The level is not low. Suyi is not polite, stepped forward to open the treasure chest. Open the orange treasure chest. Get Super Resource Pack 1. Get Subspecies Earth Dragon Template 1, get Gold Mine Draft 1, the prompt sound came, and the reward was a lot of money, a super resource pack, that was tens of millions of basic resources. As for the Subspecies Earth Dragon Template, it can train the 6th tier Subspecies Earth Dragon, which is also quite good. As for the Gold Mine Manuscript, this is the first time Suyi has seen it. Check it out. The information is as follows: Gold Mineral Manuscript, description. The ore manuscript made of special steel can be used to mine precious mineral resources. After glancing at it, Suyi knew the usefulness of the mine manuscript mining deposits. Isn't this the rhythm to turn him into a goblin? But then again, maybe he really needs this thing. Don't forget, Ice Tutu and Thunder Tutu are still there. The Dryads are guarding the territory and there are so many dragon crystals here. Shouldn't we bring some back to these two guys? Chapter 79. Trade brings money faster than war. For more subscriptions. Thinking of this, Suyi weighed a gold ore draft in his hand. Not to mention, this thing has some weight. Then take the mine manuscript to a piece of dragon crystal ore. These crystals are like small bamboo shoots, growing out of the rock wall. It exudes a faint golden light, which is very beautiful. Suyi was also polite, and tapped lightly with the ore draft, and a fist-sized dragon crystal fell off. Pick it up and throw it into the Lord's space. You have mined 1 unit crystal. The beep sound. Suyi looked happy, rolled up his sleeves. Continue. Then, Suyi started his mining career. Clinking and knocking, pieces of dragon crystals were dug out, and then thrown into the Lord's space, and the giant dragons ate the dragon crystals. This kind of stone, which is harder than stone, is like candy in these guys' mouths, and it is chewed and crunched a meal. After chewing randomly, swallow with a gurgling sound. Suyi was a little ashamed watching from the sidelines. Still, the effect is pretty good after a lot of eating and drinking. The level of blazing has reached level 7, and the attributes have greatly increased. The level of ice and silver thunder has also reached level 5. Chapter 53. After that is blazing number 2. It was born late, and its level is only 4. However, there are quite a few dragon crystals around, which should be able to increase the level of the dragons a lot. For the next 3 hours, Suyi was mining. You mined 1 unit of crystal, and now your dragon crystal reserve is 103 units. Suyi exhaled, and shook his sore arm. Sure enough, the physical work of mining is still not suitable for me. Next time there is such a good thing, let's bring some goblins. They are the real masters of mining. Put away the ore manuscripts. The dragon crystals in the entire cave have basically been wiped out. This is the result of Suyi ordering the dragons to show mercy. Otherwise, given how greedy these guys are and their stomachs that can hold several tons of food, these dragon crystals probably wouldn't be enough to feed a single dragon. However, the gains are still quite large on Suyi's side. More than 1,000 units of dragon crystals are stored on the dragon side. The level has been significantly improved. Blazing reaches level 8, Ice and Silver Thunder are at level 6, and the rest of Blazing II and II are at level 5. The attributes have been greatly improved, as follows: Fire Dragon, level, 10th level. 8 loyalty. 10% life. 550,000 attack. 27 defense. 27 speed. 51 food consumption. 10 equipment, no skill, blazing dragon's breath, aim at the target and breathe out the dragon's breath with extremely high temperature, which can burn everything lava hell, slam the ground, summon magma, cover a radius of 37 meters, and cause huge damage. Dragon God encouragement, encourage the units whose level is lower than your own, remove the fear in their hearts, and increase the attribute by 44%. Dragon God's coercion, as a high-ranking dragon god, he will deter troops lower than his own level, and his attributes will be weakened by 44%. Description: the most irritable species in the dragon family, moody, with extraordinary obsession with the gold coins and treasures the attributes of other dragons. The author will sort out and post them in the work, and interested brothers can go to see if the property improvement is very significant. The life value is as high as 50,000, which is almost 3 times higher than the 200,000 at the first level. It seems to have become a bloody giant even if ZHILI stood in place and let some low-level units attack. It is estimated that it would take a long time to kill ZHILI if combined with the blazing super high damage ability and super high defense ability. Its combat effectiveness is already at an extremely high level. So Yi was very relieved, and patted Blazing's head. Not bad, we should go back now. The dragon crystals here have been eaten up in mind, and it is useless to stay here. However, dragon crystals are born when the energy of heaven and earth gathers in one place, and the fact that this cave can produce dragon crystals means that this cave has spiritual veins, and if there is a spiritual vein, as long as there is enough time to settle and condense, the chance of the dragon crystal reappearing is quite high. But Sui naturally couldn't sit here and wait. He'd better go back. It's not too late to check back in a few months or even a few years. Chilai waited for the dragon to eat and drink enough, and led Sui back with a satisfied face when we left the cave. It was already evening. The dragons took off and rushed towards the tree demon's territory. After returning to the tree demon's territory, Sui went to the Lingoyan and had a big meal. Just kidding, when we were in the cave before, the Chilai and other dragons ate a lot, and Sui dug the mine all afternoon, but he didn't drink a sip of water now. Of course, I want to fill my stomach well. After eating a few spiritual fruits to fill his stomach, Suyi's level was also raised by 1 level, reaching level 12. Attributes have been slightly improved, as follows: name, Suyi; occupation, warrior; rank, level 12; command power, 21 health points, 42 attack, 85 defense, 42 speed, 19 equipment, Cheyenne armor, streamer skill, heavy attack, accumulate power for 1 second, launch a fierce attack on the target, causing 5 double damage, 10% chance to cause dizziness. This effect has no effect on targets whose level is higher than itself. Whirlwind slash, rotate at a very fast speed, cut out a series of sword ki, and inflict multiple damages on the targets within the range. Fearless field, center on yourself, open a field with a radius of 160 meters. The troops in this field will increase their basic attributes by 52%, and will be immune to the deterrence of high-level arms. The attribute has also been improved a bit, but it is not as good as the dragon. This is the equivalence gap. However, it is not completely impossible to change. There are still many opportunities to enhance attributes until the middle of the Lord's era. At that time, it is not impossible to increase the attributes of a human job changer to be comparable to that of a 10th order dragon, but that's something for later, so I won't mention it for now. After leaving the spiritual orchard, Suyi went straight to the tree demon's territory. This time, he has harvested tens of millions of resources, and you can train the dryad again. Open the level resource pack. You have opened a super resource pack and obtained 0 million wood, stone ore, iron ore, and gold coins each. You spent 100 gold coins, and you trained 100 dryads. Suddenly, Suyi had just received tens of millions of gold coins and hadn't warmed them up yet, and returned to 0 again. The big tree that gave birth to the dryad started to work, and one after another the dryad jumped out of the tree hole and joined the dryad's territory. Suyi looked at his heart secretly. From his point of view, these are bags of walking gold coins. As long as the market opens, Suyi is absolutely sure to convert all the trained dryads into gold coins and realize a perfect income. In the Age of Lords, there was not only war, but trade was something that brought money faster than war. Of course, the premise is that you have enough sales resources and have vision. Suyi, who has regained his first life, has both of these two conditions. Chapter 80, Jinkle fertilizer equals wealth. Back in the Lord's Hall, Suyi checked the resource reserves of the dryad territory, as follows: Tree Demon Territory, Lord, Suya Temporary Level. 4 Alliance, Star Domain Subordinate Territory, no building. 20 Armies, Dryad Population. 93 Timber. 360,000 Stone. 320,000 Iron Ore. 300,000 Gold Coin. 50,000 Food. 470,000 Currency. 0 Upgrade required. Wood, stone ore, iron ore, and gold coins are 5 million each. Wood, stone ore, and iron ore, the basic resources, have exceeded 30 million. Only gold coins are the same as the star field. Gold coins are the most scarce, but it doesn't matter. After Suyu's day and night training, the number of tree demons has recovered to more than 900. This amount is quite a lot. As long as the market opens, Suya can sell or rent out these tree demons to earn a lot of gold coins. As for before the market opened, Suya decided to return to the star field. The main task is to bring any one of Eve, Suzir, and Lin Yangxi over to appoint him as the lord. By then, the market will almost open, just in time for Suya's next plan. Thinking of this, Suya left the Lord's Hall and went straight to the place where the dragons were resting now that it was getting late at night. Suya naturally would not choose to rush back to the star field at this time. He just wanted to feed the dragon crystal dug in the dragon crystal cave this afternoon. Twice II and Silver Thunder II, the two guys have worked hard at guarding the house. After arriving at the place, Chilai and other giant dragons opened their eyes one after another, looking towards Suya. Suya didn't pay attention to these big guys, but went straight to Ice number 2 and Yinlai number 2, and patted the two guys on the head. Follow me. The two giant dragons understood, stood up from the grass, followed Su Yi, and walked to the open space on the other side. Then Su Yi took out 300 dragon crystals from the Lord's space. The average amount of feeding was given to Hambing number 2 and Yinlai number 2. When the two guys saw Long Jing, they screamed excitedly. Su Yi was a little speechless. Isn't it dragon crystal? As for being happy like this, how could he know what dragon crystal meant to a giant dragon? Eat quickly. Wait a minute, don't be robbed, Suya said. Ice number 2 and Silver Thunder number 2 said nothing, but Bagaba started to eat. This scene fell into the eyes of the giant dragon waiting not far away, making these old people very greedy. Dragon crystal is a good thing. It is not only delicious, but also can enhance strength. The dragon can never have enough. But with Suya sitting here, waiting for the giant dragon, naturally wouldn't dare to do anything wrong. He could only watch helplessly as Ice number 2 and Yinlai number 2 ate up 2 piles of dragon crystals. The effect is remarkable. The two guys have finished destroying these dragon crystals, and the level has entered the 3rd level. It's not even that far from level 4. After eating the dragon crystal in front of them, the two guys raised the dragon's head and bowed it back and forth on Suya's body. Suya gave the two guys a headache. It's gone. I'll give it to you next time I have it. After finishing speaking, regardless of the resentful eyes of the two guys, he turned and went back to the Lord's Hall. As soon as it dawned early the next morning, the first thing Suya did after waking up was to go straight to the spiritual orchard. The morning spirit fruit, with dewdrops hanging on its skin, looks very attractive. After eating a few to fill his stomach, Suya picked a lot of mature spiritual fruits and threw them into the Lord's space. Finally, I went to the warehouse in the territory of the Dryad. The resources of the entire territory are stored here, and the most stored one is a kind of black particles piled up into hills. Grain Jinkala fertilizer. Description: the special product of the Dryad family, organic fertilizer made of a fusion of various elements, can be buried in the roots of plants, which can accelerate the growth of plants, and can also change the soil quality of the land where the landfill is placed, so that the land in the area has become fertile and easier to grow. Looking at the black particles piled up in front of him with a pungent smell, Suya's eyes shine brightly. These are all wealth. To grow food, you must use Jinkala fertilizer. As for Jinkala fertilizer, only Dryads can produce it. In fact, Suya only found out last night that when Suya got up to go to the toilet last night, he accidentally found some tree demons wandering towards the east corner of the tree demons' territory. Suya was still puzzled, followed up and took a look, and then he understood. It turns out that there are several strange buildings standing in the east corner of the Dryads' territory. It is called Jinkala Fertilizer Production Hut. To put it bluntly, it is the place where the Dryad produces Jinkala fertilizer using magic, as well as various collected elements, plus the excrement of the Dryad himself. Stir it into fertilizer and then stored in the warehouse. Jinkala fertilizer also has a unit of measurement. Now the amount of Jinkala fertilizer stored in the Dryad territory is 100,000 units. Each unit can fertilize one plant. 100,000 units can fertilize 100,000 plants. The output of Jinkala fertilizer is directly linked to the number of Dryads. The more Dryads there are, the faster the amount of Jinkle fertilizer will be produced. Now, Suyi's purpose in coming to the warehouse is actually very simple. He wanted to take some fertilizer back home. Don't forget, there are 2 spiritual fruit trees planted by Suyi in the Starfield territory. Applying some fertilizer may make them grow faster. Chapter 54. As soon as he said it, Suyi packed 1,000 units of Jinkle fertilizer and threw it into the Lord's space. Then he left the warehouse and found the Golden Giant King, who was arranging work. This guy got along with Suyi for a few days, and he spoke a lot more fluently. Seeing Suyi approaching at this moment, he hurriedly saluted. "Good morning, my lord." Suyi waved his hand, signaling that it doesn't need to be too polite, and then cut straight to the point. "I have something to do to get out of here. You arrange 2 tree demons to follow me." The Golden Tree Demon King understood Suyi's meaning after hearing the words, "Good lord, please wait a moment." As he said that, this guy moved his limbs like tree roots, and said something to the dozen or so tree demons in front of him. Not long after, 2 of the more than a dozen tree demons came out and saluted Suyi. "My lord, they are willing to leave with you." The Golden Giant Dominion Suyi nodded and continued, "I may leave for a few days. In the next few days, I will leave 5 giant dragons to help you guard the tree demons' territory. Any enemies that come will be attacked by them." With that said, Suyi instructed the Golden Tree Demon King to take precautions. The general meaning is, after he leaves, guard the territory well, and must not let anyone enter the territory, and so on. The Golden Giant King made it clear. Then Suyi took the 2 selected tree demons and went straight to the grassland where the dragons were resting. Keep blazing. Number 2, Ice, Ice. Number 2, Silver Thunder, and Silver Thunder. Number 2 in the tree demon territory riding blazing, ready to leave. Chapter 81. Why didn't you say something in advance? One more subscription. After leaving the tree demon's territory, Suyi didn't stop, and flew all the way north towards Hanan City. The 2 dryads brought out from the dryads' territory sat behind Suyi. It was the first time for the 2 guys to fly into the air, and the feeling of facing the strong wind made them both excited and scared. In order to stabilize his body, he had to summon vines and bind his body to blazing back. It looks a little funny, but it's also helpless. These 2 tree demons are what Suyi intends to take back to take care of the spirit fruit tree. After all, the dryad has a unique talent to speed up the growth of crops, which is much faster than Suyi and others doing it themselves. Plus the Jinkle fertilizer brought out from the dryad's territory. Presumably, the 2 spiritual fruit trees planted in the star field will soon grow into big trees, blossom and bear fruit. 1 person, 1 dragon, and 2 tree demons march towards Hanan City in such a mighty way the distance keeps getting closer, even at a blazing speed. It will take a day to arrive. On the way, Suyi started to worry about the 3 little girls. "I have been busy with the tree demon territory before, but I don't have time to pay attention to this. Speed up and try to go back as soon as possible." Suyi patted the rest of blazing. The latter uttered a loud dragon chant, speeding up a lot. A day later, Suyi rode blazing into Hanan City here and 2 days ago. There are many changes. The city has almost been completely swallowed up by vegetation. In the jungle, you can see more survivors, bringing troops, hunting monsters and collecting resources in the jungle. Suyi was not interested in dealing with these people, so he let out a soft scold, changed direction fiercely, and flew straight to the direction of Manu Mountain. Not long after, the star field appeared at the end of Suyi's field of vision. "I haven't seen you for a few days, but the territory is still the same. It hasn't changed at all." "No way. Suyi is the only lord of this territory, and only he can build buildings and train troops in the territory. Suzir, Eve, and Lin Yangxi can only be regarded as the resident population of this territory at most, and they do not have such authority." After returning here after many days, I was very excited and made a few woo noises before I folded my wings and landed from the sky. Landed on the open space in front of the dragon's lair in the star domain. Suyi jumped off Blazing's back and frowned. The imagined scene of the 3 women welcoming him back did not appear. It stands to reason that Chilai made a lot of noise just now, and the 3 girls should have heard the movement. But now they ordered the 2 tree demons to get off Chilai's back, and Suyi turned around in a circle. The 4 dragons that stayed here also disappeared and go to the kitchen, where the stove is still burning and there are some leftovers. Presumably, the 3 girls just went out, and they will realize this after a while. Suyi felt relieved. Taking advantage of this gap, he took the 2 dryads straight to the spiritual fruit flower bed behind the territory. After arriving, Suyi found out the spiritual fruit that was planted first has now grown to the thickness of an arm. The canopy is spread out and the branches and leaves are lush. The other one, which was planted later, is already half a person tall. Lush and pleasing to the eye, your task is to take good care of them, let them grow up, blossom and bear fruit. Understand, Suya pointed to the two spiritual fruit trees. The two tree demons nodded to express their understanding. Then, Suya took out 2 units of Jinkala fertilizer and asked the two tree demons to start fertilizing. The two guys were unambiguous, carefully loosened this oil for the 2 spiritual fruit trees, and then put Jinkala into the soft soil. Pour some water to help the spirit fruit tree absorb various elements of Jinkala fertilizer. Suya looked at the spot for a while, then left. As soon as he returned to the Lord's Hall, the voices of 3 little girls could be heard outside the door. It's blazing. Brother is back, but what about others? A few seconds after the voice fell, 3 people ran in from the door of the Lord's Great Hall. It was Suzir, Lin Yangtze and Eve. We haven't seen each other for a few days, and 3 people. 3 has changed a lot. Suzir, Lin Yangtze's immature faces have become much firmer and more sophisticated. They have been living under Suyi's wings before, and when Suyi left, they learned to be independent, and the personalities will naturally become a lot firmer. As for Eve, she has gone through many wars. Even if Suyi never comes back, she can still lead the territory. But seeing Suyi again made this beautiful elf archer sigh a little. Brother, why don't you tell me in advance if you want to come back? Su Kyanner said, stepping forward to hold Suyi's arm. Suyi was speechless, and gave her a blank look. What should I say? Is it a phone or a mobile phone? Su Kyanner stuck out her tongue. Well, after the Age of Lords came, the world lost even electricity, and phones and mobile phones naturally became useless toys. Seeing Suzir's playful and lovely appearance, Suyi stroked the little girl's beautiful long black hair. How is it? During the time I've been away, nothing bad happened, right? After the words fell, the 3 women looked at each other. Lin Yangtze said, there's nothing wrong with the territory, but the Orc secret realm was almost robbed. Suyi frowned. How is the situation in the Orc secret realm? Eve turned pale, and continued, thanks to the red armored fire ants you placed in the Orc secret realm, those people were attacked by red armored fire ants as soon as they entered the Orc secret realm. When we arrived, more than half of them were killed or injured, and they fled. Hearing this, Suyi felt a lot more relaxed. It's okay. I really read the red armored fire ants correctly. Once the number of these little guys increases, it will definitely be a nightmare for low-level troops. It is really powerful to gnaw into bones in minutes. How about you, brother? What can you gain from this trip? Suzy asked. Lin Yangtze and Eve also looked at Suya together. They were very curious about what kind of good things Suya got on this trip. Suya chuckled and snapped his fingers. I have gained a lot from this trip. After speaking, Suya told about the tree demon's territory. The 3 girls were shocked after hearing this. In that case, we won't have to worry about food anymore, Lin Yangtze whispered. To this day, the star domain still faces a problem, that is food shortage. Although there are a lot of food produced in several secret realms, only Suya can get them out. Therefore, after several days of continuous consumption, there is not much food left in the star domain territory. If Suya doesn't come back again, the Starfield territory may run out of food. Hearing Lin Yangtze's surprise words, Suya nodded. That's right, we don't need to worry about food anymore, and we can even sell the surplus food. Chapter 82. The bones beside the red armored fire ant's nest sell. The 3 women looked at each other, but they didn't know how to sell the food to other lords. Suya chuckled, but didn't say much. You will understand later. As he spoke, he gave the 3 girls a meaningful look. Suzir was about to ask further questions, when suddenly the voice of the tree demon came from outside the door of the Lord's Hall, attracting the attention of the 3 girls. Looking back, the 3 women were stunned when they saw 2 guys who looked like big trees appearing outside the door. Damn, what is this? Suzir was the first to react and jumped to Suya's side. Suya took a few steps forward, pointed at the 2 tree demons and said, let me introduce. This is a tree demon, an auxiliary unit that can manage crops for us. Suzir and Lin Yangtze were a little confused. This is the first time they have heard of such things as dryads, but Eve, she had seen some in the market, and immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The dryad, this is an extremely rare race, and has a very strong affinity for plants. It's amazing that you can find 2 ends. Suya shook his head when he heard the words, not 2 heads. Theoretically there are countless heads. They are a special product of the tree demon territory. Eve was completely shocked when she heard this countless heads. Relying on. This is too much. As an elf archer, living in a dense jungle, she will not fail to understand what a dryad is. It is indeed incredible that Suya has mastered the entire tree demon territory. How did this lord do it? Eve wanted to understand, and Suya clapped her hands again. By the way, have the dragons here come back? I brought them good things. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55. Suzu's eyes lit up. It's just outside. What good things did my brother bring? Suya took out a dragon crystal from the Lord's space, and threw it in his hand. Wow, what a beautiful gem. Suzuya let out a soft cry, stretched out her hand to grab it, and put it in her hand to look at it carefully. Suya stepped towards the dragon's nest, and said, "This is not a gem, it's a dragon crystal. The dragon eats something that can be upgraded. It's amazing to be able to upgrade." While speaking, several people had rushed to the open space in front of the dragon's nest. Ice 3 and Zyogu are crawling here. Seeing Suya coming back, the two guys got up quickly. Suya was also unambiguous, and took out 100 dragon crystals and placed them in front of Frost number 3. The latter just took a look, and his eyes sparkled brightly. "It's for you, eat it quickly," Suya said. Frost number 3 was overjoyed, opened the huge dragon mouth, sucked dozens of dragon crystals into the mouth, and chewed them after swallowing it in one gulp. The light on his body flashed and he upgraded. Suya took out some other dragon crystals and put them in front of Zyogu. "Can you eat this?" Suya looked at Zyogu. Due to physical reasons, this guy can't even eat, and he doesn't know if dragon crystals are useful to him. Zyogu nodded when he heard the words, and put several dragon crystals under. I don't know what ability was used, but the golden dragon crystal turned into light and sank into its body. The experience value has increased by a small amount. Seeing that Zyogu could also absorb dragon power, Suya felt relieved and gave Hanbing and Zyogu 150 dragon crystals each. Then he turned and left the dragon's nest on the way to the kitchen. Suzuya hesitated to speak. Suya sighed and said, "Just say what you want to say, don't hide it." Suzuya giggled, and took Suya's arm. "Brother, if you come back from such a long distance, don't you have any presents for me?" When Suya heard this, he suddenly realized the feeling is that this girl was jealous when she saw Suya brought back the dragon crystal for the dragon. But having said that, who said that Suya didn't bring a gift back? "You want a gift?" Suya asked. Suzy nodded, and with a big wave of Suya's hand, a spiritual fruit appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Sukainer. "Eat it." The corners of Sukainer's lips twitched, and she complained, "Bad brother, isn't this a bigger apple? You have the nerve to take it out." The corners of Suya's lips curled slightly. "Eat the apple first, then talk." Sukainer was dubious and took a bite. "Hey, this apple is delicious, keep eating." One bite after another. Soon, a whole spiritual fruit entered Suzu's stomach. "It's nothing changed. My experience value seems to have increased." "My god brother, can this kind of apple increase the experience value?" Suzuya seems to have discovered a new continent. Suya snapped his fingers. "Yes, it can indeed increase experience points. Also, this thing is not called an apple, but a spiritual fruit. The two plants in the backyard are spiritual fruit trees. I want more, I want more," Sukainer said. Obviously she has become obsessed with that, the pleasure of eating and increasing experience points. Suya shook his head lightly, went back to the kitchen, took out 30 spirit fruits, and put them on the dining table. Each person can only eat 10 tens per day. If you exceed 10 tens, you will not get experience points. Eat. The 3 girls were very surprised. They stepped forward one after another, and started to eat. I have to say that the taste of the spirit fruit is really good. More importantly, it can increase the experience value, and naturally the more you eat, the more delicious it is. In addition, Suya also took out a lot of fruits picked from the medicine garden in the tree demon's territory. Eating these foods is also very beneficial to the body. According to Suya's order, the 3 girls ate some respectively. Time flies. It is already the second day. Suya woke up early. He is going to take back the resources of several secret realms today, and start a new round of construction of the Starfield territory. After eating a few spiritual fruits to fill his stomach, Suya walked to the dragon's nest. Zyogu and Frost 3 have already eaten up the dragon crystal. The levels have all risen to the 3rd level, and even the 4th level is not far away. The strength has greatly increased. Suya woke up blazing, 1 man and 1 dragon, and flew in the direction of the orc secret realm. After crossing 2 mountains, Suya and Chilaya arrived at their destination. After entering the secret realm, Suya was welcomed by the blade spider. "Long time no see. These guys still remember Suya." After waving the blade spider to disperse, Suya continued to walk towards the red armored fire ant nest. "I haven't seen those little guys for a long time, and I don't know how far they have developed." When Suya rushed to the scene, he was startled by the scene. After a while, the size of the ant nest has more than tripled. It is like a small castle, standing in the jungle near the ant nest. Suya also saw many corpses. There are people, and there are goblins, goblins and other low-level arms, but they have all been eaten into bones presumably. These guys are the unlucky ones who attacked the orc secret realm. Never thought the secret realm was not captured, but instead became food for the red armored fire ants. Sad. Chapter 83. The price is in place, as much as you want. Subscribe for the third watch, begging for flowers, begging for tickets, begging for everything. After watching for a while, Suyu bypassed the bones and threw a detection skill at the red armored fire ant nest. The information is as follows: red armored fire ant nest, rank, 4 tier 4 level. 2 units. 63 training template, red armored fire ant training cost, gold coin 0, food 1 training time, undecided upgrade requirements, wood, stone, iron ore, and gold ore are 4 million each, and the time is 24 hours. The population number reached more than 60,000, not at its peak, but definitely a lot. Imagine the feeling of more than 60,000 fire ants galloping towards you. It must be because the back is cold and the fort is sweating. I'll look forward to the day when you all play for me, Suyu secretly said. Then take out 10,000 units of food and throw it into the ant nest. This is to speed up the development of the ant nest. 10,000 units of food is nothing more than a trivial matter to Suyu now. After looking at it for a while, after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the ant nest, Suyu went to the camp of the orc secret realm. Here, he harvested 666 blue secret realm resource packs as for food packs. No, a rift food resource pack refers to the food that a rift can produce every day, and because Suyu stationed the red armored fire ants here, although this guy doesn't eat much individually, he can't stand a large population. Tens of thousands of red armored fire ants have already eaten up all the food in the orc secret realm. It's no wonder there are food packs. Throwing 666 basic resource packs into the Lord's space, Suyu left the orc secret realm and went to the centaur secret realm. Here, 666 purple secret realm resource packs and 666 food resource packs were harvested. Then there are the farther goblin rift, timberwolf rift, and the farthest throwing giant rift. Passing through the portal of the secret realm, Suyu entered the secret realm of the catapulting giant, and saw some unrefreshed corpses on the ground. As soon as he entered, yep, it's a corpse. There are human job changers, as well as low-level troops. It must have been preparing to invade the purple secret realm, but was killed by the blade spider and the dragon. The ones staying here are Xylogu and Blazing 3. These two big guys were not injured. Not only not injured, but their level was even higher than when Suyu saw them last time. It seems that this secret realm of the stone-throwing giant is really not peaceful. Take out 300 dragon crystals and feed them to the two guys respectively. Suyu rode Blazing and went straight to the base camp of the stone-throwing, a stone temple standing on top of a stone mountain. Everything is the same. 666 purple secret realm resource packs lay quietly on the ground, waiting for Suyu's arrival. Suyu was also polite, and directly packaged the resources to the Lord's space. Then he rode Blazing and left the sling giant secret realm. After leaving the secret realm, Suyu was not in a hurry to return to the star field. Instead, he ordered Blazing, and let it fly around him. This is to observe the situation around the secret realm. Sure enough, Suyu found no less than 10 territories. After looking around, there are humans and there are aliens. The levels are uneven. The lowest is only 1 level, and the highest is already 3 levels. It's no wonder that the sling giant secret realm is frequently attacked. There are so many lords around. It's no wonder you're not greedy. It seems that it's time to strengthen the defense here, Suyu thought to himself. He doesn't want to see his purple secret realm. Chapter 56. To be snatched away by others. Although it is difficult, it does not mean that it is impossible. You must know that the coming of the Age of Lords not only brought disasters, but also brought countless opportunities and chances to turn around. A little farts of the past may become the lord of a giant city once they turn around with tens of thousands of troops in hand, fight in all directions when everything is possible. Suyu naturally has to make a thorough plan. The throwing giant secret realm is far away from the star domain. To ensure safety, the best way is to send more troops here. As long as there are enough troops, there is no need to worry about the security of the secret realm. Already having a plan in mind, Suyu gave the order to let Zhi return to the voyage. After returning to the star domain, it was already afternoon. As soon as he fell from the sky, Suyu heard Vulcan's voice. This guy seems to be sending resources over. I haven't seen him for more than a week. Vulcan's face is flushed, and he looks fat and oily. It seems that taking over the cruising tribe has made him a lot of money at this moment. When Vulcan saw Suyu, he quickly bowed and saluted, grinning and showing 2 rows of big yellow teeth. My lord, you came back just in time. I have already packed the resources of my Warhammer tribe, and I am waiting for your signature. Suyu frowned, and followed Vulcan to the dwarf's chariot. There are several resource packs on it. There are 3 million basic resources in total. Please take a look. Vulcan rode. 3 million doesn't need to be so much. Suyi narrowed his eyes. Vulcan smiled. What did the Lord say? I was able to conquer the cruising tribes, but it was all thanks to your help, the Lord. Now the development of the Warhammer territory is changing every day. You are my great benefactor. The 3 million basic resources, I honor you. To be honest, Vulcan is very flattering, but it is very useful to sue your 3 million resources. Don't be in vain. Don't be right who would think that they have few resources? Then I'm not welcome, Suyi said, waved and accepted the resource pack. Vulcan nodded, with a willing and wretched expression. Suyi felt a little scalp tingling. Does this guy have any special hobbies? My lord, I have something else I want to discuss with you, and I hope you can fulfill it. Vulcan rode. Explain. Vulcan pointed to the 2 tree demons who were whispering and didn't know what to say. Can you sell me some of these tree demons? The corners of Suyi's eyes twitched. Vulcan had taken a fancy to his tree demon. Seeing that Suyi didn't speak, Vulcan's heart beat a little, and he said quickly, I don't want more, just 10, the food resources in Warhammer territory. It's always in short supply, and the dryads can grow crops, and I need them. Looking at the worried Vulcan, the corners of Suyi's lips curled slightly. I can sell it to you, but this amount. Before Suyi finished speaking, Vulcan interrupted, if the quantity is small, I can ask for a few less, 8 or 6, as long as you are willing to sell them to me. Suyi pinched his nostrils and said flatly, no, I just want to say that as long as the price is right, you can have as many heads as you want. Vulcan, fuck, there are as many as you want, is this true? After being horrified, Vulcan was thinking again, what kind of shit luck did Suyi have to be able to be a tree demon wholesaler? From the looks of it. The fact that I signed the subordinate territory with Suyi at the beginning was a kind of luck. Follow Suyi, this is the rhythm to take off. Chapter 84. The market opens and the stage of rapid development. Subscribe for the 4th update? Then how much are you going to sell for a head? Vulcan asked. Dryads are good things, if possible. Vulcan would like to buy a few back now. The corners of Suyi's lips curled slightly. Everyone is so familiar. I'll give you a discount, 200,000 gold coins per head. Gulu. Vulcan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the 200,000 gold coins are also discounted. My lord, isn't the price a little bit? Vulcan was speechless. Suyi glanced at him. Is it too expensive? Vulcan nodded. Just kidding. 200,000 is still gold coins. Just buy a tier 4 and 4 arms. The price is indeed very high, but Suyi didn't think so, and started to talk. Let me tell you, 200,000 is not expensive at all. Think about it. What are you buying the tree demon for? It's for planting food, for making the tree the tribe lives a good life. You don't know how much the food costs, right? A dryad, as long as you give it enough time. After a long chatter, Suyi asked Vulcan again, now, do you still think that 200,000 is expensive? Vulcan's forehead was sweating a little. Why did he feel that he was forcibly brainwashed by Suyi? Then do you have the stock now? Vulcan asked. Suyi shook his head. Not now, but it will be available soon. Within 10 days, it will definitely be delivered to you. Hearing this, Vulcan slapped his thigh. Okay, I'll make an order for 21st, and I'll pick them up in 10 days. Suyi nodded, expressing that he had no objection. Just kidding. 20 heads sold for 4 million. Training one only cost 100,000. He earned 2 million. Then, Vulcan and Suyi chatted some more, and then left the star domain. Suyi began to count his current resources. Open all the resource packs taken out from various secret realms before, plus Vulcan's 3 million basic resources. After one day, Suyi got 1.11 million basic resources. Food is 636 bits now. The resource reserves of the star domain are as follows. Lord Hall, Lord, Suyi level 4 Alliance, no subordinate spider, 4th tier 4, Goblin, 1st tier, Orc Warrior, 5th tier, Big Snow Monster, 4th tier 4, Red Armored Fire Ant, 4th tier 4, Population 17 Timber, 520,000 Stone, 510,000 Iron Ore, 510,000 Gold Coins, 110,000 Food, 120,000 Currency, 14 Upgrade Needs, Wood, Stone Ore, Iron Ore, and Gold Coins are 500 each. Wood, Stone Ore, Iron Ore resources breakthrough. Gold coins also have 11 million, not too much, but still able to train a lot of troops. Considering the purple secret of the Slinger Giant, Suyi decided to send more troops there. Therefore, It is better to invest the 10 million gold coins in the blade spider, train these guys more, and then send them to the secret realm of the sleeping giant. Just doing what he said, Suyi went straight to the blade spider's lair in the territory. After arriving at the ground, I checked the information of the blade spider lair, as follows: blade spider lair, level, tier 4, level 4. 3 units. 11 training template, blade spider training cost. 10,000 gold coins training time. 10 hours to upgrade requirements, wood, stone, iron ore, gold ore each 8 million, time 96 hours. Suyi now has 110 blade spider units, which is still 90% away from the full capacity of the spider nest, but the gold coins are only 11 million. And you can only train 76 blade spiders. Without further ado, let's get started. Training 76 knives front spider, cost 1.14 million gold coins. The beat falls. The reserves of gold coins in the Starfield realm will be exhausted in an instant. On the top of the blade spider's nest, a progress bar appeared, slowly turning. Suyi didn't bother to wait any longer, and turned back to the Lord's Hall to start preparing for the next step. Time flies. It is already 3 days later. Suyi trained the number of blade spiders to 200 by collecting several resource packs from the secret realm. 50 of them are left in the Starfield, and the rest are sent to various secret realms with the passage of time. Whether the human lords or alien lords in the Lord era are rapidly becoming stronger once they discover Suyi's territory, most of them will launch an attack to snatch it. What Suyi is doing now is to make preparations in advance and send more troops to these secret places at that time. Even if someone dares to snatch it, the price to be paid will definitely not be light. Early in the morning, Suyi took a large number of blade spiders out and distributed them to various secret realms. The Centaur secret realm is the closest to the star domain. Although there are only 20 centaurs in it, due to the distance, there is no need to send additional troops. Not to mention the blue orc secret realm, there are 10 blade spiders inside, and a nest of red armored fire ants. Whoever enters will die. There is nothing to say, and there is no need to worry. Don't worry about these secret realms. The rest are the white goblin secret realm, the green forest wolf secret realm, and the purple stone throwing giant secret realm. 30 blade spiders are stationed in each secret realm of the white goblin and the green forest wolf, and the rest are sent to the secret realm of the stone-throwing giant. In this way, the garrison strength of the secret realm occupied by Suyi is as follows: Purple Centaur secret realm, 20 centaurs. Blue orc secret realm, 10 blade spiders, a group of red armored fire ants. White goblin rift, 30 blade spiders. Green timberwolf mystery, 30 blade spiders. Purple stone giant secret realm, 80 blade spiders. Small bow number 2 and ice number 3. After distributing these troops, Suyi felt relieved. After returning to the territory, without waiting, Suyi sat down to rest, and Sukainer trotted over. Brother, come quickly and take a look. There seems to be something extra in the Lord's Hall. Suyi frowned. There was something extra in the Lord's Hall. Could it be that Suyi didn't care about rest at the moment? And hurriedly followed Sukainer towards the Lord's Hall. When Suyi arrived at the Lord's Hall, Lin Yangtze and Eve were looking at a large screen hanging upside down on the wall in the Lord's Hall with puzzled expressions. That's right, it's a big screen, hanging on the wall like a mirror. Seeing this thing, Suyi's breathing became short of breath. The big screen in front of you is the prerequisite for the opening of the market system. That's right, the market system does not need to build buildings. It is a device directly attached to the Lord's Hall. To outsiders, it looks like a big screen here. Lords and even ordinary transferees can conduct online transactions after confirming their identity. Selling, buying, renting, and exchanging can be said that the market system is a more complicated game than War in the Last Life. After the market system was opened, the Age of Lords entered a stage of rapid development. Chapter 85, Zhang Xianaya, Tier 4 Night Demon Wolf. Brother, what the hell is this? Suzier pointed to the big screen and asked. Suyi grinned. This is a good thing. It's an online trading platform. The lords can sell what they don't need, and they can also buy what they want. It's similar to a certain treasure or something in the civilized era. Suzier and Lin Yangtze's eyes lit up when they heard the words as a girl, or a girl in the new era. Right, the habit of visiting certain treasures is something they have developed since childhood. Women have a natural excitement about things like shopping. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly open it and let us have a look. Suzier urged. Suyi was also unambiguous, and immediately put his palm on the big screen. This is how identity verification is done. As soon as Suyi's palm was attached, the big screen lit up, and then it prompted that the identity verification was successful, and automatically entered a certain interface. It was the first time for Sukainer and the 3 daughters to see this interface, but Suyi was all too familiar with it. Chapter 57. It is the trading interface of the market. The upper left corner of the screen shows Suyu's current currency reserve to 14,000. Not much, or even very little. Suyu opened the system mall, and the screen on the screen changed into an interface where you can buy goods. There are various products neatly arranged on it, and the prices are clearly marked. For example, level source package. The price is 200 currency. Level resource pack sells for 400 currency. Soldier's weapon, sell 300 currency. Cannon blueprint sells for 150 coins. Tier 6 arms, Griffin Knight, priced at 100,000 coins. There are all kinds of commodities, including resources, arms, equipment, special buildings, special props, and so on. Of course, the higher the grade and the rarer the item, the higher the price in the market transaction. The only transaction condition is the currency. Suyu now owns 14 coins, and at a glance, he can still buy a lot of good things. Suzu and Lin Yangxi saw the dazzling variety of products on the big screen. Their eyes lit up, and they chattered. On the other hand, Eve, this is the first time she has come into contact with this kind of thing, and she feels a little confused and curious at the moment. Stand aside and watch Suyu operate. After all, Suyu is someone who has been there, and he knows very well what is worth buying and what is not worth buying in the system. While among them, resources must be bought by the most people, because as long as there are resources, the territory can become stronger. The stronger the territory, the more currency and resources that can be sold. However, Suyu didn't set his eyes on it. The first thing he wanted to buy was something called Soldier Ring. Open the unit ring sales interface. There are 6 types of rings corresponding to 6 levels of 66. The highest level of arms refers to the arms that can accommodate 10,000 units. That is to say, after buying this arms ring, the wearer can put arms into the ring. A total of 10,000 units can be placed. There is no requirement of equivalence between units, no matter if it is a goblin of the 1st rank, a giant dragon of the 10th rank, or even a holy angel of the 12th rank. It is only counted as one unit. Putting the arms into the arms ring can save a lot of space, and when fighting, it is enough to have an unexpected effect. This is almost a must-have item for every lord in the late Lord era. Arms ring, storing 10,000 arms units, is really good. It's just that the price is enough to discourage most lords, including Suyu, because the price of this ring is as high as 50 million. Suyu is only worth 14 coins, so naturally he can't afford such high-end goods. I can only look at it to satisfy my hunger. The lowest price is the class ring, which can store 100 units of arms, but even the lowest selling price requires up to 500,000 coins to purchase this. Made Suyu a little speechless. It seems that his 140,000 coins are still a bit out of hand. But it doesn't matter, he will be able to raise the 500,000 coins soon. After closing the system mall, Suyu opened the public trading interface. It has been nearly half an hour since the market system was launched, and many lords have figured out the mechanism of the market system by this time. So in the public trading interface, you can already see a lot of products for sale. There are resources, arms, and some weird gadgets. Suyu glanced roughly, but there was nothing of interest to him. Those resources are only hundreds of thousands or millions, and the price is more expensive than the resource packs in the system store. Unless you are a fool, who would buy them? As for the arms, this is a bit interesting. Most of the arms sold are Tier 2 and Tier 3. The only thing that surprised Suyu was that someone was actually selling Tier 4 and 4 arms. That was a Night Wolf Tier 4 arms, fast speed, high attack, but low defense. It is a good arm in the public trading market. It stands out from the crowd. Open the store. The manager who sells the Night Magic Wolf is called Zhang Xianaya. Seeing this name, Suyu suddenly realized no wonder, this guy was the #1 lord of the Xia Kingdom in his previous life, and he was able to train Tier 4 and 4 arms within a month of the Lord's era, which is indeed amazing. Of course, Suyu is also sure that the Dark Knight Demon Wolf of Tier 4 is definitely not Zhang Xianaya's most powerful unit, because as long as you are a smarter lord, you will never directly sell your highest level arms. No one will be so stupid. On the one hand, it is to keep your own strength secret, and on the other hand, it is to suppress the development of others. Imagine that you directly move out your most powerful arms, and the speed at which resources can be obtained after others buy them. I don't know how much faster the gap between you and others will shorten rapidly. People are selfish. In this era of cannibalism and cruelty, who would watch others live better than themselves? Tier 4 Night Demon Wolf. The price is 600 coins, and it takes 100,000 gold coins to train a Tier 4 Night Demon Wolf. When converted, Zhang Xianaya can earn about 50,000 gold coins. The conversion here is the conversion of how many resources the currency can be exchanged for. Of course, this has not excluded the cost of building the Night Wolf camp, but overall, the price is fair. In the information below the store, You can also check how many units of the product are sold in just half an hour. The number of sales reached 55. It seems that there are still a lot of Rich Brothers Chapter 86 dem. Something happened. Second, more for subscription. Every time a unit is upgraded, its attributes and abilities will change greatly at the current stage of the Lord. Most of the arms are only Tier 1, and Tier 2 and Tier 3 are very few. There are Tier 4 and 4 arms for sale. As long as they are available, I believe a lot of lords will choose to buy them, with high-level arms leading the way. The speed of opening up secret areas and obtaining resources will definitely increase greatly. After exiting Zhang Xianaya's shop, Suyi opened the chat interface of the market again. Here, it is the only lord communication platform at the moment. It's very lively here. There are a lot of people chatting and farting. Online trading system, shit. This world really looks more and more like a game. It's not, but having said that, this market has helped me a lot. I bought 5 night magic wolves of the 4th rank and 4, and killed many monsters wandering around the door in minutes. I just wait to buy them again. You can go to further places to see. Tier 4 and 4 arms are so popular. The highest arms in my territory are only Tier 2 and 2. I didn't expect others to come out with Tier 4 and 4 arms. What the hell? After glancing at the various messages that flew by, Suyi ignored it straight out of the trading interface. Suzir was excited to see it, and rubbed her hands vigorously. Brother, do we want to buy something? Suyi glanced at the latter, and the corners of his lips twitched slightly. Of course, the market is open, and the Age of Lords will enter a stage of rapid development. We must not fall behind. With that said, Suyi opened the system store, purchased 3 level 3 resource packs, each cost 400 goods, a total of 120,000 coins. After the payment is successful, 3 resource packs are automatically refreshed in the Lord's Hall. Suyi threw them into the Lord's space one by one, and opened 2 of them. Open the first level resource pack and get 1 million wood, stone ore, iron ore, and gold coins each. Open the first level resource pack and get 1 million wood, stone ore, iron ore, and gold coins each. The basic resources of the star domain skyrocketed by 20 million in an instant. After finishing these, Suyi went straight to the open space outside the Lord's Hall. The 3 girls looked at Suyi's hurried back, a little confused, so they didn't know what Suyi was going to do. Suyi was straightforward. Go straight to the stone castle of the Slinger Giant, then select upgrade. It costs 6 million lumber, quarry, iron ore, and gold coins each to successfully upgrade the Catapult Giant's camp. It is expected to take 48 hours. The notification tone fell, and a stone was thrown in front of Suyi. A progress bar appears and the building upgrade begins. Suyi said it before when he attacked the Catapulting Giant's secret realm. The Slinger Giant unit will be one of the most important units in the middle and late stages of the Lord Age. It can be used for siege, defense, high attack and thick blood. It is simply an excellent unit that must be used at home now. What Suyi has to do is to train the giant slingers and put them on the market. The 7th level slinger will definitely make a lot of money. Take advantage of the gap in the upgrade of the slinger camp. Suyi withdrew and returned to the Lord's Hall, turned on the big screen, and entered the market trading interface, then began to sell arms on the shelves. It is the 7th order stone throwing giant. Training ahead requires 600,000 gold coins, and the selling price of Suyi is 400 coins. After clicking confirm, the sale window of the Catapulting Giant instantly appeared on the homepage of the public trading platform. The market trading platform has such a mechanism. The rarer and more powerful the props, arms, and resources will be refreshed in the more prominent position in the market. What Suyi is selling now is the 7th tier Catapulting Giant, and the 7th tier unit is undoubtedly the first in the market. As soon as it appeared, it replaced the Tier 4 Dark Knight Demon Wolf sold by Zhang Xianaya at the same time. In a certain territory more than 6,000 kilometers west of Henan City, a young man in gorgeous battle armor sat on a throne, chatting with several other people. Chapter 58. He is Zhang Xianaya, the lord of the Shang domination of the world territory. The few people who talked with him are the 2nd in command, the 3rd in command, Zhang Jun, and Li Yantao. The 3 of them were friends before the Age of Lords came. On the day when the end of the world came, the 3 of them happened to be attending a meeting at Zhang Xianaya's company. Later, monsters came, and the 3 guys who loved fitness killed the monsters at the first time and became job changers. Later, the 3 of them discovered the territory, certified it as the Lord, and even opened several treasure chests, and obtained a lot of resources in the early stage, as well as the 6th tier unit. Orc sacrifice. Such a splendid start made Zhang Xianaya, Zhang Jun, and Li Yantao developed rapidly. In just 1 month, The territory of Xiangba has been upgraded to 4th level territory. He holds many high-level arms in his hands and has occupied many secret realms. This time, the market opened, allowing Zhang Xianai to see an extremely grand future. Therefore, he spared no effort to sell the 4th tier and 4th unit Night Demon Wolf, and the market facts have proved that his choice is correct. In just 1 hour, he has sold nearly 100 of his night magic wolves, earned a lot of money in the Lord's Hall. Zhang Xianai, Zhang Jun, and Li Yantao sat face to face, holding teacups in their hands, with a relaxed expression on their faces. Xianai, you are smart enough to seize the gap in the market at the first time. This time, we will definitely make a lot of money. Zhang Jun laughed. Zhang Xianai chuckled, and his deep pupils shone brightly. That's natural. I don't know if you have discovered that starting a company in this era is the same as ours. As long as you know how to seize opportunities, you can live better than others, become stronger than others. As long as we sell all the night magic wolves this time, then we will have a second tranche of funds, and by then, compound interest will not be a dream. By the way, Yun Tao, how many night demon wolves do we have now? Li Yantao walked to the screen of the market and glanced at the inventory of the products. There are still 35 heads. After finishing speaking, when he looked up, he accidentally saw a scene on the public trading interface, and his expression changed drastically. Fuck, what the hell? This exclamation instantly startled Zhang Xianai and Zhang Jun's attention. Damn, Yun Tao. What's your ghost name? Zhang Jun was a little dissatisfied. Li Yantao quickly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. No, something happened. Come and see. Zhang Xianai and Zhang Jun looked at each other, got up and walked to the big screen, and looked up immediately afterwards. The two of them were stunned. You stayed in place, even forgot to breathe. Chapter 87. 200,000 currencies. Hunger marketing. It can be seen that in the public trading interface of the market, the products listed in the first column of the homepage at this moment have changed. At some point it was a picture book of a stone giant, clearly marked on it. This is a 7th tier unit, and the price is 400 coins. 7th tier arms and 4 currencies are fake. What's going on? Zhang Xianai was also a little uncertain, and looked at Zhang Jun and Li Yantao in a daze. The two shook their heads in unison. How could they know what was going on? Li Yantao was quite straightforward. So he clicked on the Slinger Giant product, prepared to further confirm what is going on with this unit. After clicking on it, a short introductory text appeared on the big screen. Are you still worrying about siege? Are you still worrying about defending monsters? Today, the 7th tier unit, Slinging Giant, is on sale, guaranteed to meet all your needs. Ultra long range attack, high attack, and thick blood. It is simply a god level weapon that must be used at home. What are you waiting for? Buy it now. Friendly reminder, this unit only sells 50 heads per day. Looking at this very brainwashing advertisement, the three of them were dumbfounded. This Zhang Xianai was at a loss for words. Zhang Jun clenched his fists tightly and made a creaking sound. Who the hell is this? This is a 7th tier unit. 7th tier. I didn't expect that at this stage. There are still people stronger than us. Li Yantao opened the owner's information, but he didn't expect the information to be hidden. This is also a way for the lords to protect themselves. Don't let the money leak out. Suya is not that stupid. The shop owner has hidden information. This guy is a ruthless character. Zhang Xianai took a deep breath and said. Li Yantao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then what should we do now? Zhang Xianai glanced at the catapulting giant's dwindling inventory, and clenched his fist. Buy what? Zhang Jun still didn't react. Zhang Xianai pointed at the stone-throwing giant and said, we'll buy it too. Be quick, slow, and you'll be gone. Zhang Jun and Li Yantao were dumbfounded. What the hell? Zhang Xianai is tempted to. Zhang Jun stopped him, but was interrupted by Zhang Xianai. Our highest unit now is the 6th level Orc Priest. Although this unit has high damage, it is not suitable for charging. Look carefully at this giant stone thrower. It has high health and high defense. It is exactly what we need. Listen. Mine. Buy. What Zhang Xianai said is categorical and unquestionable. Zhang Jun and Li Yantao looked at each other, and Zhang Xianai's mood was also aroused. For a long time, among the three of them, it was Zhang Xianai who made the decision, for no other reason than because this guy has a very vicious vision. Things that can be seen by him are willing to be useful. Okay, let's buy. How much to buy? Zhang Jun Dao. Zhang Xianai took a deep breath. Buy as much as you have. Although Zhang Jun and Li Yantao were a little surprised, but this time, they did not hesitate. Take out all the coins and buy all the remaining 20 slingers. After a total of 800 currency transactions were completed, there was a creaking sound outside the Lord's Hall. The three of them ran out to take a look. only to see that 25-meter-tall stone giants had been airdropped into the territory of Xiangba. I carefully checked the information of the catapulting giant, and it was indeed a 7th-tier unit. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, there are several crucial reasons why he made a decisive move to surround all the slinging giants first. As he said just now, he needs to use the sling giant to cooperate with the orc priests to attack the city. The sling giant has high health and high defense, and it is also the unit he needs. Second, the appearance of the catapulting giant will inevitably disrupt the market order, and will also block the edge of Zhangxianai Dark Knight Demon Wolf's 4th tier and 4th arms if the sling giant is always on the market. Can the Night Magic Wolf in Zhangxianai be sold? I believe that any lord with some strength will directly buy the 7th level sling giant and give up the 4th level Night Wolf. Right. There is a difference of 3 ranks of arms, and the slinging giant is still a long-range attack, with both offense and defense. It is definitely a powerful weapon for siege, and its popularity is naturally high. Sure enough, after Zhangxianai rounded up all the remaining slingers in the chat channel of the market, the pot has already exploded. Fuck, who is so fast? I just collected 400 coins. When I came back, I saw that the giant slinger was gone. Haha, it's too unlucky upstairs. I'm fine. I found out when the catapulting giants were put on the shelves, and I bought 5 of them at a cost of 20,000 coins. Not to mention, I'm going to attack the blue secret realm, NV plus 10. I just don't know if there will be another sale tomorrow. I'm willing to wait. That's right, I'm willing to sit and wait. Compared with the 7th level slinger giant, the 4th level and 4th level Night Wolf has no advantage at all. I regret it a bit and bought a lot of Night Magic Wolves. It's good to have spare money upstairs. I've thrown all the money into the Night Demon Wolf. Now I'm a poor man. Can you return the money in this market? Hey, I want to return the money. Zhangxianai looked at the constantly scrolling information, and his face became blue and purple. Sure enough, what he was most worried about still happened. The appearance of the stone-throwing giant stole away his source of customers. Many lords would rather wait for the slinger than buy his Night Wolf. All of a sudden, the sales of his Night Demon Wolf dropped all the way. This made Zhangxianai nearly die of anger. Bastard, who the hell are you? Zhangxianai looked at the information of the store that sold the giant slinger, with a look of anger at the same time, at the foot of the Maniu Mountain. The Starfield Territory Su-Yi sat on the chair with a smile on his face. 50 slingers sold out in 5 minutes. A total of 200,000 coins have already arrived in his account. Su-Yi, Lin Yangxi, and Eve were all shocked by Su-Yi's operation and were speechless. No wonder Su-Yi said that the market is where the water is really deep. This is indeed true. In just one afternoon, Su-Yi earned 200,000 coins if converted into resources. That is 5 level 55 resource packs. 50 million resources. How many sling giants have to be trained? 1 million profit, 1 million profit. It is the current Su-Yi. Brother, I still don't understand why you only sell 50 sling giants a day. Su-Yi tilted her head and asked. Su-Yi chuckled, and gave Su-Kainer a meaningful smile. Hunger marketing? You who study economic management, you probably don't understand it. As soon as these words came out, Su-Yi's eyes lit up. Suddenly realized Chapter 88 heading to Hongzhou again. For more subscriptions. The so-called hunger marketing is actually very easy to understand as far as the current stage is concerned. The market demand for Su-Yi's Tier 7 catapult giant is extremely high, and it is a well-deserved hot item if the supply can be maintained. The heat may drop at some point. Many buyers who want to buy will think that they are always available for sale anyway, so why are rush to buy for a while? Therefore, buyers will save money and wait. On the one hand, it is to wait and see whether the slinger will reduce the price, and on the other hand, to pay attention to whether there are other alternative products that are more affordable than the slinger. In this way, the high popularity of the slinging giant will usher in a decline. But Su-Yi has a limit of only selling 50 slinging giants every day. This move seems to be a loss, but it is actually maintaining the popularity of the sling giant. The supply is limited every day, enough to ensure that every day after the catapult is put on the shelves, it will be sold out in minutes, and the heat is unabated, which makes people look forward to it. This is hunger marketing. Well, actually, Su-Yi has another reason for doing this. That is, he only has 50 slinging giants today. Even if you want to buy it, you don't have to sell it, right? So, it can only be like this. Exit the public trading interface, and Su-Yi transfers to the system while again directly purchased 5 level 55 resource packs. This is something he desperately needs right now. After purchasing, Su-Yi went out and opened 5 level 55 resource packs. Chapter 59. A total of 50 million basic resources have been obtained. Not much to say. First take 30 million gold coins to train the sling giant. The current slinger giant castle has reached the 2nd level. The information is as follows: Slinger Giant Camp, level 7 level. 2 units. 0 training template, Slinger Giant training cost. 60,000 gold coins training time. 6 hours required for upgrade, wood, stone, iron ore, and gold mine are 1.2 million each, and the time is 48 hours. It costs exactly 30 million gold coins to train 50 slingers. The training started. Suya didn't stay here for long. He returned to the Lord's Hall and began to prepare for the next step. The opening of the market system symbolizes that the era of Lords has completely entered the 2nd stage of rapid development. Although Suya accumulated a lot of strength in the month before the market opened, but it's not enough because of the opening of the market. It once again brought many opportunities for the Lords once someone seizes these opportunities. The situation of skyrocketing and catching up will appear. Suya wanted to ensure his first position, so naturally he couldn't fall behind. So, the next step, he decided to return to the Dryad territory and start selling Dryads. If he guessed correctly, some people should have started to pay attention to the food seeds sold in the market system. While by now, 1 currency, which can be planted after 30 days, 1 seed will harvest hundreds of units of food, and if you buy food directly, you need 50 currency per unit. I believe that almost all the lords who saw this gap at first sight would choose to buy seeds, but how do they know that when they actually buy the seeds, it will be the first step into the abyss? So you must firmly grasp this opportunity. Second, the Dryad has been out of the Dryad's territory for some time. Although there are 5 giant dragons guarding there, they are still a little worried. Moreover, Zhong's Hao Tree, the lord of the demon territory, Suyi, is only temporary. He must appoint a new lord within a month to ensure the continuous development of the tree demon territory. Now, it's time to take one of the 3 girls for a walk. With an idea in mind, Su Yedong held a meeting with the 3 girls. Tell me your plans, Suzir. Lin Yangxi and Eve looked at each other in blank dismay when they heard the words. So brother, what you mean is that we must go with you to the Dryad territory in Zhongzhou, right? Suzy asked. Suyi nodded. It's not you, I only want one of you, whoever wants to be the lord. The 3 women look at each other. Here as the lord, he is also the lord of the tree demon territory. Needless to say, the value of the tree demon, whoever can become the lord of the tree demon's territory, means that he will control the power of food. To be honest, this position is very attractive. However, among Su Kainer, Lin Yangxi, and Eve, who is more suitable to sit in this position? After all, Eve is an elf and a foreign race. Hearing Suyi's words, she was the first to stand up and shake her head. My lord, you choose from the 2 of them, and I quit. She is very self-aware to Suyi. Although she is a captive, she is even more of a foreign race. She still understands the reason that people who are not of my race must have different hearts in order to avoid Suyi's difficulty. She chose to quit. Regarding this, Suyi didn't say anything, but just looked at Lin Yangxi and Su Kainer. Lin Yangxi hesitated for a moment, then stood up. Brother Su, let me quit too. In the end, the only candidate left was Su Zira. The eyes of Suyi and the others all focused on her. Zir, it's up to you. Suyi said this is also his original intention. After all, only Su Kainer is his closest relative. He is also the only one Suyi believes in and will not betray him. Su Kainer smiled wryly. Brother, I might be your lord. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Suyi. You can definitely do it. Believe in yourself. Su Kainer sniffled. She was very moved that her brother believed in him so much. As for Suyi, he didn't give Su Kainer any more chances to think about it, so he said decisively, it's not too late, we will set off early tomorrow morning. Even Yangxi, you 2 should guard the Starfield territory. Even Lin Yangxi nodded. Then, Suyi said something else, and the meeting ended. Time flies, it is already the 2nd day. Waking up early in the morning, without saying a word, Suyi put 50 catapulting giants on the trading market. Sure enough, as Suyi expected, a large number of people were waiting for the catapulting giant to be put on the shelves. 50 stone-throwing giants were all swept away within 2 minutes after being put on the shelves. In the comment area of the trading market, there was another wave. Haha, I'm so lucky. The 5-headed stone-throwing giant. Damn, what a missed opportunity. It's gone as soon as I come up, upstairs. +1, what kind of people are they? The speed of being single for 20 years. I look forward to the next time the slinger is on the shelves. I have tried to use the one I bought yesterday, and the effect is quite good. It is a siege weapon, and I love it. Chapter 89. Suzir, are you still in the mood to play with birds? One more subscription. Suyu roughly glanced at the chat channel, and from the analysis of the meaning between the lines of the chat lords, the popularity of the stone-slinging giant should be higher than yesterday. That's fine, as long as Suyu keeps flowing. He will definitely make a lot of money on this side. 200,000 coins have arrived in the account, plus yesterday's remaining, a total of 220,000 coins this time. Suya didn't waste the money, but opened the public trading interface while Sukainer was packing her luggage. Get ready to pan for gold here compared with yesterday. Today's public trading interface is more lively. The merchandise on the shelves is endless and varied, of course. Among the units, Suya's catapulting giant still ranks first. Zhang Xianaya's Tier 4 Dark Knight Demon Wolf took second place, but the sales volume compared with yesterday, I don't know how much it fell. I don't know how Zhang Xianaya feels now. Suya didn't care about this, but set his sights on other products. Looked line by line. Suddenly, a product caught his attention. Aurora Carrier Pigeon. Description: the third tier unit does not have too much combat power. The biggest function is to transmit information. The flying speed is extremely fast. As long as the coordinates are set between the two places, the carrier pigeon can fly between the two places in a circle. Seeing this, Suya's eyes lit up. Without further ado, buy directly. This is a good thing. In the age of the Lord, the communication failed, and there was no such thing as electricity. Therefore, the communication between territories has become a big problem. The carrier pigeon is one of the few factors that can solve this problem. Aurora Carrier Pigeon, fast, can reach 400 points, can carry letters, and fly between multiple territories. It is the perfect choice for passing messages and establishing communication unexpectedly. At this stage, there are still people who got such good things like the Sleeping Giant. It is an essential unit in the middle and late stages of the Lord's Age, especially after the alliance system came out. The connection between territories became extremely important. To attack, to retreat, to have a truce, and to have these messages, you need to use carrier pigeons to deliver them. Suya was so wealthy that he bought 10 pigeons. 500 coins per pigeon is 5,000 coins in total. After the payment is completed, 10 pigeons will be automatically dropped in front of the Lord's Hall of the Starfield. Suzir, Lin Yangtze, and Eve just walked in from the door, and they were startled when they saw 10 pigeons suddenly appearing. Where did the pigeon come from? Lin Yan was puzzled. Suya walked out quickly from the Lord's Hall, raised his hand, and dropped his fist on his arm. I bought it. The corners of Sukainer's eyes twitched. Brother, what time is this? Are you still in the mood to play with birds? Suya rolled his eyes. Brother Bird, am I such a boring person? This is the Aurora Carrier Pigeon, which is used to deliver messages. It will be used for information transmission between the Star Domain and the Dryad Domain in the future. Hearing this, the three girls reacted. Carrier pigeons, delivering messages, look amazing. Lin Yangtze giggled. Suya shrugged, and only then did he have the opportunity to carefully examine the pigeon in his hand. It is bigger than ordinary pigeons, with a body length of 50 centimeters and spreads its wings, and can reach a width of 1 meter. The claws are sharp, and the bird pecks are shining with cold light, and the white hair is very beautiful. Suya threw out a detection skill, and the information about the Aurora Carrier Pigeon appeared in his mind. Aurora Carrier Pigeon, rank, Tier 4, Level 4. 1 HP. 25 attack. 40 defense. 25 speed. 40 skill, sharp claws. Although Aurora Carrier Pigeon is not good at fighting, it will choose when it encounters fatal danger attack the enemy, causing a lot of damage to the enemy. Would rather die than submit. Aurora Carrier Pigeons were born to deliver messages. They are extremely loyal to their masters. When delivering letters, once they are captured by other forces, they would rather commit suicide and destroy the letters, and they will never let the enemy get the letter information easily. Description: the messenger of information transmission in the Age of Lords is a new communication method. He is loyal, responsible to the end, would rather die than surrender, and has a strong memory ability. Every Aurora Carrier Pigeon is a mobile navigation. I glanced at the attribute information. It's pretty good. It's still the one Suya saw in the previous life. I would rather die than submit. Even if they are caught, the carrier pigeons will risk their lives to destroy the letter, and never let the enemy get the contents of the letter. This alone is enough to make the Aurora Carrier Pigeon the most commonly used communication method in the Lord era, at least safely. Retracting his gaze, Suya looked at Suzir. Are you ready? If it's ready, we'll set off now. Sukainer nodded. It's ready, you can leave at any time. Suya snapped his fingers. Okay, come with me. Chapter 60. Saying that, he took the three daughters straight to the dragon's nest. Of course, he did not forget to bring 10 Aurora pigeons with him. The current Suya basically only travels between the Starfield and the Dryad. Therefore, in order to familiarize the Aurora Carrier Pigeons with a route from the Starfield territory to the Dryad territory, Suyi decided to take them to fly this trip himself in the future. If the Star Domain territory needs to communicate with the Dryad territory, it will be fine to rely directly on the Aurora Pigeon. Suyi, who has also saved, often ran between the two places. Get ready. Suyi and Suzir climbed onto Blazing's back. Yangtze, Sister Eve. Goodbye. Su Kyanner waved goodbye to Lin Yangtze and Eve after getting along for more than a month. The three of them already had deep feelings to leave suddenly. I was naturally a little bit sad after the three girls bid farewell. Suyi patted Blazing's back. The latter understood. His wings fluttered, and he took the two of them up from the ground and it flew in the direction of Hangzhou City behind Blazing. 10 Aurora pigeons flapped their wings and followed closely behind. Although their speed is as high as 400 points, it is still much slower than Blazing. In order to ensure that the Aurora pigeons could keep up, Suyi had no choice but to let Qilai slow down a little. Just like that, a team flew towards the Tree Demon territory in Hangzhou City with Blazing on her back. Su Kyanner turned her head to look at the receding star field. Her eye circles were a little red. Brother, when will we come back again? Suyi scratched the little girl's nose. You are still crying at such an adult. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Suzir glanced to the side. Brother, bad guy, you know how to make fun of people. Suyi shrugged and coughed lightly. Don't worry, we will be back when we finish our work over there. It won't be too long. Chapter 90. The New Lord. Suzir. One day later, Suyi and Su Kyanner had successfully arrived here with a resounding dragon chant over the territory of the Tree Demon in Hangzhou. Suzir looked down at the huge territory below. Her eyes widened. Brother, is this our territory? Suyi nodded. Nonsense. If not, why should I bring you here? Saying that, the blazing wings of the two sitting down retracted, and began to land, and not long after, they landed on the open space in the Tree Demon's territory. When Suyi came back, he immediately attracted the attention of the 5 giant dragons and the Golden Tree Demon King. These guys are all here to meet and stand in a row. My lord, you are back. The Golden Tree Demon King saluted Suyi respectfully. This scene fell into Suzir's eyes, which made her even more surprised. It can talk. Suyi smiled and explained, the king of the Tree Demon clan can easily communicate with humans. When Su Kyanner heard this, she was a little excited and greeted the Golden Tree Demon King. Hello. The Golden Tree Demon King tilted his head and was a little puzzled. This is the Lord. This is my sister, and she will be the Lord of this territory in the future. When the Golden Tree Demon King heard the words, a trace of admiration flashed across his face, and he quickly saluted Suzir. Meet the new Lord. It was the first time for Su Kyanner to receive this great gift. She was a little embarrassed at the moment. She waved her hand, and then hid behind Suyi. This made Suyi a little speechless. Shook his head lightly, and led Suzir straight to the direction of the Lord's Hall. It is also time for Suzir to become the Lord of the Tree Demon territory. After arriving at the Lord's Hall, Suzir still looked around curiously, and Suyi grabbed the girl's wrist and pulled her to the front. Blood certification. Suyi said. Su Kyanner came back to her senses, nodded, and cut her finger with pain, dripping blood on the Lord's certification altar. The Lord's altar is being re-authenticated. Whether to appoint Suzir as the new Lord? The prompt sounded in Suyi's ear. The latter frowned and nodded. Yes. After the words fell, Suzir's body flashed with light, and she had become the Lord of the Tree Demon's territory. The Dryad checked the information of the Dryad's territory, as follows. Dryad's territory, Lord, Suzir level 4 Alliance, Star Domain subordinate territory, no buildings. 20 armies, Dryad's population. 93 timber. 370,000 stone. 340,000 iron ore. 320,000 gold coin. 250,000 food. 510,000 currency. 0 upgrade needed, wood, stone ore, iron ore, and 5 million gold coins each. The Lord is indeed Suzy. In addition, the basic resources of the territory increased by about 2.5 million compared to when Suyi left last time. It seems that during the days when Suyi left, many people came here to buy food. After closing the information panel, Suyi looked at Suzir, snapped his fingers, and brought the latter's thoughts back to reality. Okay, now that you have become the Lord, you can view all buildings and all units in the territory. Now, follow me to the territory for a turn. Familiarize yourself with familiar. Suzir looked delighted and did not refuse when the two of them left the Lord's Hall. They were walking in the territory of the Tree Demon. This is the Dryad camp, which is specially used to train the Dryad. Now, you can try to train the troops. Suyi pointed to the big tree road in the Tree Demon camp. Su Kyanner nodded. To be honest, she has long been fascinated by training arms. Every time she saw Suyi being able to train many subordinates with a wave of her hand, Su Kainer's heart became very hot. I was even more thinking about when I could be like Suyi now. The opportunity has come. According to Suyi's instructions, open the information panel of the Tree Monster Camp and click on Training. After completing this step, a progress bar will appear on the top of the Dryad Camp, and the Dryad training will begin. However, it is not Suyi after all. Without 99% cooling reduction, this training time has been extended by an unknown amount. The two stood under the tree and waited for a long time but did not see the tree demon coming out, which made Su Kainer a little confused. Brother, why haven't you finished your training yet? I see that you finished your training very quickly. Suzy pouted her small mouth and complained. Suyi laughed, and stroked the little girl's long black hair. You don't have the talent to speed up your training. Of course you're slow. Then what to do? Suzy was a little speechless. Suyi shrugged. We can only wait. Having said that, in fact, Suyi also suddenly thought of this question. I have 99% cold reduction, which means that most of the time for construction and training in the territory can be saved, and this ability, not all lords have. Suzy doesn't have it, so when she trains the arms, the time will be extended dozens of times. This is a difficult problem. It seems that if you have time, you have to collect some treasures that can reduce time. Suyi thought to himself. She tugged at Suzy's little hand. Wait a minute, come back and take a look. Let's go over there first. Didn't you keep saying that you want to see what Lingshan looks like? It's over there. Su Kainer nodded, but she was not in a high mood, apparently not recovering from what happened just now. The two walked towards Lingshan. All the way when she saw the fist-sized Ling Mei, Su Kainer's eyes widened again. It's wheat. My god, it's wheat. Suyi shook his head. This thing is called Ling Mei. It looks like wheat. When it is ripe, it will be picked by the tree demon and made into food for soldiers. Suzy suddenly realized, and looked around Ling Dawn, looking like a curious baby. The dryads who were working in the farmland all bowed down and saluted Su Kainer, the new lord, with a respectful attitude. This made Suzy a little embarrassed, and dodged everywhere, which made Suyi laugh out loud. It seems that my younger sister is still very immature. I need to find an opportunity to hone her skills, otherwise, in this troubled world, I'm afraid I will only accept bullying. Chapter 91, Food Seeds, Huge Pit. Afterwards, the two visited the spiritual fruit court, the warehouse, and the hut where Jinkala was produced, and then returned to the Lord's Hall. Now, I will teach you how to use the market to trade, Suyi said. Suzy nodded, rubbed her hands together, with an eager look on her face. Just kidding. This market is much more exciting than the treasures and things you visited in the civilized age. It must be fun. Following Suyi's instructions, Suzy quickly completed the identity verification for the market. Since there are too many things related to the market, no matter at that time, this place is very lively. New information is constantly refreshed in the chat channel, and the products on the homepage are also constantly refreshed. Brother, what should I do next? Suzy asked. The corner of Suyi's lips twitched slightly. Don't worry. You can open the chat channel first, see what everyone is talking about, and look for business opportunities. Su Kainer frowned, wondering why Suyi made herself do this. However, according to Suyi's order, the chat channel of the market was opened. This place is extremely lively, densely packed with information constantly sliding, and in these messages, the most talked about is no longer the giant slinger that Suyi put on the shelves before, but another topic, food. That's right, food. Oh my god, I just found out that there are food seeds for sale in the system mall, and they are quite cheap. One only costs 5 coins. Fuck the coin, it's so cheap. What's the output? I heard that one food seed can harvest 20 units of food, and the direct price of 20 units of food is 50 coins. If it can be planted, it will definitely be a big profit. Fuck, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and buy it. Looking at the various messages sent by the lords, Suyi already understood the general process of the matter in his heart. If he guessed correctly, food seeds should be a product that was only put on the shelves today, because he searched the entire system store 2 days ago, but he couldn't find any products related to seeds. In order to ensure the popularity of the product, in many cases, the system wall will not release the product at one time. In other words, the food seed product should be released within a few hours. Brother, what exactly are the food seeds they are talking about? Su Kainer asked, interrupting Suyi's thoughts. Chapter 61. Suyi came back to his senses. It's the seeds of spiritual wheat. If you buy the seeds and plant them in the ground, you can grow spiritual wheat and then harvest food. Suzy's face changed when she heard the words. If you harvest food, if you say that, isn't every lord able to be self-sufficient in food, then who will come to buy our food? Suyi chuckled, and gave Yusuzir a sinister look. You think it's really that simple? To achieve the best yield of food seeds, they must be planted in the spiritual field, and to cultivate them, a lot of golden fertilizers are needed. Besides that, it is best for Lingmei to also need the tree demon to advance. After listening to Suyi's explanation, Suzir stuck out her tongue. Then, food seeds are a huge pit. Suyi nodded. It's not all. The garbage fertilizer and the dryad are just to speed up the food growth cycle and increase the production. Without these two factors, the food production will drop by 2/3. Indeed, spiritual fields and dryads are not necessary factors for growing food. You don't need it, but it will affect the growth rate and production of food calculated. The time and resources spent may not be much different from buying food directly. In other words, if you want to achieve the highest level of food seed production, you must have Lingshan and dryad. In this way, profits can be maximized. As for the dryad and Jinkila fertilizer, Suyi has them, therefore, he is bound to be the biggest winner in this trade game. Suzir also understood Suyi's thoughts at this moment, and a smirk appeared on the corner of her lips. Then when will we start selling dryad and Jinkila fertilizer? Wait a little longer, at least after the lords react. It won't be too late for us to reappear. Zhongzhao, Xianshan territory. Li Zan looked at the food seed treasure box that was airdropped in front of the lord's hall. His eyes shone brightly. Food seeds. Immediately, my territory will be self-sufficient in food. At that time, I no longer need to be deceived by the tree demon's territory. Behind Li Zan stood a middle-aged man. His name was Li Fu. He was Li Zan's uncle. He assisted Li Zan to establish this Hanshan territory. Xiao Zan, are you sure this method is feasible? Li Fu asked. He was still skeptical about the food seeds. 5 goods a seed, plant a month, you can harvest 20 units of food. Is it really so cheap? Compared to Li Fu, Li Zan is much calmer and full of expectations for the future. Second uncle, if it works, you'll know if you try it. If this method works, we only need to tolerate it for another month, and we won't need to worry about food anymore. After finishing speaking, Li Zan opened the food seed resource package. Inside are 200 Lingmei seeds, which cost Li Zan 100 coins. It could be said to have cost blood. Then, Li Zan carried the Lingmei resource bag and went straight to the open space near the foot of the mountain in Xianshan territory. Many members of Xianshan territory have gathered here. Each of them was digging the soil with their own weapons. This is what Li Zan ordered immediately after he found out that there were food seeds for sale at this moment. Half an acre of land has been dug here. Seeing Li Zan coming, the members of Xianshan territory hurriedly made way for Li Zan to pass by. Li Zan was excited, walked to the field, and put the Lingmei seed resource bag in his arms at his feet. Then he grabbed a seed from the resource bag and waved it in front of everyone. Look everyone, this is the seed of Lingmei. If you plant it, we will be able to harvest 20 units of food in a month. Hearing Li Zan's words, everyone around looked at each other and discussed in low voices. 1 month, my god, this growth cycle is too short. Don't forget, the whole world has been digitized in games, let alone a month. Even if it takes half a month to mature, I don't think it's surprising. Yes, but I still have some doubts. Just this little thing can really produce 20 units of food. That's our rations for 10 days. I don't know. Let's wait and see. Trust the vision of the Lord. Chapter 92. The Lords Who Were Trapped. Please subscribe for more updates. Li Zan didn't think too much, took out a few seeds, and prepared to plant them in the farmland reclaimed by Xianshan territory. With an extremely serious attitude. It is said that Li Zan was originally a rich second generation. He only watched farming this kind of thing on TV, and now he is practicing it himself. It is inevitable that he is a bit clumsy after finally digging a few holes and planting the spiritual wheat seeds. When I looked up, I found that it was crooked and really out of shape. This made Li Zan a little speechless. So he had no choice but to look at the other people in Xianshan territory. Which one of you knows how to farm? The members of Xianshan territory looked at each other, and after a while, several middle-aged people came out. Lord, I used to be from the countryside and know a thing or two about farming. Me too, I can try. Li Zan nodded, went ashore from the farmland, and looked at the 3 middle-aged people who came out. Then I will leave it to you. Plant all these seeds, and others. Continue to cultivate the farmland. We will strive to complete the cultivation within 2 months. To achieve food self-sufficiency, with the order of the Lord Li Zan, the other members of this Hanshan territory dared not obey, and continued to work with their weapons on their shoulders. Li Zan and Li Fu stood side by side, looking at the bustling scene in the farmland ahead. Their hearts were filled with relief. Second uncle, believe me, it won't be long before we don't have to worry about food anymore. Li Zan believed in himself. Li Fu gritted his teeth and did not answer. He still thinks it's not that simple. The same scene actually happened in other territories. Food is a resource more precious than gold coins. Without food, a territory cannot develop at all. Therefore, when the lords knew that there was food for sale in the system mall, they started to buy it one after another. If you are more cautious, buy dozens or hundreds of pieces. The bold ones even directly buy hundreds or thousands of seeds. After having the seeds, these lords began to lead their men to reclaim wasteland, working in territories, secret places, and all places that could be reclaimed into farmland. Even after the food was planted, heavy soldiers were sent to guard it. The purpose is to allow the planted Lingmei to grow in peace of mind and bring huge food benefits to the territory. But is this really feasible? Time flies, and it is already the third day that food seeds have been put on the system wall. The first batch of food seeds planted have taken root and sprouted out of the ground, turning into small green seedlings. Ancient territory. Li Zan got up early in the morning and landed in the farmland behind. Looking at a large field of small seedlings emerging from the soil, he expressed happiness. Crouching down, he threw the detection skill at one of the seedlings. Curiously, soon, the information about the rice seedlings appeared in his mind. When he saw the message, his heart twitched violently, and his face turned even paler. Spirit wheat, yield 0 is not planted by spirits, not taken care of by dryads, and the output drops by 23. Maturity time, no fertilization for 3 days, no dryad care, the growth cycle is doubled. Description, a special variety that the dryad spent decades improving. It has a good yield and is suitable for large area planted. Impossible, it's impossible. Li Zan fell down and sat on the ridge of the field. What the hell? When I bought food seeds, I clearly saw that the food output was 20 units of food, but now, the output is only 7 units. There is also the growth cycle, which should also mature in 30 days, but now it has changed to 60 days. This is simply weakening the production several times. What is going on? Li Zan's exclamation quickly attracted the attention of others. Ancient territory members. Li Fu also came here at this time and asked Li Zan what happened. Li Zan talked about what he had discovered, and Li Fu's face changed drastically. Sure enough, he still guessed right. This food is really not simple. In order to find out the reasons and problems, Li Fu also checked the information of Lingmei seedlings. Soon, he noticed the 2 key points of the tree demon and Lingshan, the tree demon and the spirit field. Does this spirit wheat need to be planted in the spirit field? There is also a tree demon, the kind that is in the territory of the tree demon. The tree demon, Li Fu murmured. Li Zan had already come out of the grief, and when he heard Li Fu's words, his eyes lit up. Yes, it must be like this. The lingering wheat seeds need to be planted in the lingering field, and the tree demon needs to take care of the growth. Only in this way can we ensure the best yield of Lingmei. I have to say that Li Zan's reaction ability is still good. I've already thought of these 2 things. Li Fu also nodded. It should be so. What should we do now? Li Zan clenched his fist, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. Go. Immediately go to the tree demon territory. I will buy a tree demon from Lord Su, and then ask him what the spirit field is. With a solution, Li Fu naturally did not neglect. After waiting for some Zanshan territory members, he went straight to the tree demon territory. In their view, the only thing that can solve their doubts now is the tree demon territory. At the same time, the Lord Hall of the Dryad territory Su Zir opened the market chat channel, and looked at the constantly refreshing information with Su, showing a look of astonishment. At this moment, there was a burst of curses in the chat channel of the market. Fuck, damn the market, we were all cheated. The production of this food seed is not 20 units at all, but only 8 units, and it will take 50 days. 8 units, 50 days. Old brother, you are much luckier than me. The spiritual veins I planted on the sand only yield 555 units. The growth cycle is as long as 7 days. Can you believe it? The upstairs is amazing, but having said that, what exactly are the spirit field and the tree demon? I saw it here. To increase the production of spirit veins, you must need these 2 things. I don't know about Lingshan, but I know what Dryad is. It's a 4th tier and 4th tier unit. It has a high affinity with plants. It's a semi-intelligent creature. It should be used to take care of the spirit veins. Then the question is, where can I get the tree demon and Lingshan? Someone who knows can tell me. How the hell do you know? I think this food seed is a pit. And the worst thing is, we all jumped into it. Chapter 93. Fuck, it's really a dryad. Subscription for the second watch? Suya glanced at the messages that kept sliding on the big screen, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. Now, it's our turn to act. Suzir heard the words, rubbed her hands together, with an expression of eagerness to try. In order to wait for this time, she has waited for 3 full days today. I can finally, brother, I will follow your instructions on what to do, Suzy said. Suya snapped his fingers and told the plan he had prepared a few days ago. The plan is actually quite simple. 3 days ago, due to the appearance of food seeds and various bragging introductions by the lords in the market chat channel, almost 99% of the lords bought food seeds prepared to grow your own plants and live a self-sufficient life. However, the result was not as smooth as they expected. To achieve the optimum yield of Ling Mei, 2 post conditions are required. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62. The first is Lingshan, and the second is Tree Demon. Lingshan needs to use Jinkalo fertilizer for transformation, and this process is very long. As for the Tree Demon, this is to replace artificial labor, and is used to take care of the growth of Lingmei. Of course, the greater role of the Dryad should be to speed up the growth cycle of the spirit wheat. Today, 3 days later, most of the lords who planted Lingmei should have realized that food seeds are a huge pit. Therefore, the only thought in these lords' minds now is to solve the problem. If Suya and Sukayan appeared at this time with a Tree Demon and Jinkalo fertilizer, they would undoubtedly be the saviors of those lords. The result will be Dryads and Jinkalo fertilizer, which will become more sought-after goods than sleeping giants sure to make a fortune. As for the process of realizing this, it is naturally very simple. Under Suya's arrangement, Suzir built a shop and put 200 Tree Demons there, and it is marked that this is the Dryad, who has bought things that can take care of food for the Lord and so on. After the store is successfully refreshed on the market interface, the second step of the plan needs to be done, that is to say, to advertise your products. Entering the chat channel, Suzir began to shout out. According to Suyi's instructions, there are Tree Demons for sale in the shop. The Lord who needs it, come and see it. This Tree Demon sale is limited to 200. If you miss it, you can only wait for tomorrow. The 2 messages that suddenly appeared on the chat channel quickly attracted the attention of a large number of lords. Fuck, Dryads for sale? For real? I think it's definitely a fake. I've heard about Tree Demons, but they're still for sale. There are still 200 of them. Is it possible? I agree, everyone should be more careful. I've been cheated. Suspicious messages like this flicked across, and hundreds of them were refreshed in the blink of an eye. Suzir looked a little anxious, and turned to look at Suyi. Brother, they don't seem to believe us. What should I do? Suyi smiled. Don't worry, just wait. Suzir was a little dazed. She didn't know why Suyi was still so confident until now. I had no choice but to turn my gaze to the chat channel again, scanning it and swiping continuously past information. Suyi guessed that the first person to eat crabs should appear soon as expected. 3 minutes after Suzir released the news, another sensational news came out. Holy shit, shit. It's really a Dryad. I bought 10 of them, and they've been respawned in my territory now. That's a real Dryad. Don't worry about it, buddy, hurry up. Bar. This roar instantly attracted the attention of all the lords who followed the chat channel. Madan, this is a trust. Fuck off. Until now, some people still have doubts, but more people still searched for the store numbered 156. With a fluke mentality, sure enough, there was a product called Dryad inside. However, this number is rapidly decreasing. It seems that more and more people are buying with the attitude of giving it a try, and those lords who successfully bought it, after checking the attribute information of the Tree Demon in person, shouted awesome. Returned to the chat channel for the first time to chatter. The Tree Demon is a real Tree Demon, and the idiot is a real idiot. Let alone, I'm going to take my Tree Demon to farm. Ha ha ha. Thank you guys for always holding a skeptical attitude and creating opportunities for us. Thank you very much. The Tree Demon is a real Tree Demon, but the number is a bit small, and only one was snatched. Hey, wait for the Dryad to be released tomorrow. Those lords who were still skeptical were dumbfounded when they saw this kind of information, constantly swiping the screen. What ghost Dryad is really sold out? More and more lords are starting to open 156 shops to check. There is an illustration book of the Tree Demon inside. When I saw the information and abilities, I trembled with anger. Missed opportunity. 200 Dryads, less than 55 in 5 minutes, have been snapped up. Each head is sold for 800 coins, and 20 heads is a total of 160,000 coins. Proper profiteering. Looking at the 160,000 coins in the account balance, Suzir smiled. Brother, we earned 160,000 coins in less than 55 minutes. In 5 minutes, this feeling is so cool. The corners of Suyi's lips curled up. showing Suzir a meaningful smile. This is just the beginning. Yes, this is indeed just the beginning. There were at least tens of millions of lords in the Lord era. Assuming that half of them would choose to grow their own food and be self-sufficient, then Suyi would not be clear about how much the tree demon would need, so, as long as the supply of dryads is guaranteed, it's still there. Just getting started. Becoming rich is not a dream. Suzir understands this truth, but she still has a question. Immediately asked, "Brother, we have a total of 1,000 dryads, but you only sold 200. Is this also hunger marketing?" Suyi shook his head when he heard the words. No, hunger marketing is only one aspect. On the other hand, the training time of the dryads cannot be accelerated, and selling more dryads will affect the food production in the dryads' territory. The gain outweighs the loss. Chapter 94. Strike while the iron is hot. Put Jinkle fertilizer on the shelves. Subscribe for the third watch. Indeed, Su Kyanner is not Suyi after all. There is no talent to shorten the training time. It takes her 30 minutes to train a dryad. This time is very, very long. Therefore, it is better to sell dryads in limited quantities, but don't lose the heritage of the dryads' territory for the sake of currency at that time. It will really be worth the loss. After understanding what Suyi meant, Su Kyanner looked at the big screen in the market and continued, "Then what should we do next?" Suyi knocked on the table. "Strike the iron while it's hot. And put Jinkle fertilizer on the shelf." Dryad and Jinkle fertilizers are necessary for growing Lingmi. Now that the dryad has been sold, I believe those lords will be very curious about what it takes to own the Lingshan. Don't worry, Suyi will reveal the answer soon. Now, there are about 100,000 units of Jinkle fertilizer in the dryad territory. This amount was accumulated by the dryads in the dryad territory for several months. On weekdays, a dryad produces 1 unit of Jinkle fertilizer every day. There are still 800 dryads in the dryad territory, and they can only produce 800 units of Jinkle fertilizer every day, and this is also one of the reasons why Suyi only sold 200 tree demons. He did it to ensure the output of Jinkle fertilizer. 100,000 units. Suyi decided to sell 3,000 units of Jinkle fertilizer. The long flow of fine water is the kingly way. Selling too much at one time will not only cause market saturation, but also affect the territory itself. Suyi will not do this with Suyi's instruction. Suzir naturally did not dare to neglect, and quickly put 3,000 units of Jinkle fertilizer on the shelves in the shop. Then, as before, shout in the chat channel, necessities for planting spiritual wheat, spiritual fields and dryads. The transformation of spiritual fields needs to be used. As she said that, Su Kyanner explained the effect and method of using Jinkle fertilizer. Finally, he said, "Shop 1, 3,000 units of Jinkle fertilizer are on the shelf. Interested lords, welcome to buy it." With a dryad incident more than 10 minutes ago, this time, when many lords saw the news, they had no time to question and discuss, and went straight to number 156. Merchants open it up, and sure enough, this store has a new product on the shelves, which is Jinkle fertilizer. Then, another wave of buying sprang up. The inventory of Jinkle fertilizer has decreased rapidly, and Suzir's currency balance has risen rapidly. Each unit of Jinkle fertilizer costs 50 coins. The price is a bit expensive, but because it is limited, it is still a hot item. Inventory quantity is rapidly reduced. Hegemony dominates the world. In the Lord's Hall, Zhang Xianaya, Zhang Jun, and Li Yanteo stared at the big screen in front of them. Xianaya, that same person, is selling Jinkle fertilizer for transforming Lingshan. Before Zhang Jun finished speaking, he was interrupted roughly by Zhang Xianaya. Buy with all your strength, buy as much as you can." Zhang Jun and Li Yantao looked at each other, not daring to be negligent, and quickly followed Zhang Xianaya's intention, rushed into the 156 shop, aimed at the Jinkle fertilizer on it, and started buying in large quantities. It's a pity that there is never a shortage of fast-handed bigwigs in this world. Even though Zhang Xianaya and others discovered the sale information of Jinkle fertilizer in the first place, they were still a step too late. Only 555-unit Jinkle fertilizers were grabbed, airdropped outside the Lord's Hall. The three of them walked out quickly, picked up the resource pack and opened it. Inside are some small black particles with a pungent smell, very similar to chemical fertilizers in the civilization era. Isn't this just chemical fertilizer? We won't be cheated. Li Yanteo swallowed a mouthful of saliva, a little uncertain. Zhang Xianai clenched his fists. Whether you've been cheated or not, you'll know if you try it. Let's go, let's fertilize. As he said that, he carried the Jinkle fertilizer resource pack and went straight to the farmland that dominates the territory of the world. Zhang Xianai prides himself on his vicious vision. After the appearance of food seeds, he was naturally not far behind, and bought 3,000 seeds for planting. Unsurprisingly, there was a decline in production. This made Zhang Xianaya feel a strong sense of shame, so when the dryad was put on the shelves this morning, he was skeptical and did not participate in the purchase. By the time they realized it, the dryad had already sold out. This made Zhang Xianaya extremely speechless. Fortunately, now he has snapped up 555 units of Jinkala fertilizer, giving him some comfort for his wounded heart. When he reached the ridge of the farmland, Zhang Xianaya squatted down, and didn't give up, picked up a small batch of Jinkala manure, and sprinkled it around the Lingmei seedlings. Chapter 63. Then poured some more water. Jinkala fertilizer melts when it meets water, turns into small particles, and disappears in the soil. Soon, all the Jinkala manure was scattered all over the farmland by Zhang Xianaya, but his farmland has planted a full 3,000 Lingmei seeds, and 555 units of Jinkala fertilizer. How can it be enough? After waiting for a few minutes, Zhang Xianaya tried to compare the seedlings that had not been fertilized with those that had been fertilized. Information. Sure enough, there has been a change. The growth cycle of Lingmei seedlings that were fertilized was shortened by several days. Such an obvious change made Zhang Xianaya feel hopeful. Immediately issued a death order to Zhang Jun and Li Yuntao. Tomorrow, no matter what, we will snap up the dryad and Jinkala fertilizer. Zhang Jun and Li Yuntao looked at each other. From Zhang Xianaya's eyes, they saw the urgency of this matter, and immediately nodded to express their understanding. At the same time, the three of them were thinking again. Who on earth has such a big money to sell dryad and Jinkala fertilizer? It seems that this world is far more complicated than they imagined. The original Tier 7 catapulting giant had already given them a great shock, and now there is a dryad and Jinkala fertilizer. It is enough to imagine how rich the background will be for the lords who sell these arms and commodities. But how did they know that the lord who sold the tree demon, the fat man of Jinkala, and the 7th level slinger is the same person? If they knew this, they might be shocked. Chapter 95. Perfectly missing the time to buy one more subscription. What the other lords think, Suyi and Su Zir naturally don't know at this moment. The two are sitting in the hall of the Lord of the Tree Demon territory and counting money. The 3,000 units of Jinkala fertilizer have all been sold out. Each unit sells for 50 coins, and 3,000 units are 150,000 coins, including the 160,000 coins from the sale of the Tree Demon before. Su Zir now has a total of 310,000 coins. If all these currencies are converted into resources, it will be an astronomical figure. While the two were discussing how to spend the 300,000 coins, the Golden Tree Demon King ran in from the door of the Lord's Hall. Salute to Su Kainer. Master Lord, someone is here. Su Kainer frowned, and turned to look at Suyi. This is the first time she has encountered this situation, and she doesn't know how to deal with it at the moment. Suyi didn't have much mentality, fluctuated, and got up directly. Let's go and have a look. As he said that, he took Su Zir straight to the city wall in front of the Tree Demon's territory. After arriving here, Suyi saw a few people standing outside the territory. The leader is Li Zan. The guy is anxiously waiting. Seeing Suyi approaching at this moment, he quickly bowed and saluted. Lord Su, long time no see. Suyi nodded and looked at Li Zan. Tell me, what's the matter with me? Li Zan rubbed his hands. Lord Su, I think I want to buy a few dryads. Can I? Suyi raised his brows, bought a dryad and thought about it. Suyi understood everything. Needless to say, Li Zan must have also fallen into the huge pit of seeds. But, buy dryad offline. How much do you want? Suyi asked. Li Zan's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and from Suyi's tone, this matter seemed to be a joke. Before, he was always worried, afraid that Suyi would not sell to him. Now it seems that he was thinking too much. 10. No, the more the better, Li Zan said. The corners of Suyi's lips twitched. It seemed that Li Zan was quite greedy. The more the better. You think the dryad fell from the sky? Okay, wait at the market tomorrow. Today's is sold out, Suyi said lightly. When Li Zan and Li Fu heard this, they were dumbfounded. What does it mean to wait in the market tomorrow? What does it mean to sell out today? Lord Su, what do you mean by that? Li Zan tried his best, but he really didn't know about the Tree Demon and Jinkala fertilizer incident that happened in the market 20 minutes ago. He was still there at that time, on the way to the tree. He had no idea that this kind of thing happened in the market. Therefore, what Suyi said now fell into his ears, which made him feel baffled. The land can provide dryads for sale, but they are traded online in the market. 20 minutes ago, 200 of them were put on the shelves, and they are all sold out now. If Lord Li wants it, please come early tomorrow. Remember, is shop number 156. Suyi explained. Li Zan and Li Fu looked at each other, both speechless. 20 minutes ago? They happened to be on the road 20 minutes ago. The co-authors perfectly missed a chance to buy a dryad. This is so, Lord, can you accommodate us, and trade with us offline? and you can set the price as you like. Lee Zan said he has vaguely guessed the value of the dryad, and now his heart is full of regret. It would be great if he was the one who snatched the tree demon's territory back then, but now, the tree demon's territory belongs to Suyi, and Suyi is very powerful. Even Lee Zan dared not make any changes. That being the case, it has to make use of the only convenience between Zanshin territory and dryad territory. Let's do an online transaction, but Suyi did not agree, but said, it's not a matter of price or not, but that the arms do not provide offline transactions. Only the lords who belong to the same alliance or subordinate territories can carry out the circulation of arms. Lord Lee, really, if you want, you can become a subordinate territory of this tree demon territory. When Lee Zan heard this, how dare he agree? He also knows a lot about the subordinate territories. Even if he wants the dryad again, he can't do such a stupid thing. No, forget it. Since you can't trade offline, please tell Lord Su, when will the dryad come back? Tomorrow? Available again? Lee Zan asked. Can't trade offline, but it doesn't mean he can't go through the back door, right? As long as he knows the exact time when the dryad will be on the shelves tomorrow, he can buy the dryad before others. Hearing this, Suyi looked back at Su Kainer. You said a time. The current lord of the tree demon territory is Su Kainer after all, and only she can put the tree demon on the market. Therefore, this decision must be made by her. Su Zir pondered for a moment, then said, tomorrow morning around 10 o'clock, the dryad will be on the shelves again. Lee Zan felt relieved when he got the news, and quickly nodded his thanks. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Lord Su. After all, Lee Zan was about to leave, but suddenly remembered something, and turned to Suyi. By the way, Lord Su, I still have a question to ask. Suyi frowned, a little upset. What the hell? You are my old man Baidu, and you keep asking questions. Say something quickly, and fart quickly. Suyi was not in a good mood. Lee Zan twitched cheekily, but still asked, it's about a Lingshan. How can I own a Lingshan? Suyi was too lazy to answer, and gave Su Kainer a look. The latter understood and explained, owning dryad and Jinkalo fertilizer can transform the farmland and increase the fertility of the farmland. When the fertility of the farmland reaches a certain value, it can be transformed into a spiritual field. Hearing the answer, Lee Zan was overjoyed and asked, then how can I get Jinkalo fertilizer? Suyi glanced at him. Take a look with the dryad. Hurry up tomorrow. 15 stores at 10:10. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Lee Zan's answer, he stood up and left. It's not a relationship or a cause. Suyi has no obligation to explain too much to Lee Zan. Seeing Suyi leaving, Su Zir naturally didn't stay any longer, and turned around to leave. Seeing this, the Golden Dryad King closed the window. Only Lee Zan, Li Fu and others were left in a mess in the wind. Chapter 96, Training the 6th Order Subspecies of Earth Dragons. Subscribe for the second update. After returning to the Lord's Hall, Su Zir asked Suyi, brother, how do you plan to spend the 300,000 yuan? Suyi sat down from the chair, raised his hand and took out a spiritual fruit, took a bite, and said while eating, keep it, save. Su Zir was a little confused. It's hard to get so much currency. It shouldn't be immediately spend it in exchange for more benefits? Why save it? And there is no interest. Su saw Su Kainer's doubts, and Suyi continued, save part of it, and use the other part to train troops. If I'm not wrong, the tree demon's territory will inevitably be attacked by other lords in the near future. When the time comes, it won't work if we don't have enough troops. Hearing this, Su Zir swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It is not a good thing to encounter attacks from other lords, and Suyi, naturally, wasn't alarmist. The importance of the dryad territory is obvious to all. In spite of whether it is a tree demon or Jinkalo fertilizer, they are all extremely precious wealth. That can be said that whoever obtains this territory can sit on a lot of resources right now. Only a few lords within the central province know about the dryad's territory, but after the sale of the dryad and Jinkalo fertilizer, I believe that many caring people will deliberately search for the territory of the dryad. Therefore, it won't take long for the dryad's territory to be exposed to the eyes of other lords. As the saying goes, there must be a brave man under a lot of money attracted by the huge benefits of the dryad territory. There must be many lords looking at this site, even directly form an alliance to launch an attack on the tree demon territory. This kind of thing happened a lot in the tree demon territory in the previous life. This has led to the change of owner of the tree demon territory in the previous life, and the lord will change every 10 or so days. There is no way. There are too many people coveting the territory of the dryad, and if they don't have enough strength, it will be really difficult to hold on. But in this life, it is Suyi who occupies the territory of the tree demon, so it will be easy to handle. Relying on his own foresight, and relying on the almost astronomical amount of resources, Suyi believed that he would be able to protect the territory of the tree demon. As for why Suyi is only willing to spend part of the currency to build the territory, there is also a reason. First, Suyi wants to buy a unit ring, even for the lowest level, so that he can transport units between the star domain and the Dryad territory. Chapter 64. And to buy a unit ring, even if it is the lowest level ring, you need 500,000 coins, which is not a small amount, and you must save money. Second, the current lord of the tree demon territory is Suzir. Her construction speed and training speed are really limited. Even with the support of a large amount of resources, it is difficult to train large-scale units in a short period of time, so it can only flow forever. After listening to Suyi's explanation, Suzir also understood, nodded and took one of Suyi's arms. Brother, I will listen to you anyway. What you want me to do? I'm done. The corners of Suyi's lips twitched. You still need to have your own opinion. Suzy sticking out his sweet tongue. Well, my brother is enough. Suyi was a little speechless. He was indeed a foresight, and all his decisions would indeed not cause major problems, but he won't stay by his side all the time. This girl will be independent sooner or later. Seeing the innocent expression of the little girl, Suyi couldn't bear to disturb her, so she nodded, but in his heart, he secretly made a decision. Suzy must be made into a real iron-blooded lord, and this is also the most important factor for surviving in the Age of Lords. Okay, I can't beat you. Now, buy 2 super resource packs and start building the territory. Suyi ordered. Su Kai'Honor quickly followed suit, opened the system store, spent 800 coins, and bought 2 level resource packs. Then open it and get 20 million basic resources. Currently, the resource reserves of the Dryad territory are as follows. Territory of the Dryad, Lord, Suzir level 4 Alliance, Star Domain subordinate territory, no buildings. 20 armies, Dryad population. 80 timber. 570,000 stone. 540,000 iron ore. 520,000 gold coins. 220,000 food. 510,000 currency. 0 upgrade requirements. Timber, stone ore, iron ore, and gold coins are each 5 million. Wood, stone ore, and iron ore resources exceed 50 million, and gold coins also have 2,000. How much? Not too much, but definitely not too much. Enough to train a not weak army. There are currently 3 types of troops stationed in the Dryad territory, namely the Dryad, the Giant Dragon and the Aurora Pigeon, but it's not enough. Therefore, Suyi took out the template of the 6th order subspecies of the Earth Dragon that he obtained in the Dragon Crystal Cave last time. Tier 6 arms are still sub-dragons, with a bit of dragon blood, and their strength is very good if it can be trained on a large scale. It will definitely form a strong combat force. Thinking of this, Suyi directly took out the template of the subspecies Earth Dragon and traded it to Suzir. When the unit template is not built into training camp, it can be traded. What's more, the relationship between the Dryad territory and the Star Domain territory is a positive and negative relationship, so this kind of transaction is even more convenient. When she received the unit template that Suyi traded over, Suzir was stunned, her mouth opened a little. Tier 6, Sub-Dragon, my god brother, where did you get it? Suyi chuckled, this is a man's little secret, stop talking nonsense, build this thing quickly. Su Kai'Honor nodded, her face full of eagerness to try. This is a 6th order sub-dragon, and he will soon become Suzir's subordinate. The 2 left the Lord's Hall, and finally drew an open space near the front city wall, and chose to build it. A flash of light flashed, and the basic resource reserve of the Dryad territory decreased by 2 million. Construction began and took 18 hours. The time was not short, and the 2 of them naturally wouldn't sit and wait here. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, they left the place instead. Go to the grassland where the dragons are resting. The construction time is as long as 18 hours. We can't waste time. Before the subspecies of Earth Dragon's lair is built, let's explore around the territory first. Chapter 97 Zhuan Kinglian, subscription for the 3rd watch. To this, Suzir readily agreed. After all, she is the lord of the tree demon territory now. If she doesn't even know the terrain and what's around the territory, how can she lead troops to fight in the future? They explored a large area around them. Suyi rode Blaze, and Su Kai'Honor rode Ice, taking the remaining 4 giant dragons into the air. They flew towards the south of the tree demon's territory. After getting the tree demon's territory, Suyi never explored the area properly. Today is just a good opportunity. The giant dragon squad swept across the sky, forming huge shadows under the sunlight. Soon, It attracted the attention of job changers from other territories in the central state. Those people looked up and gulped their saliva. As early as a week ago, they had experienced the power of the dragon. Zhang Kanghe died in the mouth of one of the giant dragons. Now, the scene of 6 giant dragons soaring into the sky made these people's hearts twitch, fearing that the huge monster above his head would be unhappy. He would fall from the sky and open his mouth to take a breath of dragon's breath at himself. Well, Suyi is not so boring. His way of life is, if people don't attack me, I won't attack others. If people attack me, they will definitely pay 100 times the price. It is good for everyone to survive together. There is no need to make enemies everywhere. This is not a good thing, especially in the age of the Lord. If you make too many enemies and they gather in one place and surround you, you will be very happy. The last disadvantage is not that your own dragon is not slow, and quickly crossed several high mountains, fly into Zhongzhou City. It has been more than 2 months since the end of the world, and now Zhongzhou City has been completely covered by lush vegetation except for some tall buildings, which can still see some of their original appearance. Other low-rise buildings have completely disappeared and the screen ocean being disassembled, torn apart, and swallowed. Was the first time Suzier saw such a situation, and her little face turned pale at the moment. She really couldn't imagine that 1 month in the last days would make the world like this. On the other hand, Suyi didn't have the slightest psychological burden with Suzier galloping all the way, went straight to the center of Zhongzhou. There is no sign of human exploration here. The green jungle is full of active monsters. In fact, this is not to blame. The lords of Zhongzhou strength limits their range of motion. The level of troops is low and the number is small. How can there be opportunities to explore too many areas? While Suyi was wandering in the air for a while, he discovered a strange phenomenon in the jungle below. Monsters. Many monsters gather in the same range. It seems to be guarding something. The dragon squad flitted through the air, making these guys put on a guarded stance. There's something down there. Go and have a look. Suyi pointed to the jungle below him. Suzy nodded. The dragon team folded their wings and quickly fell from the sky. The fierce dragon coercion descended from the sky, making the faces of those monsters change drastically. Some of the weaker ones just crawled on the ground and dared not move. The stronger ones show a kind of intense and restless spirit state. Grinning his teeth, he glared at Suyi's swipe. The blaze crushed several big trees, and directed at the dense monsters in front of it. There was a loud and clear dragon chant. The sound waves that almost turned into substance spread forward, rustling the leaves. Suyi also took this opportunity to look forward, and indeed found a glue surrounded by monsters. It was a strange flower. It is very large. The diameter is larger than the secret. The petals are dense, spread out towards the surroundings, and it also emits a soft blue light from a distance. It looks like an enlarged version of the lotus flower, which is really beautiful. Brother, what is that? Su Kainer also saw the flower and asked aloud. The corners of Suyi's lips twitched slightly. Call and see if you know. After finishing speaking, Suyi whistled and ordered to attack without saying a word. The 6-headed dragon started to attack directly, opening his mouth fiercely. As a mouthful of dragon's breath, the scorching flames flew out with a whoosh and landed on the monsters. How can monsters of the 2nd and 3rd ranks resist the damage of the dragon's breath? The body was ignited in minutes, and then turned into coke. Blazing II, ice, ice II, thunder, thunder II followed. All kinds of killing moves are released together. Watch dragon's breath, ice crystals, and lightning, mixed together, directly attacking the group of monsters in front. The dragons attacked, and the monsters exploded immediately. Some started to flee, and some were terrified, lying on the ground and not daring to move. Others started to fight back. But how could they be the opponents of the 10th order giant dragon? They were killed within minutes. Dots of light emerged from the corpse and flew into the bodies of the dragons naturally. Suzier was not far behind, took out Frost Fury, rode on the back of the ice, and threw spells at the surrounding monsters, followed by a lot of experience. 5 minutes later, all the surrounding monsters were killed, and the corpses lay on the ground. Suyi took this opportunity to jump off Blazing's back, and went straight to the Blue Lotus. As the distance got closer, the fragrance lingering at the tip of Suyi's nose became more intense. The fragrance was inhaled into the body, making Suyi's spirit more and more clear, refreshing. This lotus. Suyi raised his brows slightly, and became very curious about the giant blue lotus. Suzier also came at this moment, following behind Suyi. Brother, what the hell is this? Suyi didn't answer, but threw a detection skill at the giant cyan lotus. Soon, the information of the giant cyan lotus appeared in his mind. Zuan Kinglian description: when the flowers bloom, they emit a delicate fragrance. This fragrance can refresh people's minds and subtly enhance part of their spiritual power. After the flowers wither, they will produce Zuanking lotus seeds. Swallowing lotus seeds will increase their spiritual power on a large scale. and immune to some mental attacks. Seeing Zhuan Qinglian's description, Suyi's eyes lit up. And he shouted, a good thing, no wonder there are so many monsters gathered here, mostly attracted by the fragrance of this flower. Chapter 65. Chapter 98, Soldier Master Necklace, 20% cooldown reduction. Subscribe for more. Cough cough. Some things have been delayed these days, so the writing in these chapters is a bit watery, but the author has already finished his work. Next, start to update seriously, and hope that the old man here will not abandon the book. Continue, come down, there will be more wonderful things waiting for you. Secondly, the lotus seeds of Zhuan Qinglian are also rare and good things. Eating it can greatly improve mental strength, and can also be immune to some mental attacks. This is equivalent to eating a protective film for yourself. The monsters who gathered here are attracted by the fragrance of flowers, and they must be for the lotus seeds of Zhuan Qinglian, just waiting for this Zhuanqing lotus to mature. You can get a lotus seed to eat. It's a pity that Suya found out halfway and snatched it away. Nice one. Suya praised. Suzir has also read Zhuan Qinglian's information, and immediately became interested. Brother, what should we do now? Dig this thing back. The corners of Suya's lips twitched, and he quickly stopped. Suzir, don't. This lotus is at a critical stage of maturity. If you dig it back now, it will definitely wither. Upon hearing this, Suzir was dumbfounded. Brother, what do you mean? We can only wait here for it to mature. Suya nodded upon hearing the words. There is no other way. Indeed, Zhuan Qinglian is now at an important stage of maturity and must not be transplanted. Therefore, all Suya can do is to wait quietly for this lotus to mature. Of course, this is also a protection. So many monsters have been attracted just now. It is hard to guarantee that there will be more monsters approaching here after this, but we can't be sure when it will mature. What if it takes half a month or a month? Suzir raised the question in her heart. The corners of Suyi's eyes twitched. Well, the words are not rough indeed. Such natural and earthly treasures are precious, but it will take a lot of time to fully mature. Could it be that Suyi still has to stay here for a month, or it is absolutely impossible? After pondering for a while, Suyi's eyes lit up. There is a way. Su Kainer frowned, and looked at Suyi. We can ripen this thing. Don't forget, that's what dryads do. Suzir's eyes lit up when Suyi reminded her. That's right, we can get the tree demon to help. It's definitely possible. Haha, brother, you are too smart. Suyi waved his hand. You stay here and watch. I'll go back to the tree demon's territory, and I'll be right back. Remember, you must pay attention to safety. Understand? Su Kainer nodded. Don't worry, bro. 5 giant dragons are here. I'll see who dares to approach them. Just kidding. The 5-headed 10th tier dragons can all walk sideways, and they can still be bullied. Suya thinks about it, so he rode Chilai and left first. After flying into the sky, 1 person and 1 dragon went straight to the ground. Zan Lai hurried on the road with all his strength, and the speed was very fast. In less than 10 minutes, he flew back to the territory of the tree demon. Falling from the sky, Suya happened to meet the golden tree demon king. This guy had just finished arranging his work and was about to take a rest. When he saw Suya coming back, he quickly bowed and saluted. Suya waved his hand casually, and said repeatedly, now immediately come with me. I need something. You need your help. The golden tree demon king was a little confused, and didn't understand what Suya wanted to do by himself. But before it could react, Suya had already ordered Blaze to capture the golden tree demon king with a flick of its wings. It took the golden tree demon king with it and soared into the sky. Then it flew towards the direction where Suzir and Zhuan Qinglian were. After 10 minutes of flight, it successfully arrived at the destination and fell from the sky. Suyi was also unambiguous, and rushed to Zhuan Qinglian with the golden tree demon king, pointed at this thing and said, can you make it mature earlier? Or, transplant it back to the territory? The golden tree demon king looked at Zhuan Qinglian, and his eyes immediately lit up. It turned out to be Zhuan Qinglian. The Lord is very lucky. Suyi coughed lightly. I'll talk about this later. Answer my question first. The golden tree demon king didn't give a damn, and explained, this Zhuanqing lotus is about to bear fruit, and the transplant is not worth a loss. As for ripening, I can give it a try. How long will that take? Suzy asked. The golden tree demon king pondered a little, and replied, it takes about 5 days to fully mature. Suyi and Sukainer looked at each other. 5 days is not a short period of time, but it is also impossible. Well, 5 days is 5 days. During these 5 days, we will send troops to guard here and wait for it to mature, Suya said in a low voice. Naturally, the golden tree demon king didn't dare to have any opinions, and immediately began to cast spells. The limbs turned into vines, weaving into a cage, wrapping Zhuan Qinglian in the middle at the same time. He began to fertilize Zhuan Qinglian. Jinkalo fertilizer is the energy of plants. As long as there is enough energy, it can virtually accelerate the growth cycle of plants. Suyi and Suzir watched for a while, feeling a little bored. There were 4 dragons left. The 2 rode blazing in ice, and continued to explore the surroundings. There are not many territories in this generation, and most of them are unexplored areas. Not long after, the 2 found 2 treasure chests, one of which was blue and the other orange. After opening, 1 super resource pack and 1 super resource pack are obtained, a total of 11 million basic resources. Apart from resources, what made Suya feel even more precious was a necklace. Soldier Master Necklace, level, additional skills. Wearing this necklace can reduce the time for training arms by 20%. Description: a special necklace specially made for lords. It cannot enhance attributes, but it can shorten the training time of arms. It is a rare treasure. This thing is exactly what Suzir needs most now. Of course, it is also the equipment that all the lords in the world need. Although the reduction of training time is only 20%, the effect is very huge, especially for higher ranks. It takes an hour or a few hours to train a high-level soldier. If there is a 20% reduction, it can save a lot of training time. After learning about the magical function of the Soldier Master's necklace, Suzir put it on without saying a word. Get ready to start training a wave of subspecies ground dragons. After returning to the territory. Chapter 99. Big Kill. Big Kill. Level soars. Subscription required for the second update. When Suya took Suzir back to Zhuan Qinglian's location, the sky was already getting dark. The 4 giant dragons guarded the surrounding area with full attention, and there were many monster corpses piled up at their feet. It seems that during the time when Suya and Suzir left, many monsters were attracted by Zhuan Qinglian's fragrance. However, this place is guarded by giant dragons, and these monsters cannot touch Zhuan Qinglian at all. As for the Golden Giant King, it still maintains its previous posture. Dense tentacles sprouted from the body, wrapping Zhuan Qinglian, releasing energy towards Zhuan Qinglian without interruption. Suyi and Suzir fell from the sky and looked at the Golden Tree Demon King. How is it going? Suyi asked. The Golden Tree Demon King turned his head back with difficulty and smiled. Everything is going well, please rest assured, Lord. Hearing this, Suyi was relieved a lot. Ordering to leave the ice behind, he and Sukainer rode blazing and returned to the Tree Demon's territory. First landing on the lawn of the territory, Suzir went straight to the training camp of the subspecies of ground dragon. Want to see what's going on over there? When I got there, the training camp was still under construction, and it would take about 12 hours. However, because of Susie's main necklace, the 12 hours were reduced by 20% again, and it took more than 9 hours to complete the construction. Suyi walked to the back and patted Suzir's shoulder. It's still early, let's eat first. After dinner, I'll go to Zhuan Qinglian's to watch over. Sukainer nodded. This was discussed by the 2 of them before. After all, Zhuan Qinglian is considered a rare treasure, so there is no guarantee that it will not attract the covetousness of some powerful monsters or lords. So Suya decided to go to protect it in person. The 2 brothers and sisters reached an agreement and went back to the Lord's Hall to eat some spiritual fruit. Suzir fell asleep, while Suya set off on blazing return to Zhuan Qinglian's position as a guard. It was late at night, and there was darkness in the forest. Although it's not to the point where you can't see your fingers, it's enough to make some timid people's scalp go numb from time to time. There was a rustling sound from the surrounding bushes. At the same time, there are red and blue shadows, which are the monster's eyes. They are being attracted by the scent of flowers and are gathering here. However, he was intimidated by the giant dragon, so he didn't dare to go forward. So he could only linger on the periphery, staring at this side. Suyi leaned back against blazing body, scanning the more and more monsters around him, with the cold light flashing in his eyes. It doesn't matter if you covet what I fancy, if you want it so much, then keep it forever, Suyi murmured. Standing up directly, he took out his long sword from the Lord's space. Ignite the fire, ready to fight. Fiercely understanding, he opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of dragon's breath. The firelight suddenly appeared, knowing the darkness around it. Suyi also released Ajo Rong. Clearly most of them are Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, Tier 4, and even Tier 5 nether tigers. It was a big tiger with black stripes all over its body. More than 5 meters in length, with a nimble tail like a steel whip. It flicked slightly in the air. However, this did not scare Suyi. Instead, it made him feel excited. So many monsters are all experience points. I am worried that my level is low. Anyway, I am idle, so I might as well kill these monsters to add to the fun. Thinking of this, Suyi turned on Blazing's back. You guys, protect Zhuan Qinglian, and Blazing will follow me to fight. Chapter 66. As soon as the words fell, the other 5 eager dragons were a little disappointed. He fell back to the ground again and Shilai launched an attack with Suyi on his back. Suyi sat on Blazing's back, transformed into a dragon knight, and began to move around among the monsters. Advance. The increase effect of the fearless field is also useful to him, and it can be opened directly. Then came the hard hit with more than 5 times the damage. Even monsters of Tier 3 and Tier 4 can hardly resist the edge. It's just that the whirlwind is not easy to release, but it's okay. Sitting on Blazing's back, Suyi doesn't need to worry about safety at all. Crazy kill, just fine. The monsters circling around and unwilling to leave screamed and fled in all directions after being beaten. But how can their speed compare to Blazing? Even without flying, Blazing's speed is much faster than these guys. Left and right, rushing forward, chasing and intercepting. Suyi killed one monster after another at an extremely fast speed. When the monster died, dots of blue light floated from the body, gathered in one place, and poured into Suyi's body, and Suyi's level, in this frenzied plundering, rapidly increased. Congratulations on your promotion to level 13, congratulations on your promotion to level 14, congratulations on your promotion to level 15. As the level increases, Suyi's strength increases greatly, and the speed of killing monsters also increases accordingly. A virtuous circle similar to a snowball appeared, continuously increasing Suyi's strength. However, the good times didn't last long. Seeing that Suyi was not easy to mess with, the monsters gathered around gave up fighting and scattered towards the surrounding jungle. Looking at the monsters who disappeared every minute, Suyi was a little bit unsatisfied overall, though. The gains are still good. His level has reached level 17, and his attributes are as follows: name, Suyi; occupation, warrior; level 17; command power, 26 health points, 63 attack, 19 defense, 68 speed, 20 equipment, Cheyenne armor, refined iron long sword skill, heavy attack, charge for 1 second, launch a fierce attack on the target, causing 6 times damage, and a 10% chance to cause a stun effect. Whirlwind slash, rotate at a very fast speed, cut out a series of sword ki, and inflict multiple damages on the targets within the range. Fearless field, centering on oneself, open a field with a radius of 200 meters. The army in this field will increase its basic strength by 100%, and will not be deterred by high-level arms. A radius of 200 meters and a 100% attribute increases the full value, and the protagonist will not be able to get the increase if the protagonist's level is increased. Not bad. The attribute has been greatly improved, and it is about the same as the 5th tier arms. After all, the growth attribute of the super template is quite high. Chapter 100: The treacherous troops of the Dryad territory. At the end of the battle, Suyi shook off the blood on the flowing lightsaber. Back to the place where I rested before relying on the blazing heat. He lay down, closed his eyes, and entered a state of doze. After Suyi's massacre just now, there was no monster appeared near Zhuangqinglian until the next day. There is no way. Suyi is too cruel. They are afraid that if they get close, they will become the soul of Suyi's sword without mobs bothering her. Suyi was so bored that she could only pass the time by sleeping. When it was dawn, Suyi found out after waking up the Golden Dryad King has stopped fertilizing. This guy has been working all night, and he is quite tired at the moment, sitting on a tree trunk beside him to rest. Seeing Suyi wake up, he quickly stood up and saluted. Suyi waved his hand, walked to Zhuangqinglian and stood still overnight. Zhuangqinglian has already undergone considerable changes. First of all, the petals became much more than yesterday. The fragrance of flowers is even more intense, stimulating Suyi's head. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with this thing, Suyi left behind 5 giant dragons and rode back on Blazing. He still has more important matters to deal with, so he will leave it to the giant dragons for protection for the time being. Back at the tree demon's territory, just as Suyi jumped off Blazing's back, she saw Suzir running towards this side. Brother, you came just in time. The subspecies Earth Dragon lair has been built. Suyi frowned, thinking about the time. Deng even was dragged by Sukainer, and walked to the side of the subspecies of Earth Dragon's lair. Compared with a gorgeous and domineering dragon's nest, the subspecies of Earth Dragon's lair is much more shabby. It looked like a hole in the ground, pitch black. Can I start training now? Suzir rubbed her hands. Eager to try, Suyi nodded, and checked the information of the Earth Dragon lair, as follows: Earth Dragon lair, level, Tier 6 level, 1 unit, 0 training template, subspecies Earth Dragon training cost, 40,000 gold coins. No special training time, needed for 3 hours to upgrade. Wood, stone ore, iron ore, and gold coins are 4 million each. Sure enough, the first level training camp can only train 10 units, but it was better than nothing. and got Suyi's instruction. Suzy started training 10 subspecies of earth dragons, cost 4 million gold. As for the time, 30 hours, 20% reduction, it is 24 hours exactly one day. The time is still too long, which makes some uncomfortable after thinking about it. He traded the Tier 6 Orc troop template and Tier 4 and 4 Snow Monster troop templates to Sukainer. Make those two too. Sukainer was a little confused, and interrupted Suyi. Brother, there is no need for this. Don't we have a subspecies of earth dragon? Suyi heard the words, but his face was solemn, and he shook his head. No, I think it is necessary. The tree demon's territory is very important. To protect this place well, we need a large number of troops, so we need violent troops. Seeing Suyi's resolute attitude, Suzir had no choice but to follow suit. Near the lair of subspecies earth dragon, a Tier 6 Orc camp and a Tier 4 and 4 Yeti camp were built. Although the level and practicality of these two units are not high, they should still be sufficient for defense at this stage. With a soldier master necklace, the construction time of the two buildings is reduced by 0%. It only takes about 10 hours to get it done. After completing the work here, Suyi went to the Lord's Hall in the Tree Demon's territory again. In the open space here, 10 Aurora pigeons have returned 5 days ago. After Suyi brought them here from the star field, he let these guys move freely. The main function is to let them understand the situation around the Dryad territory as soon as possible. Now, the situation is almost known, and all these pigeons have come back. The Dryad territory is in urgent need of development, and Suyi doesn't know when he will return to the Star Domain territory next time. Therefore, in order to ensure communication between the two territories, he decided to release 5 Aurora carrier pigeons today and let them return to the Starfield territory. In this way, both the Dryad territory and the Star Domain territory have carrier pigeons, and they can communicate with each other. Walking into the Lord's Hall, Suyi fetched paper and pen, and wrote a letter. It roughly explains the situation in the Dryad territory, and the fact that they will not be able to return to the Star Domain territory in a short period of time. So even Lin Yangxi should pay attention to safety. After writing, Suyi rolled up the letter, put it into a special bamboo tube, and tied it to the leg of the Aurora pigeon. After finishing these, Suyi ordered that 5 Aurora carrier pigeons take off and fly away in the direction of Hanan City. Sukainer watched the Aurora carrier pigeon leave, and she was looking forward to it. Brother, when do you think Yangxi and Eve will be able to read our letter? Suyi pondered a little. About a day and a half. You can see it in time. This is Suyi's answer based on the flight speed of the Aurora carrier pigeon. Sukainer wanted to ask something else, but suddenly heard a strange roar from the direction of the city wall of the Tree Demon territory, and her eyes lit up. Subspecies Earth Dragon, the training was successful. Saying that, the little girl ran towards Sirius Dylan's lair. Suyi also hurriedly followed. Sure enough, when the two arrived at the place, they saw an earth dragon that looked like a dinosaur appeared at the door of the lair. The body length is about 7 or 8 meters, covered with thick black scales. The 2 hind legs are thick and powerful, and the forelimbs are relatively short, but the extremely sharp claws, under the sunlight, glisten with a dazzling cold light. As soon as this subspecies of earth dragon saw Sukainer, it immediately lowered its body and rubbed its huge head in front of Sukainer, causing the little girl to keep laughing. Suyi shook his head lightly, and threw detection skills at the subspecies of earth dragons. The information is as follows: subspecies of earth dragons, Tier 6 level, 1 HP, 10 attack, 25 defense, 20 speed, 21 skills, death rush. The earth dragon has extremely strong power. The short and thick limbs can provide them with strong power. They will accelerate towards the enemy and cause huge damage to the enemy. There is a 30% chance of causing a stun effect. This effect is equivalent to the level targets higher than themselves are ineffective. Sharp minions. Earth dragons have sharp teeth and claws, which are their most commonly used and powerful weapons. When fighting, earth dragons will knock down the enemy and send their sharp claws into the enemy inside, cut through the enemy's body. Earth dragon breath. Earth dragon has a small amount of dragon blood, and also has the unique breath ability of giant dragons, but the power is not as good as that of real dragons. Description: the subspecies of earth dragons are not real dragons, but beasts with a trace of dragon blood. But even so, don't underestimate these guys. They are powerful and cannot be provoked, otherwise, you will pay a heavy price. Chapter 101 Zhang Xianaya, don't you think they are childish? One more subscription. The attributes are not as good as those encountered in the Dragon Crystal Cave, but they are not bad after all. The level is here. There is only one level. How high can the attributes be? This is Suzir's first real training for combat units, and she is having a great time playing with this subspecies of earth dragons. It wasn't until Suyu reminded her that the girl calmed down, patted the subspecies of earth dragon on the head, and followed Suyu straight to the Lord's Hall. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, and it's time to stock up on a new round of dryads and Jinkala fertilizers. Just like yesterday, Suyu entered the store interface with ease, then put 200 tree demons and 3,000 units of Jinkala fertilizer on the shelves. After pressing the confirm button, the inventory quantity will decrease rapidly in order to snap up the dryad and Jinkala fertilizer. The lords even stood in front of the market screen all day, waiting. There is no way. The seeds have already been planted. If the tree demon and Jinkala fertilizer cannot be obtained, then their investment will be completely useless. So, no matter what, the dryad and Jinkala fertilizer are things they must compete for. Unfortunately, there are not many of them. 200 tree demons and 3,000 units of Jinkala fertilizer lasted for less than 30 seconds before they were wiped out. After all the dryads and Jinkala fertilizers were sold out, the chat channel in the market was full of excitement again. The lord who was lucky enough to snatch it was very happy, while the lord with the handicap was crying for his father and mother. Sukainer glanced at the chat channel, then turned to look at Suyi. Brother, we still have 653 tree demons left. If we sell 200 tree demons every day, I'm afraid they will all be sold out soon. Indeed, Suzera's speed of training the dryad is limited. Even with a 20% cooldown reduction of the warrior master necklace, it still takes at least 24 minutes to train a dryad. At the end of a day, you can only train up to 60 dryads at most. Chapter 67. This is completely out of proportion to the sales volume of 200 heads. As time goes by, within a few days, the dryads in the dryads territory will be completely sold out, and this is exactly what Suzera is worried about. Suyu's expression didn't change when he heard the words, as if he had already made plans in his heart. Zir, do you know about auctions? Sukainer frowned. Brother, what do you mean? The corner of Suyu's lips twitched slightly. That's right, from tomorrow onwards, the dryads will be sold by auction. 60 heads will be sold every day, and they will be auctioned in 10 groups. The one with the highest price will get it. Hearing Suyu's words, Suzera's suddenly realized, this can maximize the benefits of the dryads and ensure the number of dryads in our territory. Suyu snapped his fingers. Right, and in the past 2 days, we have sold 400 tree demons, which is enough for some lords to taste the sweetness, and they can just advertise for us. Well, Suyu admits in fact, he had planned all of this from the very beginning. Sell dryad for a fixed price, and meet Suyu. This does not maximize the interests of the dryad. Therefore, he does not intend to sell the dryad at an average price. Instead, it was only sold for 2 days. Let those lords taste the sweetness, and then make the dryad an auction form. In this way, it will be possible. Let those lords who have tasted the sweetness compete first at that time. Hey, I have to say, this trick is a bit wretched, but it is the best choice to maximize profits. Brother, how bad are you? Suzy joked. Suyu shrugged. It's just for survival. You should inform the lords that the dryad will be sold at an auction at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay. Sukainer is also a playful host. With Suyu's instruction, she immediately followed suit. As the owner of 156, shout in the market chat channel. Roughly speaking, 60 dryads will be auctioned tomorrow, and the one with the highest price will know as soon as the announcement came out. The market chat channel fell silent instantly. No one spoke. After more than 10 seconds, the overwhelming information appeared. There were some scolding among them. Profitable merchants, unscrupulous merchants, this is maliciously raising the price. Under the end times, everyone is struggling to survive. I didn't expect you to do such a thing. Can't you be a little sympathetic? Forget it, I really won't buy this dryad. If the food production decreases, let's reduce it. We must not expand the pockets of profiteers. I hope everyone will be like me. I agree with the above point of view. I don't buy anything. I really think that there is a tree demon. Seeing the curses all over the screen, Suzera's pretty face turned pale, and she turned to look at Suyu. The latter just smiled evilly. Don't worry, they can't escape the law of truth. In spite of whenever, the law of truth is always deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Now they keep saying no. Tomorrow they will sit neatly in front of the screen and wait for the auction to start. There's nothing to worry about. Seeing Suyu, so Suzera simply shuts down the market trading system. Followed Suyu to go out to check the arms types. The dryad suddenly changed its selling method, which dropped a bomb on the market. Hegemony dominates the world. Zhang Xianaya arranged the few dryads he had just snapped up, and was about to return to the Lord's Hall, but bumped into Li Yuntao, who was running out of the Lord's Hall. What? Are you doing in a hurry? Zhang Xianaya said with some reproach. Li Yanteo's face was a bit ugly, and he told Zhang Xianaya that the tree demon should be sold at auction. When the latter heard this, he felt very uncomfortable. It's true. Li Yanteo nodded again and again. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, come in and see for yourself. As he spoke, regardless of Zhang Xianaya's willingness or not, he dragged him into the Lord's Hall, pointed at the message that kept sliding on it. Look, Zhang Xianaya glanced around, and sure enough, he saw a lot of scolding in the chat channel. Mostly it is a condemnation of the owner of the dryad shop. Said she shouldn't make such a fortune at a time like this. All mankind should advance and retreat together. Zhang Xianaya smiled instead of anger, making Li Yanteo a little confused. Why are you laughing? Zhang Xianaya pointed at the lords and said, don't you think they are naive? Chapter 102 Maximizing Benefits, Second Watch Subscription. Childish. Li Yanteo scratched his scalp, feeling a bit confused. Seeing this, Zhang Xianaya sneered, and continued, what is the purpose of the owner selling the tree demon for auction? Maximize the interests of the dryad, Li Yanteo said. Zhang Xianaya nodded, that's right, it's about maximizing profits. So tell me, did he do anything wrong? Li Yanteo's expression froze. Is it wrong? Is it wrong? Seeing Li Yanteo's hesitation, Zhang Xianaya continued, he is right, Fan Fei is right, but it is still human nature. Even if I have the right to sell the tree demon, I will do the same. Just kidding, who would think that the money they make is so much? And no one would think so in the past and present. Now these blind people, to put it bluntly, are just two words: jealous. Typical pink eye patients don't want others to get rich, so they can only vent their grievances in the chat channel. As a result, they got nothing and nothing. Could it be that the owner of 156 will change his decision because of their few words? No, in other words, you are not forced to buy the dryad. What do you think? Buy it, get out if you don't want to buy it, right? Why are there so many gossips? Zhang Xianaya has experienced a lot of shopping malls, so he knows the way of it quite well. That's why he's laughing now after listening to these words. Li Yanteo also understood Zhang Xianaya's meaning in his heart, and nodded. You are right. Zhang Xianaya snapped his fingers. Just wait and see, tomorrow's auction will definitely be exciting. After finishing speaking, Zhang Xianaya turned and left the Lord's Hall. He wasn't bored enough to watch the grievances of these lords with his spare time. He might as well kill a few more monsters to improve his strength. At the same time, he became more and more curious about the mastermind behind this 162 shop. You and I are the same kind of people. If we meet by chance, maybe we will become friends. Zhang Xianaya thought to himself. He is a man who admires the strong. For a truly strong man, the best way to respond is to scream, not to fight. Of course, this is just Zhang Xianaya's idea. In this world, there are tens of thousands of other lords, but their thoughts are not like this. Quite a few of them who have already set their sights on the dryad camp start to inquire about the information of the dryad's territory from various channels. Precious wealth, always so attractive. Hongzhou, territory of dryads. After waiting for a long time, the sky became dark, and the snow monster camp and the orc camp have been built. The information is as follows: Big Snow Monster Camp, level, Tier 4, level 4. 1 unit. 0 training template. Big Snow Monster training cost 10,000 gold coins, no special conditions. Training time 30 minutes. Upgrade required: wood, stone ore, iron ore, 1 million gold coins each. Or camp, Tier 5 level. 1 unit. 0 training template. Beastman training cost 2 gold coins, no special conditions. Training time 1 hour. Upgrade required: wood, stone ore, iron ore, gold coins 2 million each. A Tier 4 and 4 arms, and a Tier 5 arm. Don't say much, just start training directly. A total of 3 million gold was spent, and the training began with the increase of Susie's Soldier Master necklace. The time can be shortened a lot. Now that the sky was getting dark, Suya told Su Zir to protect the tree demon's territory, and he himself rode Zhili straight to where Zhuan Qinglian was. There are not many monsters during the day, and the dragons can handle it at night. It is the peak period of monster activity. Suya is going to guard it himself. After arriving at the place, the golden tree demon king continued to fertilize. Streams of soft white energy are continuously released from its body, lingering around Zhuan Qinglian, accelerating the growth of Zhuan Qinglian. Suya glanced at it, and after confirming that there was no problem, before the night was completely dark, he rode on Qilian to clean up all the monsters around him, and then fell asleep at dawn. The next day, Suya returned to the tree demon territory. The training here has been completed. 10 big snow monsters and 10 orc warriors are standing blankly in the open space in the territory of the tree demon. The snow monster is white all over. It looks like a simple and honest big fat man. The whole body is surrounded by cold air. And the ice crystal cold air will come out from the position where it stands. Su Yi threw a detection skill at the big snow monster. The information is as follows. Big snow monster, rank, tier 4, level 4. 1 HP. 50 attack power. 65 defense power. 70 speed. 13 skill, snowball throwing. The big snow monster summons a snowball and throws it at the enemy. The furthest attack radius is 30 meters, causing a lot of damage to the hit enemy and causing a deceleration effect. This effect has no effect on targets whose level is higher than its own. Cold air assault. Breathe out cold air towards the fan-shaped area in front, causing huge damage to enemies within a radius of 10 meters, with a 20% chance to freeze the enemy directly. Description: a strange creature born in the ice and snow, with the power to control ice and snow, and its attack methods are mostly good attributes. It is a well-deserved tier 4 monster. Looking at the orc fighters again, they are the same as the ones I saw in the orc secret realm. They are silly, holding maces in their hands. The information is as follows. Beast human warrior, rank, tier 5 level. 1 HP. 70 attack. 80 defense. 75 speed. 13 skill, orc roar. Open your giant mouth and roar at the enemy. The sound waves ejected from the mouth will impact the target in front, causes a short-term dizziness. This skill has no effect on targets whose level is higher than its own. Savage charge. Launch a charge in a certain direction. Extremely fast speed, combined with great strength, can cause extremely high damage to the target. Fatal trample. The furious orc jumps high and tramples on the enemy. Once hit, it will cause huge damage. This skill needs to be charged in advance. If the speed is fast enough, it can be avoided. Description: a powerful race living in the primitive jungle, with a burly figure and explosive power. The only shortcoming is that the brain is not very bright. Chapter 103. Auctioning the giant and arms ring. Su heard the sound, and Su Kainer, who was mingling with the snow monster and the orc, came back to her senses. Seeing that it was Suyi who had returned, he hurriedly dragged him to the front. Look, brother, it's not bad. Suyi nodded. It has begun to take shape. Keep working hard. Experience the thrill of becoming a lord for the first time. Suzir was very excited and rubbed her hands. Then what should I do next? Chapter 68. Suyi pondered a little. Upgrade the building of the arms, and then upgrade the hall of the lord? Suzir's face froze. After the lord's hall is upgraded, there are monsters attacking the city. Why, are you afraid? Suyi glanced at Suzir. The latter's pretty face was flushed, and his chest straightened out. Anyone who is afraid of coming will come. Anyway, there's you, brother. Suyi, my younger sister is a bit of a salty fish. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, upgrading or something needs a lot of time as a foundation when the monsters really attack the city. It is estimated that the defense of the tree demon's territory has already been raised several levels at that time. Do you still need to be afraid of monsters attacking the city? The orc camp and the snow monster camp have been trained. If you want to train more troops, you must upgrade the buildings. Without further ado, let's go straight to work. Upgrade both camps. After finishing these, Suyi and Suzir returned to the Lord's Hall to start preparations for the giant auction. The time came to 10 o'clock in the morning, which was the auction time agreed yesterday according to Suyi's order. Suzir first put 3,000 units of Jinkalo fertilizer on the shelf, which gained a wave of popularity in less than a minute. 3,000 units of Jinkalo fertilizer were wiped out. It seems that the law of truth is really deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Afterwards, Suzir began to auction the giant. As Suyi said yesterday, there are a total of 60 tree demons, divided into 10 groups, each with 6 heads. The starting price is 500 coins, and each increase must not be less than 100 coins, and the one with the highest bid will be informed. This is the basic rule of giant auction. Just after 10:10, the first group of giants hit the auction block. The next moment, bidding begins. 5 then soared directly to 600 currency. However, this growth rate is not over yet. The base of 6,000 currency continues to grow. 6. The sale of the giant for 2 consecutive days has made many lords realize the preciousness of the giant. As long as you buy it, it will be used forever. Previously, the price was 800 coins per head, so if you buy it, you will earn it. Therefore, even though it is an auction now, there are still quite a few lords bidding. Of course, more are still on the sidelines. In the first wave of auctions, the general price is not bid at this time, and it cannot be done without sufficient economic strength. Seeing the price approaching 900, Su Kainer's face turned red. Oh my god, The price is 9,000, that's 150 coins per head. Suya shrugged. It's because of the first wave, and the price should drop a lot in subsequent auctions. Su Kainer nodded, agreeing with Suya's statement. After another round of competition, the first wave of dryads was sold at a price of 960, then came the second wave. The competition is still fierce, and the price is even higher than the first wave, which is 800, the third wave continues. The transaction price is 930, the fourth wave. Transaction price 900. Listening to the sound of ding dong money coming into the account, Su Kainer burst into laughter. This is much more fun than simply selling dryads. Hegemony dominates the world. Zhang Xianaya, Zhang Jun, and Li Yuntao sat side by side, staring intently at the big screen in front of them, watching waves of dryads being auctioned off. Zhang Jun and Li Yuntao were a little anxious. Xianaya, let's do it, Zhang Jun urged, but Zhang Xianaya waved his hand, calmly said, wait a minute, we will enter the arena from the 6th wave and the 7th wave. This is Zhang Xianaya's ideal number. There are a total of 10 waves in the auction, and the competition in the first few waves will be extremely fierce. In the middle, the competition decreases slightly, and at the end of the day, the competition gets bigger. This is Zhang Xianaya's experience, so he decided to enter the auction from the 6th wave soon. The 6th wave of auctions will begin. The bidding price soared from 5,000 to 650 in an instant. Seeing this, Zhang Xianaya made a decisive decision and made a bid. 88. It is the first time that such a thing has happened today. For an instant surge of more than 2,000 currencies, this operation has successfully scared away many lords. They all believe that this wave of auctions had a rich boss coming in. Competing with big bosses will only hurt both sides, so they gave up this wave of bidding. Finally, the 6th wave of dryads was sold at a price of 880. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xianaya smiled happily. Everything was as he expected in the 7th wave. He used the same method to successfully bid for 900 coins. Although these two prices are not much different from the previous 960, but it is enough to see the strength of Zhang Xianaya's methods. He is worthy of being one of the strongest lords of the previous Xia Kingdom. The 8th wave of dryads began to be auctioned, and Li Yuntao wanted to bid, but was stopped by Zhang Xianaya. We don't buy it. Why? Zhang Jun and Li Yuntao looked at Zhang Xianaya together. Such a good opportunity, why didn't you buy it? Zhang Xianaya smiled and shook his head. The current price is inflated. The reason I sold it was just for emergency. Believe me, the auction price will come down after a while. Zhang Jun and Li Yuntao looked at each other, and when they were about to say something, they found that Zhang Xianaya had already left the Lord's Hall. At this moment, he is heading straight for the farmland that dominates the territory of the world with the 12 tree demons airdropped. Here's Hongzhou, territory of dryads. The 10-wave auction will end soon. The highest transaction price was 990, and the lowest was 880, adding up to a total of 94,300 coins, adding in the 150,000 coins from the previous sale of Jinkala fertilizer, and the 450,000 coins saved a few days ago. Suzier's currency reserves are now 700,000. This is already quite a small amount. After exiting the market auction interface, Suzier directly opened the system mall, and then purchased a super unit ring at an extremely fast speed. Take it out after it is automatically refreshed, grab Suyu's hand, and put the unit ring into Suyu's hand. Brother, give it to you. Suyu was stunned by Su Kainer's operation, and after a moment, she looked at Su Kainer. You, Chapter 104, the alliance covering the territory of the tree demon. I'll reward my dear old brother. Is it wrong? With that said, Suzier took Suyu's arm. To be honest, to Suyu, she was grateful from the bottom of her heart. It's not even an exaggeration to say that if it wasn't for Suyi, she would probably be dead now. Su Yi is her only relative in this world. Hearing Su Kainer's nasty words, Suyi shrank her neck. That's right, I like it very much, thank you. After all, Suyi began to look at the arm's ring in his hand. The shape is simple, with many complicated patterns carved on it. As for the material, Suyi can't tell what material it is made of anyway. It has the texture of metal, and it is ice cold in the hand. The lowest level ring can carry 100 units of arms for movement, and there is a food storage area inside. That's right, when the arms ring is carrying arms, it also needs to be fed. Other than that, there are no great features. Suyu was not polite, and directly put the ring on the ring finger of his right hand. With this thing, his actions in the future will become much more convenient, at least when traveling far away. There is no need to consider the speed of low-level units. Throw the arms you want to take away directly into the ring, and you will be happy after buying the ring. Susie's currency reserves are still 200,000 yuan. The number is not small, and you can still buy a lot of good things in the system while under Suyu's signal. Su Kainer opened the city defense product interface here. All the props or blueprints related to city defense are sold. For example, giant crossbows, catapults, lightning towers, artillery, etc. are all here anyway. The resources in the Tree Demon camp are still sufficient that brothers and sisters chose for a while, and then chose a blueprint of a cannon. The price is 50,000 coins, but definitely worth it. Large caliber cannon. It can be placed on the city wall to defend against the enemies who are besieging the city. The effective range is 500 meters. After it is fired, it will cause huge damage to the enemies within a diameter of 20 meters. Note from, this device needs to be operated by humanoid units. Giant cannon, powerful and domineering, expensive to build, and even more powerful. Suya paid a lot of money to buy this because he considered the position of the Tree Demon's territory. Then, Suya exchanged several super resource packs. I replenished the reserve resources of the Giant territory, and started preparing for the next wave of construction in the Giant territory. Now, the resource reserves of the Giant territory are as follows: Territory of the Giant, Lord, Suya level 4 Alliance, Star Domain subordinate territory, no buildings. 20 armies, Giant population. 67 timber. 820,000 stone. 790,000 iron ore. 770,000 gold coins. 370,000 food. 620,000 currency. 0 upgrade required. Wood, stone ore, iron ore, and gold coins are 5 million each. The resource reserves have exceeded the star domain, but soon, all these resources will be spent again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69. The first is the training of the arms. In order to deal with possible crises, Suya will never be stingy about the training of the arms, followed by building upgrades and building construction. Lord Big, the hall must be upgraded, the city wall must be upgraded, and the large caliber cannons installed on the city wall are all money. Therefore, even with the current reserve, Suya still feels that it is not enough, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as the Giant's territory maintains the supply of the Giant, then it can always harvest money with currency. Is it difficult to exchange resources? Moreover, after the completion of the storm in the Giant territory, Suya plans to occupy a few secret places for the Giant territory as a long-term resource supply. With a plan in mind, Suya pulled Suya along, ready to set off to find the secret place. Before that, the two were planning to place large caliber cannons on the city wall. After all, it takes a lot of time to build buildings. Before the possible war comes, the two must make complete preparations to this. Suya did not refuse. The two climbed onto the city wall and began to build cannons on the 3 sides of the city wall. Large caliber cannons are expensive and a huge expense. Suya made reasonable arrangements and placed 3 large caliber cannons on the left and right walls respectively. On the front wall, which is also the most likely to encounter the enemy, 6 large caliber cannons were placed. Each large caliber cannon costs gold coins, 1 million each for iron ore, and 500,000 each for wood and stone ore. 12 giant cannons came down and spent more than 10 million resources in an instant. Needless to say, it's a waste of money. Suya felt a pain in the flesh when she saw it, and pinched Suya's arm. Brother, is it worth it for us to do this? Suya endured the pain and nodded firmly. Don't worry, it must be worth it. Having said that, he ran away. Even though Suya is a mage, her strength attribute is not low. If she is pinched down again, Suya will definitely be pinched down. The two got off the city wall, continued with the previous plan, rode up to the sky, and flew towards the south. This time, the two are going to explore this direction on the edge of a certain city 2,000 kilometers away from Zhongzhou. There are many territories built here unlike other places. The territories here are very dense and not far from each other. It seems that the rudiments of an alliance have been formed at this moment. In a territory in the middle of this territory alliance, the Lord's Hall, there were many people sitting on both sides of the long conference table. These people are all the lords and managers in the nearby territories. All were summoned here at this moment, and it was a middle-aged man who called them together. He is about 40 years old, wearing exquisite plate armor, with a fierce face, squinting his eyes and scanning the lords in the arena. Zhang Dehao of the Kanglong territory is also the leader of the Zhonghe alliance, and he has many elite soldiers and generals under his command. About half a month ago, He used threats or lures to integrate all the surrounding territories and establish the Zhonghe alliance. Now, these lords are holding a meeting on the matter of the Dryad. The tree demon and Jinkala fertilizer are bound to become extremely important strategic resources. My suggestion is that all our lords unite and send troops to attack and occupy that territory. What do you think? Chapter 105 Zhang Delhao borrows soldiers. The lords in the field looked at each other when they heard the words. In fact, they have done a lot during this time to attack other territories driven by Zhang Delhao. He fought east and west all day long. It is also because of this that the territory of the Zhonghe alliance is fat and oily. Although there are not many high-level arms, the number of arms can definitely be regarded as the number one in the vicinity. As the leader of the alliance, Zhang Delhao is also the most powerful territory lord of the Zhonghe alliance. His way of survival is to fight. He believes that fighting is the fastest way to get resources, not one of them because of the war. He has such a big family property because of the battle. He established the Zhonghe alliance and became the supreme leader. Now, dryads are very popular in the market, so Zhang Delhao set his sights on this thing. After inquiring through various channels, he finally confirmed that there is a territory that produces dryads in Zhongzhou, more than 1,000 kilometers away from here. Although I'm not sure if it's the territory that sells dryads in the market system. However, it has also aroused Zhang Delhao's very strong interest. Can't wait to immediately go to Zhongzhou and attack that territory. The lords lined up on both sides below heard the words and had different ideas. They got together because they succumbed to Zhang Delhao's despotic power. This kind of alliance is very friendly on the surface, but behind the scenes, they have their own little tricks. Leader, I think we have to take a long-term view on this matter. Zhongzhou is at least 1,300 kilometers away from here. It will take several days for us to rush over here, one of the lords boldly said. His name is Feng Yun, the lord of one of the territories in the Zhonghe alliance. The strength is not weak. Feng Yun's words were quickly approved by several other lords. Qianji territory. Yuhai said in agreement, I agree with Lord Fang's opinion. Zhongzhou is not close to this side. We haven't even figured out the situation there. It would be too risky to send troops rashly. Lin Gaoji from Lingayan territory also followed suit. Yes, once our army sets off, it will consume a lot of food and resources, and there may be many unfavorable factors on the way. So listening to these people's remarks, Zhang Delhao's face was dark and terrifying. This is clearly disobeying his orders. Seeing that other lords wanted to continue speaking, Zhang Delhao patted the conference table in front of him. There was a muffled bang, which made Qi's heart skip a beat, and he quickly shut up. Zhang Delhao is notoriously brutal. If you really want to fight with him all the time, some lords still dare not. Speaking of it, you are cowardly. As long as the demon territory is occupied, we will have inexhaustible food, and we can also sell the tree demon in the market. At that time, are you afraid that the resources will not come back? Zhang Delhao said angrily. Several of his cronies are also at this moment. The leader is right. This is a great opportunity. Our Zhonghe alliance is so strong that we will definitely succeed immediately and take down that territory. At that time, we will have inexhaustible food resources, and we will be able to usher in a new wave of development and become even stronger. Seeing the ugly faces of these people, Feng Yun and the other lords were full of resentment. It sounds good to say that if you seize the territory of the tree demon, you can use endless food and continue to develop, but that time it wasn't. After the capture of the territory, most of the resources were taken by Zhang Delhao. He developed well, but what did Feng Yun and other lords get? They didn't even get back the loss of a big war. This style of play, only people with big brains will participate. Seeing that the time is almost up, Zhang Delhao coughed lightly, and glanced at Feng Yun, Yu Hai and other lords who usually opposed him. Of course, I don't force you. If you really don't want to go out with me, then according to the alliance regulations, I will borrow soldiers from your territories. I will take your soldiers to Zhongzhou to attack the tree demon territory. When Feng Yun and the other lords heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. Borrowing soldiers sounds nice, but I am afraid that the borrowed soldiers will never have a chance to come back. Even if they are not treated as cannon fodder and died, they will still fill Zhang Delhao's pocket. Seeing the change in the face of the lord in the field, Zhang Delhao's lips curled slightly, and he continued, however, I will not treat everyone badly, and all the lords who lent me troops will give them to you after I capture the territory of the tree demon. A batch of food as payment. After finishing speaking, Zhang Delhao got up and walked out of the hall. Everyone, think about it carefully. After 2 hours, the reason is to follow me to go to Zhongzhou. Please wait in front of the city gate. Zhang Delhao left, but the atmosphere in the field became More dignified, several lords who were at odds with Zhang Dehao got together. What should we do? It's clear that they want to drag us into the water. In my opinion, we can just lend him some soldiers, and we can stay here and develop with peace of mind. Do you think he will let go of the opportunity to borrow soldiers so easily? If he doesn't take away 80% of the soldiers in your territory, he will feel at ease. The lords were speechless indeed. Zhang Dehao had a bad reputation after becoming the lord. It is even more convenient to ask for resources from other territories with the convenience of the lord. It can be said that Zhang Dehao's Kanglong territory can develop to the point where it is today. Fang Yun and other lords have contributed a lot. Then what should we do now? Lord Fang, you should give me a word. In Hadeo, after the words fell, all the lords in the field looked at Fang Yun. He is the most powerful lord in this small group, so he has the most right to speak. Fang Yun smiled wryly and shook his head. Borrowing troops is impossible. If Zhang Dehao wants us to join the war, then we have no choice but to go along with him. All the lords looked at each other when they heard the words. Sure enough, they still can't escape this catastrophe. In fact, they are also very clear about the reason why Zhang Dehao insisted on bringing them along. It's nothing more than looking for cannon fodder. Every time they fight, their soldiers fight the damage in front, and Zhang Dehao himself waits and sees behind. Seeing that the fighting ahead was almost done, he led his troops to pretend to charge. Chapter 106, Zhuang Qinglian matures, causes turmoil. After winning a complete victory, Zhang Dehao claimed that he commanded well, which made the battle so easy to win. Then comes the distribution of loot. Zhang Dehao is the leader of the alliance. When attacking the secret realm in the form of an alliance, all the spoils obtained when attacking the territory should be distributed by the leader. Then, the result can be imagined. More than half of the resources were swallowed by Zhang Dehao, and the rest were shared equally among the other lords. There are only a handful of resources that can be obtained, and even the battle damage cannot be made up. And this is also the reason why Fang Yun and others dislike Zhang Dehao. Seeing that the surrounding lords were silent, Fang Yun continued, "Be optimistic. As long as we preserve our strength, we will be able to stand up one day. Now go back and prepare. We will set off in 2 hours." When the lords heard the words, they looked at each other and nodded in unison. There is no way. Instead of borrowing troops to waste as cannon fodder for Zhang Dehao, it is better to go along with him, which may reduce a lot of battle damage. An agreement was reached. The lords dispersed, each returned to their respective territories, and began to prepare for the next battle plans. Hongzhou, territory of Dryads. It is said that after Su Yi and Su Qian'er set off, they headed south all the way. After flying all the way far, far away, they finally found what they wanted. It was a blue secret realm, and it seemed that it hadn't been attacked yet. Su Yi memorized the coordinates and rode Qilai to explore the surrounding area. 2 treasure chests were found. Chapter 70. But the level is not high. 1 green, 1 blue, harvested some resources. Then it wandered around again, and after finding nothing, it rode blazing and returned. Before returning to the tree demon's territory, the two went to Zhuang Qinglian's place to have a look. Everything is fine. The Golden Tree Demon King, plus 5 giant dragons, are enough to protect Zhuang Qinglian from harm. At this moment, the sky was getting dark. Su Yi stayed behind, and Su Qian'er rode the ice back to the tree demon's territory. She must seize all the time to train the arms to deal with the crisis that may arise next. And Su Yi started the same mission as before, to protect Zhuang Qinglian on the outskirts of Henan City. At the foot of Maniu Mountain, 10 days have passed since Su Yi and Su Qian'er left for Hongzhou. For the past 10 days, everything has been fine here. Even if sporadic monsters invaded the territory, they were dealt with by heavy crossbows and blade spiders outside the Lord's Hall. Lin Yangxi looked up at the sky with a complicated expression in her eyes. I don't know what's going on with Qian'er and Brother Su. As soon as the voice fell, bursts of noise came from the sky above the Starfield territory. Lin Yangxi's complexion changed, and she quickly raised her hand. Only 5 big white birds were seen flying towards this side. Eve also heard the commotion here, and ran out. What happened? Is there an enemy attack? Lin Yangxi shook her head and pointed to the sky. Miss Eve, do you think these big birds look like the aurora pigeons that Brother Su bought before he left? Eve looked in the direction Lin Yangxi pointed at. He frowned. It's a bit like it. While talking, 5 big white birds had fallen from the sky and stood in the forest on the grass in front of Yangxi and Eve. It's really an aurora carrier pigeon. And here's another letter. Lin Yangxi pointed to the leading aurora carrier pigeon. There is indeed a small bamboo tube tied to this guy's leg. Eve's expression changed, and she hurried forward to take off the bamboo tube. Then he opened it and pulled out a letter from the bamboo tube. It was laid out flat, and many words were written on it. When they saw the contents of the letter, the two confirmed the origin of the letter. It was sent from the Tree Demon territory in Hongzhou. and the sender was Suyi. The letter said that they are doing very well in the giant territory, so don't worry about even Lin Yangxi. Secondly, Suyi also mentioned that the 5 Aurora pigeons have already familiarized themselves with the route between the giant territory and the star domain. Seeing this, Lin Yangxi's eyes flashed a gleam. If you say that, we can also contact Dao Kiner and Brother Su. Eve nodded. In theory, why don't we go back? Lin Yangxi said. The corners of Eve's lips twitched, and before she could say something, Lin Yangxi had already taken out the paper and pen, and started writing letters. He talked about the recent situation in the star domain, and also said that he and Eve miss Suyi and Suzy very much. After finishing writing, Lin Yangxi looked at Eve. Is there anything you want to explain? Eve shook her head. After all, she is an elf and a warrior, so she doesn't feel too cold about this kind of greeting. Lin Yangxi shrugged and didn't force her. She stuffed the letter into the bamboo tube and tied it to the leg of an Aurora carrier pigeon. Fly at last. Watching the Aurora carrier pigeon disappear into the depths of the clouds, Lin Yangxi was full of anticipation, looking forward to the day when Suyi and Suzy read this letter. Hongzhou City, near the giant territory in the dense jungle, a cyan beam of light suddenly rose. In an instant, the entire jungle became boiling. Many monsters seemed to be stimulated by something, and they all ran towards the direction of the blue beam of light. The ground shook and many trees were forcibly broken. The scene was once very chaotic. The location of the cyan beam of light. 5 dragons guard here. The one protected by them is the Zhuan King Lian. The golden tree demon king had already spread his tentacles, and looked at Zhuan King Lian in front of him with excitement. Success! Success! The Zhuan King Lian in front of it has completely changed. The beautiful petals are gone, replaced by a huge lotus pod, much bigger than a wash basin. 9 lotus seeds grew on it. It is cyan in color, about the size of a fist, and smells fragrant, making people feel the urge to take a bite just by looking at it. After many days of hard work by the Golden Tree Demon King, this Zhuan King Lian finally matured. However, the mature Zhuan King Lian also successfully attracted thousands of monsters in this jungle. They're frantically coming this way. Chapter 107, Something More Precious Than Zhuan King Lian, one more subscription required. In the territory of the tree demon, Suzir is rehearsing the troops in the open space in the territory. Casting his eyes casually, he suddenly saw a cyan beam of light in the distance of the tree demon's territory, and immediately looked away. After reacting in the next moment, Su Kainer hurriedly ran into the Lord's Hall. Suyi was scanning the goods in the market, concentrating on it. Brother, something happened, Suzy yelled. Suyi frowned, and hurriedly got up. What's wrong? Su Kainer swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Come out and see for yourself. As he spoke, he grabbed Suyi's arm and pulled him out of the Lord's Hall. Then he pointed in the direction of the blue beam of light. Look! Suyi just glanced at it and understood the reason. It should be that Zhuan King Lian has matured. Hurry up! Follow me over there to have a look. Saying that, Suyi blew a whistle. Soon, there was the sound of flapping wings above their heads. Fire fell from the sky without saying a word. Suyi took Su Kainer and boarded the back of the blazing wings trembled, leading the two of them up from the ground, and flew towards the direction where the blue beam of light was flying out of the tree demon's territory. Within a few minutes, Suyi and the two reached the sky above the dense jungle. Looking down from the sky, the two clearly saw many galloping monsters. There are so many that they stir up the whole jungle. Brother! Something seems wrong. Su Kainer's pretty face turned pale, and she pointed to the jungle road below. Suyi was expressionless, and glanced around. These guys must have been attracted by Zhuan King Lian, so they gathered there. Don't worry, Zhuan King Lian can't run away. Although Suyi's words gave Suzy great confidence, she was still a little worried. There is no other reason. It is because there are too many monsters here. There are tens of thousands to say the least. It is not an easy task to snatch Zhuan King Lian from the mouths of these tens of thousands of monsters. If you miss it, the consequences will be unimaginable. The blazing speed was not slow, and it flew forward for a few minutes before successfully arriving at the destination. At this moment, at Zhuan King Lian's position, the battle has already begun. The 5 giant dragons were furious and madly attacked the gathering monsters, relying on the powerful attributes. Although there are many monsters, they can't advance an inch, and they have died under the attack of the giant dragons. Let's go down too. Suyi gave the order, and with a fierce understanding, he let out a roar, and his voice almost turned into a substantial sound wave, sweeping downward. Many monsters were shrunk by this dragon champ. He wanted to turn around and leave, but was blocked by the monster behind him. Even pushed to move on, the blaze fell from the sky, and the deterrence of the giant dragon instantly reduced the combat effectiveness of the surrounding monsters, and Suyi directly opened the field of fearlessness. The giant dragons, who already had the upper hand, their attributes soared by 30% again, becoming stronger flames, ice crystals, and lightning, as if they didn't need money, swayed towards the surrounding monsters immediately after the blazing falls. Can't wait to join the fight. Suya didn't bother to pay attention to it, and walked quickly to the side of the Golden Tree Demon King. How's the situation? Suya asked. The Golden Tree Demon King was overjoyed. Zhuang Qinglian has fully matured and can be picked now. Suya was overjoyed when he heard this, and glanced at Zhuang Qinglian. The whole body is blue in color, with a delicate fragrance, which is really extraordinary. Immediately, you are also welcome. Take out the streamer, and wave it vigorously. The lotus pod the size of a wash basin was cut off. Then Suya took him into the Lord's space, fixed, ready to evacuate, Suya ordered. Chapter 71. But he was stopped by the Golden Tree Demon King. Lord, please wait a moment, there are more precious things here, do you need to take them away? The more precious things? Suya raised his eyebrows. Shouldn't Zhuang Qinglian's most precious thing be the lotus seed? Now this thing has been collected by him in the Lord's space. What does the Golden Tree Demon King mean? Maybe he sensed Suya's doubts. The Golden Tree Demon King smiled and pointed to the root of Zhuang Qinglian. Lord, we can take the lotus root of Zhuang Qinglian back, as long as we take good care of it. Zhuang Qinglian King bro. When Suya heard this, she was overjoyed. Although he hasn't eaten Zhuang Qinglian yet, he knows it from the group of beasts frantically gathering here. This thing is definitely extraordinary. But now, the Golden Tree Demon King told him that as long as he brought back the lotus root of this Zhuang Qinglian, he could breed Zhuang Qinglian again. A fool would refuse such a good thing. What exactly needs to be done? Suya is not a mother-in-law, so she asked directly. The Golden Tree Demon King looked around. The Lord, please buy me at least 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, I should be able to take out this lotus root. After all, it is a delicate treasure, and it will take a long time to take it out safely. Hearing this, Suya snapped his fingers. It's easy to talk, I will definitely buy enough time for you. Let's start. After finishing speaking, Suya turned and left, joining the battle, and the Golden Tree Demon King, unambiguously, called out his tentacles and began digging this oil. Zhuang Qinglian is a treasure of heaven and earth, and requires a lot of energy as capital, so the position of this lotus root must be extremely deep. It's hard to dig out without much effort on Suya's side. As time went by, more and more monsters gathered. The giant dragons formed a circle, constantly attacking the incoming monsters. What kind of lava hell? What kind of thunder and lightning feathers? What kind of frozen things? Crazy release. The gathered monsters couldn't break through the defense line composed of 6 giant dragons killed head by head, turned into corpses, piled up around Suya, and Sukainer also started the mixed experience mode, hiding behind the dragons. Throw some attacks at the monsters in front from time to time. The experience distribution method in the Age of Lords is very simple according to the percentage of damage caused to monsters. What percentage of experience value is allocated? For example, you do 30% damage to objects, then the object is killed. You can get 30% of the total experience value of the object. So, as long as Suya and Sukainer continue to deal damage to the surrounding monsters in spite of if you kill or not, you can get a lot of experience points. Chapter 108. Suya, damn it, it's so hard. Subscription for the second watch. The battle was going on fiercely. Suya stood on the fearless field, while increasing the attributes of the giant dragons, while attacking some monsters that came in from the gap. The additional 6 times the damage of the heavy blow is enough for Suya to instantly kill monsters below the 3rd rank, even monsters above the 3rd rank. It will not be easy for him to take this blow. In the early days of the Lord era, job changers were indeed weak, but they could keep upgrading to level 20, level 30, or even level 50. However, there are level restrictions on the arms, such as goblins and goblins at the 1st level, elf archers at the 2nd level and 2, and centaurs at the 3rd level. The full level of these arms is level 5, unless some special props are used to increase the upper limit of their own level. Otherwise, level 5 is their highest level. As for high-level arms, such as dragons, titans, angels, etc., the upper limit of these arms is level 10. Using special props can also increase the level cap. Therefore, with the ebb and flow, the attributes of job changers will catch up to high-level troops sooner or later. Suya waved Frost Fury, throwing magic skills one by one into the group of monsters. Although it is not enough to kill them, the deceleration and freezing effects it brings are surprisingly good. Greatly weakened the approaching speed of monsters. The 6-headed dragon is even more powerful, especially blazing. It is the big brother of the dragons. It is powerful. When it takes a breath of the dragon, the health of the monsters touched by the dragon's breath in front of it will drop after a few seconds. He burps directly, then he summoned the lava hell. Hot magma erupted from the ground under his feet, Occupying a large area, all the monsters within this range screamed and fled in all directions behind Suyi and the others. The Golden Tree Demon King has dug out a huge pit digging down along the rhizome of Xuanqinglian. Until now, it finally saw the lotus root buried deep in the ground like Xuanqinglian. The lotus root is also blue in color, as thick as a bucket, crystal clear, and very beautiful. The Golden Tree Demon King began to expand the pothole. Ready to forcibly dig this thing out outside the jungle, fight the sky territory. Li Zan and Li Fu climbed onto the city wall one after another, and looked towards the direction of the jungle, their eyes full of bewilderment. Over there, what happened? Li Zan frowned. Even though they were far away, they could still see countless monsters galloping past in the jungle, which was so terrifying that it made one's scalp tingle. Li Fu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and was also shocked. I heard from the reporter that at first there was a cyan beam of light that shot up into the sky, and then it caused the monsters to riot. Zainer, could it be something? Treasures are born. When Li Zan heard this, he immediately thought it was possible, but seeing the chaos in the jungle he had no choice but to smile wryly. It doesn't matter if it's a treasure, with our current strength, it's as difficult as going to the past. Indeed, the Xianshan territory is still in the development stage, the highest level of Tier 3, although there are quite a few, but in the face of thousands of monsters in the jungle, it is still not enough to see so, even if you know what happened in the jungle things. But so what? Does Li Zan dare to go there? No. The two of them were feeling sentimental, when suddenly there were several loud and clear dragon chants in the distant jungle. Immediately afterwards, 6 huge figures rose from the dense jungle. That's a giant dragon. Seeing this, Li Zan and Li Fu immediately understood. Looking at each other, Kiki said a person's name, Suyi. The other two dare not say it, but at least in Tongzhou, the giant dragon is synonymous with Suyi. He is the only one who can make such a big commotion in Tongzhou. Afterwards, the two witnessed 6 giant dragons flying through the air and flying towards the tree demon's territory. In the territory of the Dryad, 6 giant dragons fell from the sky. Suyi, Sukainer, and the Golden Tree Demon King got off the dragon. The 3 of them all looked a little embarrassed. The lotus root of Xuanqinglian has been dug out without the attraction of this thing. The monsters in the jungle began to gradually disperse naturally. Suyi and the others didn't stay any longer, and rode the giant dragons back to the tree demon's territory. After resting for a while, Suyi waved his hand, and a blue lotus root taller than a person appeared at his feet. This is the lotus root of Xuanqinglian. How to cultivate? Suyi looked at the Golden Tree Demon King. The latter looked confident, patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me." After finishing speaking, the Golden Tree Demon King waved his hand to call a few tree demons, lifted Xuanqinglian's lotus root, and walked towards the medicine field behind the tree demon's territory. Naturally, it would be best to cultivate this thing there. With the Golden Tree Demon King doing it himself, Suyi was completely at ease, and did not follow up to have a look, but took out the Xuanqinglian in the Lord's space. This is a huge lotus pod, the size of the lotus pod, with 9 lotus seeds arranged on it, each of which is the size of a fist, green and green, very beautiful smelling. The fragrance of Xuanqinglian. Suyi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Brother, is this really edible?" Suyi nodded, of course. After speaking, he opened the lotus pod, took out a lotus seed, and handed it to Sukainer. The latter took it and looked at it carefully in front of his eyes. It looks no different from ordinary lotus seeds. The only difference is that the volume of this Xuanqing lotus seed is dozens of times larger, which looks a bit scary. Suyi was also polite, took off a lotus seed, opened his mouth and bit it, crackling. The flesh is crisp, the entrance, sweet. It also has a strong fragrance, and the taste can be said to be quite good. Seeing Suyi started to eat, Suyi also tried to bite Xuanqinglian. After taking the first bite, the little girl's eyes lit up. "Hey, it tastes good, even better than fruit." Then came the second mouthful, and the third mouthful. Suddenly, the little girl's complexion changed, her brows were tightly wrinkled, and she said vaguely, "Fuck, it's so hard." As he spoke, he opened his mouth to spit it out but was stopped by Suyi. Of course the lotus heart is bitter, but it is also the essence of the whole lotus seed. "Listen to me, eat it. It will be very beneficial." Chapter 109. Rewarding the Golden Tree Demon King. When Sukainer heard this, she wanted to cry but had no tears. Eating lotus heart raw, she has to think twice about putting it on ordinary lotus seeds. The current one is Xuanqinglian. The whole lotus heart is bigger than a finger, and the taste is even more bitter than Coptis Shinensis. Take a sip, it's sour. On the other hand, Suyi, with his expression unchanged, mixed the lotus heart with a pulp, and ate it bit by bit. Xuanqinglian can enhance mental strength, and can also be immune to most of the mind control effects, which is a rare good thing. How can it be wasted? Compared with the safety in the future, it is a bit bitter now. So what is it? Suzier was stimulated by Su Yi. Suzier frowned, closed her eyes, and forced Zhuan Qinglian, who was mixed with lotus heart, into her mouth. Swallow the pulp. Then he took a few more bites, and Suzier couldn't help laughing. The two were eating Zhuan Qinglian with big mouthfuls. This scene fell into the eyes of the giant dragons, but it made them greedy, especially Blazing. This guy is notoriously gluttonous. Staring at the Zhuan Qinglian in Suyi's hand, the long eyes widened, and the halazi left along the corner of his lips, dripping onto the grass. Suyi looked extremely speechless. He ate the lotus seeds in his hand in a few mouthfuls, and then broke off the remaining 7 lotus seeds. Considering the regenerative nature of Zhuan Qinglian, Suyi decided to be generous and divide up all these lotus seeds. As for myself, eating one is enough for the time being. And eating too much in a short time will not get the best benefits. It's better to divide these Zhuan Qinglians and let the giant dragons have a taste. It also happens to enhance their spiritual power. Open your mouth, Suyi ordered. Chapter 72. The 6 giant dragons understood, and Kiki opened their mouths wide towards Suyi. The huge mouth is open, and the fangs are clustered. Looking at it makes people's scalp tingle. Suyi was also straightforward, throwing a 1 lotus seed into the mouth of each giant dragon. Gulu gulu. All of them were swallowed by the giant dragons. Now, there is only 1 Zhuan Qinglian lotus seed left. Suyi decided to keep it for the Golden Tree Demon King. In the past few days, for Zhuan Qinglian, this guy has contributed a lot, and there are rewards and punishments. This is one of Suyi's codes of conduct as a lord. In this way, the loyalty of subordinates can be guaranteed to a great extent. After returning to the Lord's Hall and waiting for a while, the Golden Tree Demon King finally arrived. Lord, Zhuan Qinglian has been planted, just take good care of it, and it will take root and sprout again soon, the Golden Giant King reported. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. That's great, then Zhuan Qinglian will be managed by you personally from now on. The Golden Tree Demon King dared not refuse. Of order. By the way, given your hard work these days, this lotus seed is ready. With that said, Suyi took out the last Zhuan Qinglian lotus seed from the Lord's space and handed it to the Golden Tree Demon King. Seeing this, the latter felt pampered, and took a few steps back. My lord, this thing is precious, I dare not covet it. Suyi looked amused. What are you coveting and not coveting? This is my reward for you, take it. The Golden Tree Demon King hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his tentacles and took Zhuan Qinglian's lotus seeds at the same time. I have more respect for Suyi in my heart. Send away the Golden Giant King. Suyi and Su Kainer started a new round of territory construction, train arms, upgrade buildings and so on. After a few days of development, the Tree Demon territory has completely changed. First of all, the number of arms has increased a lot compared to before, mainly the 6th order subspecies of earth dragons, the 5th order orc warriors, and the 4th order 4 giant snow monsters. Each type of arms has 50 heads, occupying a large area in the city. Fortunately, Su Kainer, the Lord, is here to ensure that these guys are safe and sound. The second is the construction. A total of 12 large caliber cannons have been built on the city wall of the Giants' territory. The whole body is black, a huge barrel with a length of more than 10 meters and a diameter of more than 80 centimeters. Powerful and domineering, the muzzle of the black hole is aimed at the direction outside the city, and it seems to be ready to fire at any time. In addition to the giant cannon, Su Kainer was still there. Under Suyi's order, a lot of heavy crossbows and mage towers were added to the city wall. It is difficult to guarantee that there will be no air units for the enemies who invade the territory. Heavy crossbows and mage towers are also very important enough to provide non-negligible anti-aircraft firepower. The siblings are inspecting the territory. Suyi, as a veteran, has his own unique experience in territorial defense. Scanning the various buildings on the city wall, he began to make more detailed arrangements. The mage tower is an automatic attack device, and some more need to be added. And this side, the gap is too big, and the front is an open plain. It is easy for monsters to take advantage of it. So just as they were talking, the two were suddenly attracted by the sound of birdsong from the sky. Looking up, I could only see a big white bird that had appeared above the Tree Demon's territory at some point, and it quickly landed in front of the two of them. This is the Aurora letter. Zir and Miss Eve have replied to us, Suzy said excitedly. Suyi was also a little surprised, and even a little worried in his heart. He was afraid that the letter might contain bad news. Su Kainer was relatively simple, but she didn't think about it so much. She quickly stepped forward, opened the bamboo tube tied to the Aurora carrier pigeon's feet, and took out a letter from it. Expand and read. Brother Su Kainer, I'm Yangtze. After reading the whole article, there was no bad news, which made Suyi feel relieved. If there is a problem at this juncture, it will be really difficult for him to deal with it. The Dryad territory still needs him to sit in, and the Star Domain territory has to be taken into account. It seems that we must seize the opportunity to catch a few necromancers and build a portal. Suyu thought to himself, it is not impossible to go from one territory to another in an instant as long as there is a portal. It can be done, however. This thing requires the use of necromancers to maintain and run it, plus blueprints, which is not a small expense. Although expensive, it is absolutely practical. Suyu decided to put this matter on the agenda after reading the letter. Su Kainer blinked her big eyes a few times. No, I have to write back to Yangtze and tell her the situation here. With that said, Su Kainer trotted down the city wall. Chapter 110. The 4th level Thunder Spirit. The 5th level siege battle begins. Time flies. And another 5 days have passed. In the past 5 days, Suyi and Su-Zir didn't have a single day free. In the morning, the Dryad will be auctioned off, and Jinkala fertilizer will be sold in the afternoon. Start territory construction and explore around the blue secret realm that Suyi discovered before has been captured. It's a thunder mystery. The so-called Thunder Spirit, just like the Fire Spirit that Suyi met at Tanan University, is a mass of pure lightning energy. After giving birth to wisdom, they began to gather together to occupy a secret realm. The 4th order for Thunder Spirit, the damage ability is not bad, and it has the effect of electric shock control paralysis. Most importantly, there is a weird connection between Lei Ling and Yinli. The Silver Thunder devours the Thunder Spirit, which can increase its own experience value. This phenomenon was discovered by Suyi inadvertently during the first battle in the Thunder Spirit realm. As I said before, the Lightning Dragon has a very special attribute, that is, you can temper yourself through lightning, etc., and make yourself stronger. This is the case with Silver Thunder and Silver Thunder number 2. By devouring Thunder Spirit, you can get a lot of experience points, and its own lightning power is also constantly increasing. After discovering this, Suyi seemed to have discovered a new continent. Immediately make Blazing, Ice and other dragons stop fighting. More than 300 Thunder Spirits in the entire secret realm were handed over to Yinli and Yinli number 2. The two guys have a meal. After eating too much, the level has improved significantly. Silver Thunder has reached level 8, which is on par with the Blazing. Silver Thunder number 2 is second, and its level is also 7. The attributes have increased greatly, and the strength has increased a lot. Afterwards, Suyi opened the treasure chest of the secret realm and successfully obtained the Thunder Spirit unit template. After recognizing the master, he brought the template of the Thunder Spirit unit back to the territory and put into training. After a few days, the number of Lei Ling in the territory has reached 30. The remaining orcs and snow monsters have 80 and 100 heads respectively, plus 60 subspecies of earth dragon. The population of the Dryad territory is full. Therefore, 12 hours ago, Su Kainer spent a huge amount of money to upgrade the level of the Tree Demons territory. Until now, the progress bar for the increase of the Tree Monsters territory has officially reached the full value. The movement of monsters galloping began to come from outside the city. Suyi and Su Kainer climbed up the city wall. Colors vary. At the end of the horizon in front of the territory, there was a burst of darkness, and they were swarming towards this side, with great power, ready to fight. Suyi rang the bell on the phone. The sound of jingling rang throughout the territory of the Dryad. Wake up all the troops. It was the first time for Su-Zir to face so many monsters, and she was a little flustered at the moment. Brother, what should I do? Seeing the little girl's embarrassment, Suyi laughed. Don't worry, take your time. If you can stop it, listen to my arrangement now. Su-Zir nodded quickly, looking dark the monster. She was a little flustered. Suyi was calm, and calmly ordered, open the city gate, let the subspecies earth dragons and orcs go up, and then, the big snow monster, Lei Ling, climbed on the city wall, ready to fight. Hearing Suyi's words, Su-Zir dared not hesitate, and hurriedly ordered the gates of the Dryad territory are wide open. The subspecies of earth dragons and orcs walked out of the city, go through the city gate and form a line of defense in front of the city wall. On the city wall, behind Suyi and Su Kainer, footsteps sounded immediately afterwards. The two of them felt that the temperature of the surrounding air dropped several degrees. Looking back, I saw more than 100 big snow monsters climbing up the city wall from the steps on both sides. They have the ability to attack from a long distance, and it is better to stand on the wall to attack when there is a wall as a cover. This will minimize casualties as much as possible. As for Thunder Spirit, like the big snow monster, it also has the ability to attack from a long range. The specific attribute information is as follows: Thunder Spirit level, Tier 4, level 4. 1 HP. 35 attack. 15 defense. 50 speed. 13 skill. Thunderbolt. During the battle, Thunder Spirit can summon thunder, which will cause a lot of damage to random targets within a radius of 30 meters, and has a 30% chance to cause numbness. Chapter 73. This effect is invalid for enemies whose level is higher than your own. Thunderpool Trap. Lei Ling charges 10 seconds 1, and places a trap at any position within a radius of 40 meters. Once the trap is triggered, a thunder pool with a diameter of 3 meters will appear in the area. Enemies within cause a huge amount of damage, and the thunder pool can last for 20 seconds. During the duration, it can cause continuous damage to the enemy. The longer the charge time of this skill is, the larger the coverage area of the mine pool will be, and the higher the damage will be. Description: when a group of lightning gives birth to intelligence, it becomes a thunder spirit. They are born with the power to control lightning and are extremely destructive. From the analysis of the attribute information, Lei Ling is a typical spell monster, with low health and defense power, but very high attack power, and the skills are all long-range attack skills. If they cooperate well with some meat shield units, they can play a big role in group fights. Just like now, Lei Ling climbed up the city wall following the big snow monster. As soon as they climbed the city wall, they were ordered by Suyi immediately accumulate energy to build a thunderpool. Danger: this is his first gift to the siege monster. The Lei Lings listened to the order and raised their hands in phantom. The buzzing electric current continuously flowed out of their bodies, and then sent to the open space in front of the city wall. In order to avoid accidentally injuring his own people, Suyi asked Lei Ling to send Lei Kai's danger as far away as possible, one by one, or even overlapping together. Crazily accumulating power, the lightning traps are starting to take shape, enough to imagine, wait a minute, what these monsters do. As soon as they touched the traps, the big snow monsters also found their positions one after another and got ready for battle. The big palm rubbed out big snowballs from his body, raised them above his head, and was ready to throw them at any time. In addition, there are dragons. The 6 giant dragons spread their wings and look down on the earth from the sky, fully prepared for battle, just waiting for Suyi's order. They will fall from the sky and deal a fatal blow to the siege monsters. Chapter 111. The Thunder Pond Trap. The power of tens of thousands of cannonballs. On a high mountain to the east of the Giants' territory, Li Zan and Li Fu are leading an army to open up wasteland here. That's what's called leveling. They didn't dare to go to the dense jungle where Zuan King Lian was refreshed. They had no choice. The monsters over there were too dense and crowded together. With their strength, at most they dare to wander around the periphery. If you really want to go deep, you still need to think twice. So, for the sake of safety, the uncle and nephew decided together and led the troops here, the hill to the east of the Tree Demon's territory. There are not many monsters here, and most of the ranks are below the 5th rank, so it is a good place for leveling while practicing. Suddenly the sound of galloping and roaring in the direction of the Tree Demon's territory attracted the attention of a group of people. Li Zan frowned, and made a silent gesture. Everyone, listen. What's the sound? Everyone stopped their movements in unison, pricked up their ears and listened. It seems to be the direction of the Tree Demon's territory. One of the Zanshan territory members said with a wave of his hand. Li Zan rushed up to a hill with a group of people. From here, he could overlook the entirety of the small half of the Tree Demon's territory. When he saw the current situation in the Tree Demon's territory, Li Zan was stunned. He was a little dry-mouthed. There are other job changers who feel the same way as him at this moment. In front of the Tree Demon's territory, thousands of monsters are charging, densely packed, turning into a mass of dark clouds, rushing towards the Tree Demon's territory. It is extremely frightening. There are so many monsters. What did the Giant territory do? Li Fu clicked his tongue and said. Li Zan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If I'm not wrong, Suya should have raised the level of the territory, which caused the monsters to attack the city. For monsters to attack the city at this level, the territory level should be at least level 5. Level 5. The job changers behind Li Zan took a breath. Their Hanshin territory is still level 3, although the resources are sufficient. They have been afraid to upgrade to the 4th level unexpectedly. The Tree Demon territory is challenging to upgrade to 5 levels. I have to say, people are better than people. It's so annoying. Do you think the Tree Demon's territory can resist it? Li Fu suddenly asked. It was the first time he had seen so many monsters with his own eyes, and he was very shocked hearing this. Li Zan's eyes became firm, and he nodded heavily. It's definitely possible. Suyi will never do anything that is not sure. Indeed, although Li Zan didn't know much about Suyi, but based on what he knows about Suyi now, he also knows that Suyi is a man with the appearance of a hero. What is a hero? It is an existence more powerful than a hero. The Giant's territory has a lot to do with it, so Suyi naturally wouldn't make fun of it. Besides, he is still in the city, not to mention joking with his own life. Therefore, Li Zan concluded that Sugan must have made complete preparations for raising his territory level in the territory of the tree demon. A war has broken out. The thunder spirits kept accumulating energy and successfully created a row of thunder pool traps in the open space in front of the territory. Now, the first batch of monsters have stepped into the thunder pool. When the body touches the thunder pool trap, it is triggered instantly. The sparkle of lightning begins flashing. The triggered trap instantly turned into a thunder pool with a diameter of 3 meters. The violent electric current swept and passed, making the monsters passing through this line of defense twitch. This thunder pool trap, with 10 seconds of power storage, is not just kidding. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is high voltage electricity in an instant. The first batch of weaker monsters were shocked on the outside and tender on the inside. Countless blue light spots emerged from the bodies of the dead monsters and rushed towards the city wall for stronger monsters. Although they won't be killed instantly, they definitely won't feel good. The body was numb by the electricity, and the speed was greatly reduced, and this just gave the Earth Dragon and the orcs an excellent opportunity. The Thunder Pond Trap is the first line of defense. Weak monsters will be knocked down by electricity, and then trampled into pulp by other monsters that follow. Stronger monsters will not be killed, but their own combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened. The Earth Dragons and orcs seize the opportunity and attack swiftly. Beat the dog in the water and scream the monsters that break through the thunder pool trap on the city wall. The big snow monster and thunder spirits naturally didn't just watch. The former kept making big snowballs and drop them from the city wall, slow down or even freeze the enemies within the range of the thunder pool trap to cause more terrifying damage, and the thunder spirits began to release the lightning strike skills. Although the thunder pond trap is powerful, it has a very strict requirement, that is, it must not be disturbed in any way during the casting process. For example, the area you release must be empty, and there cannot be any moving things, otherwise the charge will be interrupted and the thunder pool trap will be triggered directly. So, now that the monster is approaching, the thunder pool trap skills of the thunder spirits are useless, but it doesn't matter. The thunder strike skills of the thunder spirits are also long-range attacks. Standing in a row on the city wall, crashing lightning kept falling from the sky, bombarding the incoming monsters. Numerous numbers of damage popped out from the tops of these monsters, and their health values dropped even more. A fierce battle has broken out. Beside Suyi and Suzir, large caliber cannons, heavy crossbows, and mage towers fired crazily under the control of the tree demon. Boom boom boom. The large caliber cannon let out a roar, sending out huge bombs one after another, drawing a beautiful arc from the air, and finally fell into the crowd of monsters. It exploded suddenly, and at the same time the ground was blown out of a big hole. It also blasted many monsters into pieces and scattered in all directions. A large number of monsters were bombarded and killed by cannons. It seems that the artillery array that Suzir spent more than 10 million resources on was quite powerful. The only thing that makes Suyi a little upset is that the monsters killed by the giant cannon will not give experience points. This seems a bit wasteful to Suyi, but for the safety of the tree demon territory, this is the only way to go. In addition to large caliber cannons, heavy crossbows and mage towers are also not idle. Shoot a crossbow arrow into the monster's body. Send fireballs, thunderbolts, and ice arrows one by one into the monster camp. Chapter 112, King Template Griffin King. Of course, Earth Dragons, Orcs, Thunder Spirits, Big Snow Monsters, large caliber cannons, heavy crossbows, mage towers. These are not all of the tree demon's territory. Accompanied by several resounding dragon chants, 6 huge figures soared into the sky from behind the territory. That's a dragon. 6 dragons appeared just like the last time in the star domain, this time in the giant territory. Air units also appeared. That was the griffin body, sharp claws, back with wings. Very brave. The griffin is a tier 6 unit, and it is the highest level of combat power in the siege battle. To fight against flying units, you have to use flying units. The 6 dragons took off and headed straight for the griffin team in order to end the battle in the air as soon as possible. Suyi has already boarded the blazing back. Once the fearless field is opened, it instantly covers a radius of 100 meters. The attributes of the giant dragons have been increased by more than 40%. And they have become more brave. The speed is faster, the attack is stronger, and it is more resistant to beating. Hurrah! The dragons turned into after images, turned into dagger, and pierced the griffin team. The dragon god deterrence works instantly. The griffins lost their sharpness in an instant. This gave the dragons a golden opportunity. Dragon's breath, ice crystal, and lightning can be released without money. Hide a griffin and fall from the sky among them. Blazing is the most brave, carrying Suyi on the back, 1 person and 1 dragon left and right. Advance, but any griffin that is approached by the blaze has no possibility of survival. Feathers were scorched, flesh cracked, and fell from the sky into the waves of monsters below. Chapter 74. Then it was trampled into a puddle of mud. Suyu was also full of fighting spirit. To be honest, since he was reborn, it was the first time he experienced such a fierce battle. The kind of pleasure, the extreme feeling of soaring into the sky and brushing past death, made Suyu sublimate. The mind becomes clear, the muscles are tense, the streamer is held in one hand, and together with a blazing, they are galloping across the sky. There are hundreds of griffins, but they are still no match for the dragons. After several battles, most of the griffins were killed or injured, and the fiery level was also promoted to level 9 during the battle. It is only one step away from the full 10th level. Come again, kill them all, Suyu ordered with a blazing groan. It strikes again, but this time, the enemies it faces are not just ordinary griffins. A resounding eagle cry sounded, and in front of Blazing, at some point, a huge figure had already appeared. Its body is only a little smaller than Blazing, and its momentum is very fierce. Suyu took a look, his pupils narrowed slightly. This is a frightening one. The Griffin King attribute information is as follows: Griffin King, Template, King Template Tier 6 level. 5 health points. 65 attack. 25 defense. 23 speed. 35 skills. Deadly charge. Griffin the Vulture has extremely fast speed. It determines the target to launch a charge. Under the double increase of speed and strength, once it hits the target, it will cause huge damage to the target and have a 50% chance of causing a stun effect. This effect has no effect on targets whose rank is higher than itself. Pecs. Griffins have sharp pecs, which will become their most powerful when attacking hard. The weapon has strong penetrating power and can easily break through the enemy's defense and hit the enemy's vital points. Overlord of the Air. When the Griffin fights in the air, its own attributes will increase by 25%, and when it is injured, it will be added with a state of fearlessness. Description: it is a super strong unit with the head of the eagle and the body of the lion. It has a strong ability to control the air and is very brave. It is an air knight that cannot be ignored. The attribute is really strong, worthy of being a king template. The life value is as high as 60,000. Compared with a giant dragon, it is not too much. As soon as the Griffin King appeared, he attracted the attention of 6 giant dragons at the same time. Except Blazing, the other 555 guys gathered towards this side one after another, ready to take this Griffin King to the knife. Giant dragons are all militants, and it is a great honor for them to be able to kill the king on the opposite side. Therefore, after the king appears, they will rush forward without fear of death. However, the other 5 giant dragons were only halfway there before they were blazingly shouted back with a dragon chant. The 5-headed dragon stopped and turned around to scatter. Suyu knew what blazing meant. It obviously wanted to round up the Griffin King. This guy is pretty domineering, but Suyu likes it. Kill it, Suyu ordered in a low voice. The blazing speed increased sharply, reaching as high as more than 500 speeds. Even in front of the Griffin King, who is known for his speed, he still has the absolute upper hand. The two figures approached quickly, and finally collided together. This scene fell into the eyes of Sukainer and the Golden Tree Demon King on the city wall, and lifted their hearts to their throats. In their view, this kind of collision is no different from suicide. However, the result was gratifying. The two figures collided, and then instantly staggered away. After all, it is still more powerful, and the sharp dragon claws find the opportunity to slash across the body of the Griffin King. This guy's defense is not good, and the blazing dragon claws can easily break through the defense. There was a tear. Countless blood rained down, mixed with many feathers of the Griffin King. After a successful blow, he turned around fiercely, and let out another dragon cry. As if to show off, this made the Griffin King very angry. The two figures collided again. Fierce fighting continues. Blood and feathers kept falling from the sky, showing the brutality of this battle. Blazing has fast speed, high defense, and Suyu's boost attribute, which completely has the upper hand in battle. In less than a minute, the Griffin King's health was emptied and he fell from the sky. Coincidentally, this guy's body just fell on the spiritual field in the territory of the tree demon. Knocked down a large piece of lingmei, which is growing very well by the way. He smashed a few dryads into meatloaf. Seeing this scene, Suyu was speechless, but now is the critical moment. He will naturally not be distracted to deal with the matter here. Command Blazing to turn around and attack the monsters on the ground. When Zhi fought against the Griffin King just now, the remaining 5 giant dragons had already eliminated all the other ordinary griffins. The sky became empty, no more monsters. On the contrary, the battle on the ground has reached a fever pitch. Chapter 113. Li Zan wants to report. One more subscription required. Beg for flowers, beg for tickets, beg for everything. The battle in the territory of the tree demon is going on fiercely. That scene, which is even more powerful than the special effects of the movie, fell into the eyes of Li Zan and others on the eastern hill of the Giants' territory, deeply shocked their hearts. Horrible. Terrifying. It's not hard to imagine what a miserable situation it would be if a monster of this scale landed in front of their territory. Lord, there seems to be someone over there. While watching, suddenly Li Zan's sleeve was tugged. When he came back to his senses, Li Zan looked intently at the direction his subordinate was pointing at. Involuntarily his pupils shrank. I saw a huge army appearing on another hilltop at some unknown time. That's right, the army, the team of the human lord. Li Zan just glanced at it, and his heart was shocked. It is not difficult to see that the army appearing on the hill at this moment is definitely not something that a lord can possess, not to mention the large number. The main reason is that there are many types of arms. The most common ones are goblins, elf archers and other common arms. In addition, there are more powerful units such as poisonous snakes, rock monsters, and giant clams. Most importantly, the number of job changers in this team is even greater. At a glance, there are at least thousands of them. It was divided into several factions. Such a formation made Li Zan a little confused. He also knows a lot about the forces around Hangzhou, but he has never seen such a group of people. I'm afraid the people who came here are not good. Li Fu spoke at this moment. Li Zan nodded. He also felt this way. What appeared on the hill at this moment was actually Zhang Dehao's Zhonghe alliance. After several days of work, losing soldiers and generals along the way, Zhang Dehao finally rushed to Hangzhou with his large army. After many rounds of inquiries, cough, what I said was asking, but in fact it was torture to extract a confession. When they saw people, they immediately arrested them, tortured them severely, and asked about the whereabouts of the tree demon. This is how I found it. Step by step Zhang Dehao rode a giant elephant and looked towards the direction of the tree demon's territory. When he saw that the siege battle was breaking out in the tree demon's territory, he narrowed his eyes and laughed out loud. It's God's help. I caught up with such an opportunity. After the siege battle, the defenders in this territory will be exhausted. At that time, it will be a good time for us to attack. Several supporters of Zhang Dehao heard the words and laughed together, thinking that this time they got a big deal. Seeing the spiritual wheat and spiritual fruit trees lined up in the giant's territory, their hearts trembled slightly. These are all food. As long as this territory is conquered, at least for a long period of time, they won't have to worry about food anymore. Zhang Dehao became even more excited, and waved his knight's spear in front of him. Everyone listens to the order and immediately follows me to attack, follow behind these siege monsters, and capture this territory. After speaking, Zhang Dehao rode a giant elephant and prepared to set off in the direction of the tree demon's territory. Fang Yun and the other lords looked at each other with embarrassment. Leader, our troops have been marching for a long time, and now we are exhausted. At this time, we will launch an attack on us. Very disadvantageous. Fang Yun dissuaded. Hearing this, Zhang Dehao turned his head and glared at Fang Yun. Unfavorable. Do you know that there is a saying that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse? We have so many people in an alliance, people are exhausted, so what? It is not easy to win this territory. After all, Zhang Dehao stopped talking to Fang Yun, and rode forward on the giant elephant. His supporters glanced at Fang Yun and the others with disdain, their eyes full of contempt. A bunch of cowards, they are not worthy of being a lord at all. Let's go, let's attack the territory later. All those who fall behind will not be given any spoils. Fang Yun, several lords and Yuhe heard the words, their teeth itched with anger, but there was nothing they could do. Lord Fang, what should we do? Several people looked at Fang Yun. The latter clenched his fist and suppressed his anger. Follow up, wait a minute. Play by ear, there is no way. This time in Hangzhou, Zhang Dehao's power is almost twice the sum of their several lords. To put it bluntly, Fang Yun and others have no qualifications to disobey Zhang Dehao. Otherwise, Zhang Dehao has 100 ways to kill them. If this is the case, then he can only follow Zhang Dehao's thief ship to the end. At the front of the team, Zhang Dehao rode a giant elephant and advanced rapidly. A subordinate suddenly caught up with him. Master, it seems that someone has discovered our whereabouts. As he spoke, he pointed to the positions of Li Zan and the others. Zhang Dehao took a look, a little surprised. He had been paying attention to the movement of the tree demon's territory just now, but he didn't notice that there was Li Zan and his group on the side. Although Li Zan is the top lord near Hangzhou, his overall strength is still nothing compared to Zhang Dehao's alliance. Seeing this scene, Zhang Dehao chuckled. It's okay, it's just shrimp soldiers and crab generals. After we capture that territory, it won't be too late to trouble them. This is Zhang Dehao's self-confidence. Chapter 75. Just kidding, who am I? The leader, the kind with tens of thousands of troops under his hands, just a little Li Zan. He didn't pay attention to it. All of a sudden, The army of the Zhonghe alliance went straight to the territory of the tree demon. This scene fell into the eyes of Li Zan and others. Their goal is the territory of the Dryad. Li Fu whispered he knew that such a large troop appeared here for no reason, and it must be a good thing. Sure enough, it was directed at the tree demon's territory. Li Zan is not stupid, so he naturally saw the sign and gritted his teeth. No, I have to find a way to report to Su Yi. The tree demon's territory has just been attacked by monsters. If it invades again at this time, I'm afraid. Before Li Zan finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Fu. I don't think we need to do this at all. Su Yi is a hero. With him around, when will we be able to develop? Uncle, you are confused. This team has come all the way to attack the tree demon's territory, and they have a strong desire to attack. Once they are allowed to take over the tree demon's territory, then we can still live and work. I just saw it myself. These people, absolutely, it is a more difficult existence than Su Yi. Chapter 114. The siege battle is over. A new crisis. Subscription required for the second update. After Li Zan finished speaking, he led the people from Xianshan territory and ran down the mountain. Li Fu watched Li Zan leave, sighed softly, a little helpless. In Zan Shinling's case, Li Zan has the final say. Although Li Fu has a different idea, but at this moment, he still chose to obey Li Zan's arrangement. Perhaps, to choose between Zhang Dehao and Su Yi, Su Yi is indeed more suitable. Everyone in Xianshan territory stopped spawning monsters, and ran down the mountain without saying a word. Li Zan wanted to report and let Su Yi know that an alliance army had appeared in Tongzhou, and the target was his tree demon territory. But the problem now is that the tree demon's territory is surrounded by monsters, and Li Zan and others can't get in at all. Then, how do they let Su Yi know the news of the Hezhong alliance's attack? This is not a small problem. Dryad territory. The battle here is coming to an end. It has to be said that the lineup that Su Yi had set up before was quite powerful. After a fierce battle, Lei Ling and the big snow monster on the city wall were well preserved without any damage. The earth dragons and orcs under the city wall suffered small-scale casualties, but they were still within the acceptable range at this moment. The number of monsters gathered on the battlefield in front of the Dryad's territory is only 1/3 of what it was before, which is nothing to fear. In order to maximize the benefits, Su Yi ordered to stop the attacks of large caliber cannons, heavy crossbows and mage towers. These are monsters, but also experience points, which are important resources that can make units stronger. It would be a pity if he died under a large caliber cannon, a heavy crossbow, or a mage tower. Therefore, it would be the best choice to give them to the dragons. All dragons obey orders. Kill, Su Yi shouted, and the 6 giant dragons uttered a loud and clear dragon chant, breaking through the clouds above the battlefield, and it turned into 6 after images, rushed into the battlefield at high speed, and started the frenzied killing. Although they are few in number, they are all brave, coupled with the deterrence of being a high-level unit, and being in a disadvantaged state. The monsters in front of the city wall are already sluggish at this moment. Don't say you want to run away immediately, at least you don't have the intention to fight again, and this just became an excellent opportunity for the giant dragons. Dragon breath, ice crystal, lightning, all kinds of attacks are intertwined. In the camp of flying monsters, kill them. The corpse fell, and blue light spots emerged, pouring into the bodies of the dragons. Raise their level. Su Yi rode on, blazing back, holding the fearless domain, roaming leisurely. This kind of suspenseless battle did not challenge Suzy or standing on the city wall, holding the staff, a little powerless. She also wants to kill monsters, but unfortunately, the attack range is not allowed. About 20 minutes later, the last monster was engulfed by the blazing dragon's breath, turning into coke and falling down. This level 5 siege battle has been completely over. Su Yi rode blazing back to the city wall. Get off the back of the dragon. What was the outcome of the casualties? Su Yi asked. Su Kainer showed a smile. 3 earth dragons were killed in battle, and 21 orcs were killed in battle. The casualties are not large. Su Yi, hearing this, I felt relieved. Facing tens of thousands of monsters, this record is already pretty good in this war. The biggest hero is undoubtedly the giant dragon, followed by Lei Ling. The dragons charged forward and eliminated the most difficult group of griffins. The thunder spirits set up traps and killed many monsters at the beginning of the battle, paving the way for the subsequent battle. As for the other armies, they are relatively good. That's good. Let's go down and clean up the battlefield, Su Yi ordered. There were at least 30,000 monsters killed just now, and the battlefield in front of the tree demon's territory was covered with corpses of various colors except for the corpse. It is the spoils of war. There are resources, treasure chests, and some weird little props. It's free. Don't be white. Don't be right. Su Kainer nodded, not daring to be negligent, and hastily ordered that a part of the tree demons, together with the orcs, Go to the battlefield to pick up the spoils. To pick up the loot, you must have humanoid units. I thought they were cleaning the battlefield. Suzir was wandering on the city wall, commanding the dryads and the orcs to work. Suddenly, Suzir casually flicked her face, causing her complexion to change slightly. Quickly ran to Suyi's side. Brother, look over there, is something happening? Hearing this, Suyi frowned, and looked in the direction Sukainer pointed. As expected, on the left side of the tree demon's territory, more than 10 kilometers away, there was a thick smoke rising. Suyi remembered that he had looked in that direction 2 minutes ago, but he didn't see the smoke rising. Why is he, who is naturally cautious now, quickly realized that something might be wrong? Stay here, I'll go over and have a look. With that said, Suyi jumped onto Blazing's back with a brisk stride, and patted this guy on the head fiercely. Knowing, the wings shook, wrapped in a strong wind, the huge body soared into the air, and flew towards the direction where the thick smoke rose at the same time. On a small hill to the east of the Dryad's territory, Lizon led his men to light a bonfire. Thick smoke swirled around and turned into a complete pillar, soaring into the sky. Lord Su, I hope you can see the situation here, Lizon thought secretly. Seeing that the time was almost up, he waved his hand and prepared to evacuate. Before he followed Zhang Dehao's alliance army in order to report to Suyi to say that this piece of Dehao still has 2 brushes right in front of the tree demon's territory. There is an open plain, and there are no obstacles for thousands of meters. It is still somewhat unfavorable for his alliance army to attack directly. Therefore, this guy chose the direction of the alliance army's attack to the east. There is a dense jungle here. Passing through the jungle, covered by the canopy, is enough for the alliance army to approach the tree demon's territory quietly. Wait until the distance is close enough, and then launch an attack suddenly. It will definitely have an unexpected effect. In order to reduce the noise, Zhang Dehao specially asked the alliance army to slow down their advancing speed, and quietly approached the tree demon's territory. Chapter 115 Withdrawal from the alliance. But what he didn't know was that Lizon had already lit a bonfire behind the alliance army. Thick smoke was billowing, which was an extremely eye-catching signal in the jungle. Zhang Dehao rode a giant elephant, looking through the gap in the forest, looking at the territory of the tree demon 2 kilometers away. A wicked smile curled his lips. Soon, this territory will be mine. Zhang Dehao clenched his fists, unable to hide his excitement. However, before attacking the city, he still needs to make a series of deployments. First of all, in order to reduce the battle losses of themselves and their cronies, they must not do the things of charging into battle by themselves. Fang Yun and the lords of Yuhai are the best choices. Thinking of this, Zhang Dehao waved his hand in exchange for a dog leg. Go, invite Lord Fang and Lord Yu over here. The dog leg understood, rode a black bear, and went straight to the back of the alliance army. Because of the little friction before, Fang Yun deliberately deployed his army at the end of the alliance army, making it a crane tail. I hope this will reduce my sense of existence. As everyone knows, it is meaningless to do so, because Zhang Dehao has planned all this from the very beginning. I said to use your people as cannon fodder, then I will use your people as cannon fodder. Otherwise, why would Zhang Dehao bother to let Fang Yun and others follow him to Zhongzhou? Isn't it just for now? Behind the alliance army, a middle-aged man riding a black bear galloped by, and quickly ran to Fang Yun and others, arching his hands at several people. Lord Fang, Lord Yu, the leader has an invitation. Fang Yun and Yu Hai looked at each other with a clear understanding in their eyes. In fact, even if Zhang Dehao didn't say anything, they still knew the specific reason why Zhang Dehao sought out the two of them. What to do? Yu Hai asked in a low voice. Fang Yun's face remained calm, but he felt helpless in his heart. Go over and have a look. He has already thought about us, and we can't escape. A trace of anger flashed in Yu Hai's eyes, wishing he could do it immediately. Bring the knife to Zhang Dehao. Chop off the old guy's head and step on his feet. It's too deceiving. Several lords had no choice but to rush towards Zhang Dehao's position. Together after arriving on the ground, Zhang Dehao raised his hand to stop the alliance army, and then secretly looked at Fang Yun and others. Lord Fang, Lord Yu, the tree demon territory is less than 2,000 meters in front of us. It can be said that it is within your reach. In our alliance, the troops belonging to your lords are the most brave and good at fighting. The mission is entrusted to you. After the words fell, Yu Hai and the other lords were overwhelmed. They wanted to speak a few words, but they were interrupted by Zhang Dehao. But don't worry, the alliance has treated you badly. During the battle, if your army suffers any casualties, the alliance will compensate according to the price. If the city is successfully attacked, the alliance leader will also reward you. After finishing speaking, Zhang Dehao glanced at the few people in front with a smile on his face. Yu Hai has a violent temper, and now he can't bear it anymore. and he is angry with Zhang Dehao. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.